1. Jack rode the lift into engineering, looking through the transparent sides of the car. Commander Kelly Danick had done a lot over the last month to get Hunter back into fighting shape. Now it was time to find out how far they'd come, what was left to do, and what would be beyond their capabilities. In the time since they defeated both the second colonization wave sent by the symbiotic Tardans and the follow-up attack by the Novarites, things had calmed down and they'd made a lot of progress, but he wasn't holding his breath. There would be damage they couldn't repair. The tall woman met him as the lift opened. Her brown hair was, as usual, just a shade out of regulation length, and more than a bit mussed. It was almost like a challenge. How much could she get away with without him saying anything? Quite a lot, actually. She and her people had come through time and again and had earned quite a bit of leeway. If she wanted longer hair, he was more than happy to let her have it. Not that he'd say so. If he gave in on this, there was no telling what she'd try next. Best to manage expectations rather than see how far she'd go. She was stubborn and a bit of an iconoclast, so a bit of restraint was warranted. "Sir," she said as she stepped out of the lift. "It looks like you've gotten a lot of work done, Commander," Jack said as he looked around. "You and your people have pulled off a miracle." The corners of her mouth quirked up slightly. "That's our mission statement, sir. Whatever you need, we exceed. We can start the tour at the back of the compartment. It's taken the longest of all the repairs, but we finally pumped the replacement material into the fractures, and it's hardened. Our hull is as solid as the day this ship was built." "Even the bow?" he asked, as he started toward the compartment's rear bulkhead. "Surely we took some damage when we rammed the big Novarite warship." She stepped up beside him and shrugged. Nothing that couldn't be put right with some judicious application of replacement material. Having the hull chewed up by those phased packet plasma guns did more damage overall. The Novarites might build large ships, but Hunter masses significantly more than they do. It was like hitting a watermelon with a sledgehammer. She gestured with her hands as if something had blown apart and flown everywhere, which wasn't far from the actual events when Hunter had plowed through the massive warship. He wasn't sure what technical designation the Novarites would have given that enormous vessel, but he'd call it a battleship. That thing had disintegrated, and they had come through mostly undamaged, other than having the weapons on their front quarter scoured away. That made winning the fight more difficult, but they'd managed. At the end of the day, one of the smaller Novarite vessels had escaped, which they'd have to deal with at some point, but not today. That chicken had flown the coop. And for once, even with a strange saying like that, he knew what a chicken was. He and his mother had taken a trip to a petting zoo when he was younger, and he'd seen some. Not that petting chickens was generally recommended. The darned things liked to peck. What was done was done. They had to deal with the circumstances as they found them, rather than as they'd wished them to be. To use one of the gambling metaphors Lisa Gain liked to toss out every once in a while, he had to play the cards he'd been dealt. He glanced up at the massive alien hyperdrive sitting almost overhead in the cylindrical chamber. The interior of engineering was arranged so that the gravity plates kept a person's feet on the outer hull, so one could walk around the gigantic compartment if one chose. That certainly made for the ability to install a lot of equipment, but it was occasionally disorienting. The hyperdrive was radically different from the independent quantum drive his ship typically used, much less the more common quantum gates. He was told they worked off the same general scientific laws, though he didn't see the connection. In any case, that alien device had saved their collective bacon. When their independent quantum drive had been destroyed, they'd had no means of leaving New Copenhagen, and had had to stand and defend against whatever came their way. Adding the ability to use hyperspace had given them the flexibility they'd needed and saved their lives. Even as he was looking at the alien drive, he saw movement at the two spherical crystalline computers attached to it. Those had come from a destroyed Tardan colonization vessel and were how the hyperdrive was controlled. According to Lisa, their resident hacker from Port Royal, they were providing information about the alien society as well. Things they didn't have to ask Regex, the alien implanted in her body about, so they could be relatively confident the information they were receiving hadn't been shaded in any way. Of course, that same fight had seen the alien's host body shot between the eyes, so without transplanting Regex into one of their people, he'd have died. Hopefully that would generate some gratitude, because they could use the alien's help with their multitude of problems. The Tardans had invaded the Confederation, and the naval response had severed the cluster from all assistance and destroyed the ability to go between occupied systems through the quantum gates. That had been Vice Admiral Suzanne Lachasse's final act before Jack's father had arrested her. At least that's what he assumed had happened, since he jumped for the cluster and had no way of knowing how things had turned out. He supposed it was possible the traitorous flag officer had successfully resisted being taken into custody, and that his father was dead or in a brig somewhere, but he doubted it. One more issue he had no way of controlling. Frankly, even though he and his father had never gotten along, he wished the man every bit of success in dealing with the murderous conspiracy they'd uncovered. He was thrilled that it was someone else's problem. He had enough of his own. Kelly gestured toward the rear bulkhead as they approached. He could still see where the cracks had formed because the newer nickel-iron material wasn't quite the same color as the old. That made perfect sense, considering it had been melted and pumped into place 2 centuries after the ship had been hollowed out. "It looks good," he said. "How strong is it?" "Just as strong as the original material," she said, patting the smooth wall. "We ran a lot of reinforcement through the fractured areas and drilled deep before we pumped the new material into place. We also did some initial heating inside the damaged areas to fuse everything back together as well as we could. I think there's probably a bit more structural strength in this area than there was to begin with." He nodded and crossed his arms as he turned to look at all the mechanisms inside engineering. "That sounds good. What about everything else?" "Before I get into that, I should mention we took an opportunity to run current through the outer hull all the way around the ship as we added material. Those phased packet plasma guns and the kamikaze drones and motherships left a lot of pits and fractures that needed filling. Since we were spending the time anyway, I figured we might as well do the job right. The hull has been heated and fused as deeply as we could manage without getting too close to airlocks and weapons batteries. I figure it made the outer third of the hull just as strong as the repairs back here." "Does that mean it can stand up to combat damage better?" "Somewhat, though I wouldn't get carried away if I were you. Think of what we did as something of a refit. We won't always be able to do it, but we had the time, so we went whole hog." "I'll keep that in mind when I tell Derek not to ram any battleships in the future." His wisecrack made her scowl. "That young man is a menace. Doesn't he understand how dangerous these crazy ideas of his can be? He seems willing to take just about any risk that comes his way." Jack laughed. "He does need a bit more seasoning, but he's come through so far, even when things haven't gone as well as we'd hoped. What about our other gear?" "We had them disassemble an independent quantum drive from one of the other battleships and bring it over from Port Royal. We put it together, added new parts as needed, and everything checks out. We'll give it a test drive whenever you're ready." She turned toward the fusion drives at the rear of the chamber. "All of them read as functional now, and we've even moved around the system a bit to verify we're getting the right amount of thrust. We've replaced all the damaged and destroyed fusion plants and are back up to full power, too. Engineering is ready for operations, sir." Her words made him grin. That was one worry he was glad to set aside. "What about the rest of the ship? How are we doing on replacing damaged or destroyed weapons and getting other systems operational?" "Better than I'd hoped. We're getting a lot of assistance up from New Copenhagen, and they've been through the ship from top to bottom working on systems we didn't have time or hands to deal with. I won't say everything is functional, but this ship is more operational than she's been in a very long time. Amanda will have to tell you more about the weapons, but we've got people working on them. There's still a lot to be done, but progress is being made." That was excellent news, since it was only a matter of time before they had to fight again. Having a ship in condition to do so was critically important. "Let's talk with Lisa and our alien friend before we get ready to try the independent quantum drive. If it doesn't work, the hyperdrive is our only way back, and I want to make sure it's ready." The two walked around engineering until they arrived at the massive hyperdrive and its computers. A few technicians were examining the cables, but his focus was on Professor Alan Prescott and their resident hacker, Lisa Gain. The two of them were hunched over one of the alien consoles, examining the strange text on the screen. Jack cleared his throat as they got closer. The professor turned and smiled. "Jack, perfect timing, my boy. We were just reviewing some of the information Lisa is pulling from their systems. The Tardans didn't have complete access to the Novarites databases, but they'd acquired a general map of Novarite space, and we've determined roughly where it sits relative to the Confederation." Jack pursed his lips. "That's good to know, but it's not something that will help us right now. We have to find the ship that got away and figure out what they'll do when they get to wherever they're going." "There's no telling," Lisa said. "From everything Regix has said, they'll probably run back home and announce what they found. Even at the speed they left, it will take them 50 years to get there, so it's not like we have to worry about it right now. Unless, of course, they sent other ships to follow the first group, but I kind of think that's unlikely." "Why do you say that?" "They're busy fighting a war that's lasted centuries with a group of people that are their equals. They're not going to send ships they can't spare. I can't believe they sent that big monstrosity we rammed, honestly. Seems like that would have been worth a lot more in a local fight than in chasing down the slaves that got away." "I wish it was that easy, but we can't count on things being so straightforward," Jack said with a sigh. "All it takes is being wrong, and we've got a second invasion to fight alongside the first. Trust me when I say that just because the Novarites would attack the Tardans first doesn't mean they wouldn't do something horrific to the humans they find here. For that matter, they might invade the rest of the Confederation. That ship, as small as it is a major threat." He grimaced. "They were traveling at 20 times the speed of light when they left, so they could be almost 2 light years away by now. Since they're not heading directly toward any systems, getting in front of them isn't a straightforward option, particularly when we can't jump into deep space. If they stick to deep space, they're out of our reach unless we jump ahead and hyper out to find them. Since we don't have a location for them, that's pretty much impossible." "It's not going to get any easier with time, though," Prescott said, clapping a hand on Jack's shoulder. "I understand you've got a lot of worries on your plate, but you can't let that ship get away. No matter how hard it is to search the area it could have traveled to, I believe that's more doable than waiting for the inevitable response, which will almost certainly come at a time and place not of our choosing." "The hyperspace detector has a range of about 60 light hours," Jack objected. "Even if we guessed where they were going, we'd never find them. And that brings us to the other thing you haven't considered. We only have enough trained people to crew 2 of the exploration ships, and one of them is off doing something. That leaves Hunter and 1 other ship. Not quite the net of coverage we'd need." He'd sent Captain India McKinnon, his executive officer, and some of his senior people back to the system where they'd parked the civilian vessels that had escaped from the gateway system. As her people got the ships ready to travel, she and her people would assemble a gate near the vessels and jump them to a system leading back toward New Copenhagen. They'd set up the matched gate there, and as soon as all the civilian vessels were extracted, they'd disassemble the gate in that system and return to New Copenhagen. Since there was no need to provide signposts to where they'd gone for any locusts, and the gates were a limited and expensive resource, they'd disassemble them as they went all the way back. That also eased any worry that the locusts might circumvent the protections built into them. Paranoia was good in small doses. By this time, they should hopefully be more than halfway back. The assumption was that the entire process would take between 4 and 6 weeks. If things went well, they could show up at any moment. If things went poorly, he was willing to give them an extra month before declaring them overdue. After all, it wasn't as if he could send them a message urging them to hurry up. He considered what the scientist had proposed and slowly nodded. "Even with 1 exploration ship, you might be right. One of the problems is that we don't have enough hyperspace detectors to make this work. We'd have to negotiate with the Tardan colony vessels to get any additional hyperspace detectors. I'm not certain they'd be willing to give them up." Lisa smiled. "Leave that up to us. Regex and I can be very persuasive." "We can't count on having our independent quantum drive working unless we test it out," Kelly Danick said. "It's all good and fine to say that it's fixed, but until we put it through its paces, that's still hypothetical. We could make a guess at their first exit point and go take a look. They'll be long gone, but it can't hurt, right?" "All good points," Jack conceded. "Lisa, I'll let you and Regex see what you can manage. Have you been helping David and Tina Chen in their work?" "As much as I could," she said. "Now that we've gotten ready to start doing things, I should probably check to make sure they don't need anything else from me. I've been focused on working with Regex to crack into the Tardan military computer, and that's still my main focus. We've also got the Novarite warship's computer, but I need a better understanding of how the hardware works before I try that." Jack nodded. "It sounds like you've got your priorities right, but multitask if you can. I can't begin to tell you how excited I am to be on the move again. We've got a lot of things to accomplish and very little time to get them done. Let's get about this, shall we?" 2. David Chen watched the video feed from the cells housing the Novarite prisoners. Considering the number of aliens they'd encountered, surprisingly few were in custody. Only 17 of the aliens remained alive, and even after a month, some still showed signs of injury. 15 of them had been armed combatants that had boarded Hunter and survived being shot when they'd failed to surrender. 2 had been rescued from the crippled Novarite ship. Others had survived the battle but died when they'd refused to give up, even as their oxygen ran out. "Do you think we'll ever be able to talk to them?" Tina asked from where she sat beside him. "We haven't exactly had good luck dealing with them thus far, and I'm not sure that's going to change." "I don't think I've ever seen a more xenophobic lot," he agreed. "Just seeing someone of another species seems to enrage them. Not a recipe for good bilateral relations if we ever encounter them again." "Aren't you just a ray of sunshine?" his wife said with a grin. "I'm not so sure that's going to happen during our lifetime. After all, they sent those ships to kill the Tardans that escaped their control. They weren't expecting to find another nation of aliens. I think the odds of running into more of them, other than the ship that got away, are fairly low." He turned to face her and shook his head. "We can't counter on what the odds say. This is one of those situations where we have to assume the worst. We need information from these people about what's coming next, if, of course, they know. It seems their society has a hierarchy of castes, and I doubt any of the people sent on the boarding action know about other aspects of their mission. I suppose those we captured on the ship might be officers, but there's no way of knowing for sure." "And that's where you're wrong," his wife said. "We can see how the prisoners interact with one another, and those from the boarding action don't defer to the 2 we rescued from the ship, so they're not officers." Honestly, that pretty well matched his assessment. They tried everything in their power to get worthwhile individuals to question, but failed. These people would rather die than be captured. Even now, if they had an opportunity to attack, they'd take it. He frowned and double-checked the records of all the encounters. While the Novarites had attacked the Marine guards that entered the holding area, were the crew members from the destroyed ship as violent as the boarders? He didn't know, but there was a way to find out. David activated his comm and called Lieutenant Colonel Mac Turner. The grizzled warrior answered almost immediately. "Turner." "Mac, this is David Chen. I'm reviewing my records of the interactions with the Novarites and wonder if the crew members have reacted violently toward your Marines. I know the rest have, but that may be an aspect of their training. If we're ever going to get answers from these people, we need to at least be able to talk to them, and I'm uncertain those who survived the boarding action will ever cooperate. That leaves the 2 we rescued from the ship, and I need a read on what you think." The other man was silent for a few seconds. "I can't say that I remember being told one way or the other. Honestly, when the entire compartment seems to be swarming you, it focuses your attention on the ones coming at you, rather than the ones that might be hanging back. Everything is recorded, though. All you have to do is look back to the last few encounters, which should give you an idea. With as violent as they've been, do you think they'll cooperate even if they aren't attacking our people? If we go into this assuming we'll never have success, that's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy. We need to find the weak spots and keep pushing. Surely they're not all violent monsters." "From what I understand, the Tardans seem to disagree with that assessment." David chuckled. "They might be a little biased, and with good reason. The best we can do is shake the tree and see what falls out. Thanks for the information." Once he disconnected the call, David brought the various encounters up on his console and watched them play out. Just the presence of the Marines started a brawl. That was one of the reasons they'd kept the prisoners separated into smaller groups, 2 with 6 people and 1 with 5. 2 crew members were part of the larger groups, having been split so that 1 was in each of the 6-person assemblages. The Marines had minimized their intrusions, so there weren't that many encounters to look over. One of the crew people participated in the violence, whereas the other held back in the encounters they had recorded. He wasn't sure how to interpret that, though. Was it because the one didn't want to attack, or did the circumstances not favor his participation? David stood and walked over to the console being used by the Marine overseeing the prisoners. The woman looked up and quirked an eyebrow at him. "I want to extract one of the Novarite prisoners," he said. "Number 7. She checked her console and called for backup. They'd had to do this process several times because the doctors wanted to examine the injured, which always seemed to mean a fight to get to them. They'd worked out a process by which the Marines went in fast with net guns to immobilize the prisoners, which seemed to work well enough. "Where are you going to put him?" his wife asked. "We'll need a separate housing facility if we want to keep him isolated long term." "If there's one thing we don't lack, it's space. I'm sure the Marines can come up with a room we can use as an individual cell. The difficulty isn't going to be keeping him isolated from the others, though that will be problematic over the long term. It's getting him to cooperate at all. We can utilize the translation program to attempt to communicate, but thus far no one has seemed willing to respond." The two of them returned to their console and watched the Marines as they went into the cell and dealt with its occupants when they erupted from their resting places. Once again, the crewman held back, even though he made as if to attack. It wasn't that the male was hesitant, but he seemed to always place himself in a poor position to make an assault on the Marines. In fact, he dodged right into an area that got him netted pretty quickly this time. Even though the subject thrashed around and snarled, David suspected that might be for show. If so, that was interesting. Why would this prisoner behave differently than the others? It took about 5 minutes for the Marines to sort the prisoners out and extract the one he was interested in. They used short-acting tranquilizers on the ones they were leaving so they could safely retrieve the nets before withdrawing. They then hustled the alien into a new room and mostly cut him free before removing the last of the netting and retreating from the compartment. The Novrite in question was short compared to his brethren. That didn't make him small by any means, but coming in at 2.5 meters was smaller than the rest of the prisoners, male or female. The alien in question had the same almost dog-like muzzle that the rest of his kind had, though it seemed a bit blunter and narrower. The fur that covered it was light gray with striations of black mixed in. He stalked round the compartment, snarling. "Now that you've got him, what next?" his wife asked. "The Marines won't let you go in with him, and neither will I. How do we proceed?" "The same way we did every other time. We'll use the comm built into the bulkhead to attempt to talk via the translation program. It's not as good as being there in person, but it's as good as it's going to get." David waited until the prisoner was near the comm unit before he spoke. "We want to talk. Are you willing to speak with us?" The other end spat out a translation in the Tartan tongue. Lisan Rejek said that it was moderately accurate and would do for basic conversation. If it ran across any words or phrases it didn't understand, it would make a note of them and flag the deviations for further review. They even had linguists from New Copenhagen studying the language so they might someday be able to interface directly with their visitors, but at the moment the only one who could understand the language was Lisa. The prisoners stopped and stared at the comm unit. If this had been one of the warriors, David would have expected him to try to smash it with his fist, but this one simply stood there and growled. "What do you want?" "Well, that's a surprise," Tina said. "Thus far, we haven't found a single one that would admit to even understanding what we said, though I was sure they spoke the same language as the Tartans. It looks like you picked the right one to isolate." He pressed the button to activate his microphone. "I want to understand you better. With your ship destroyed, you're not going anywhere, and if you hope to ever have anything better than those cells you've been in, you'll cooperate." The being barked softly. "We are Novarites. We do not cooperate with lesser beings. We rule them." "If that's the case, why is it that you're the only one that never seems to exhibit violent tendencies? If given the opportunity to attack our people, you find ways to avoid it. Would you care for me to guess why?" The being cocked his head and considered the comm for a moment. "If you choose to do so, I will listen. I believe your society has different castes. You're not a warrior, and I assume you're not a leader. The warriors tend to ignore you, but don't abuse you. That tells me you're not much lower in standing than them, but it does intrigue me. What makes you different?" "I am crew, and they are not. I grow tired of speaking to someone that I do not know. What is your name, captor?" "My name is David Chen. What is your name?" "I am Aralon of the Blue Mountains clan. I serve as crew aboard Fist of the Wind." "Why are you talking with us?" David asked. "None of your people seem interested in conversing, so what makes you different?" The being turned his back on the comm unit and walked across the chamber before turning and walking back. "I see no purpose in fighting the inevitable. You have captured me, and now I am yours to do with as you please. It matters little that my people will crush yours in the end because my feet are no longer my own to command. Do what you will." "Would you believe me if I said that we had no intention of fighting you until you charged in and started the battle? You showed hostile intent first, and we defended ourselves." "That is between our leaders and you. My position does not give me the luxury of knowing why something has occurred. All I can say with any certainty is that I am your prisoner. If you want someone to fight, deal with our warriors. They will fight you until death. I will wait for an opportunity to improve my lot, but I see no reason to fight." Tina reached over and muted the microphone. "The other crew person we rescued fights us, so there's something else going on, and we need to get to the bottom of it if we ever hope to understand why he's behaving the way he is." David unmuted the microphone. "You're not the only prisoner we've retrieved from your ship. Perhaps you know the other one?" "I have seen only the warriors you put me with. Even if I knew them, I would tell you nothing." "And yet here he is talking to us," Tina said after she pressed the mute button. "He's definitely an odd bird." Once he'd unmuted the microphone, David continued. "We don't know who she is, but according to the records, both of you are found in the same compartment, so you know her." Arlan stopped his pacing and turned toward the comm unit. "She is mine. You will return her to me now." David smiled. They'd found a lever. "I'm willing to discuss that, but I want to know why she fights and you don't. Who is she to you?" Arlan smashed his fist into the wall next to the comm unit. "I may be your prisoner, but you do not dictate what I must do. You will bring her to me if you want my grudging cooperation." And with that he turned his back on the comm unit and walked to the other side of the compartment, making it obvious that the conversation was at an end. David killed the connection and turned to his wife. "Should we reunite them?" Tina shrugged. "I'm willing to give it a try, but is it worth the risk? There's no telling what he'll do if we bring her to him. Are they lovers, relatives, mortal enemies? Maybe his intent is to kill her to keep her from telling us something important. Maybe he hopes that she'll kill him. We know so little that we can't even guess how they will behave." "True," he admitted. "And that's one of the reasons we're going to have to be careful. If the two of them are in danger from the warriors, maybe isolating them together will make them more cooperative. They can't resist us trying to communicate with them more than the rest of the aliens have already done, so I think it's worth a try." He passed instructions to the Marine, and she once again summoned her team and performed another extraction for the second alien. Unlike the male, the female attacked the Marines just as viciously as the warriors around her. That didn't save her from being netted and dragged unceremoniously to her new accommodations. The male watched them bring the female in and attack the Marines for the first time, trying to get at her. Thankfully, they were ready for such an occurrence and netted him quickly, getting the two into a position where they could be released simultaneously. As they were focused on one another, the Marines were able to successfully withdraw from the compartment without issue. The prisoners circled one another, and for a moment David thought they would attack. Then they grasped one another and pulled themselves together. "I'm still not sure if they're friends or lovers, but that's not how I'd expect enemies to behave," Tina said. "The question now is, will her presence keep him from speaking or make him more cooperative?" "There's only one way to find out," he said as he pressed the transmit button on his console. "We've done as you asked, Arlan. Are you prepared to talk?" "I am Larista of the Blue Mountains clan," the female said, her muzzle high in the air. "How dare you speak to my mate like that? I will rend the flesh from your bones." "He speaks as he does because I made a bargain," the male said. "I agreed to speak with them if you were brought to me." David grinned. This was an unexpected stroke of luck. Any initial cooperation would probably be limited, but it was possible they'd eventually get information they might never have otherwise received. "You should not cooperate with the enemies of our people," Larista scolded him. "We should tell them nothing." She then dragged him across the compartment, and they began speaking in hushed tones. The microphones were sensitive enough to pick up what was being said, but David was disinclined to listen. He muted the microphone and turned to face his wife. "Do you think this will actually work?" "I do," she said as she leaned back in her seat. "Getting them to cooperate with us will be a long-term project, though. We'd be better off counting on Lisa to dig up the information we need from their computers. Any idea how that's going?" "None. As of the last report, the encryption still has her stymied. She's a smart woman and has a lot of insight into their computer systems because of regex. She'll figure a way around the problem at some point, but we can't count on that happening anytime soon. He rose. Why don't we let our lovers argue while we get some lunch? I'm starving. 3. Lisa Gaines sat at the alien computer console and typed on the keyboard. Though she'd gotten used to dealing with the discontinuity of typing in a language that wasn't her own, the strange keys were still just as odd as they had been the first time. Even more odd was the fact that her ability to read it had improved to the point where she thought she was developing the capacity to comprehend what she was seeing on her own, rather than simply tapping into regex's memory. And with the symbiote in her body becoming less and less terrifying as the days progressed, it almost felt bizarrely normal. She supposed she'd accepted the situation as one she couldn't change. That didn't make her happy, but neither of them had had a choice, so they'd found ways to adapt. The two of them had worked hard at setting boundaries, and even though they hadn't been entirely successful at avoiding problems, they'd made progress. Enough that she felt sure she'd be able to adjust to his presence for the rest of her life. Eventually. Then she frowned. Exactly how long did Tardens live? Was he old? Did she have to worry about him dying while she was still alive? The two of them were linked, and the death of either would be catastrophic for the other. Lisa thought about that while she worked. She could do so in peace because she'd finally learned to shield her thoughts from regex's attention when she chose. She could still make whatever she wanted to say to him clear, but if she wanted a private musing, she could have it. Rather than worrying about something beyond her control, perhaps she should ask. This may be a strange question, but how long do your people live? Am I in danger of you dying while I'm still in the prime of my life? Is the reverse true? My people are long-lived, but I've been around for quite some time. I may outlive you by a few decades, but considering that we're in the middle of a war, we have larger concerns than a natural death, don't you think? I wouldn't focus on what might happen in some distant future until we've dealt with the crises in front of us. That made sense. Why worry about something that would happen so far in the future? They definitely had threats that could come calling much sooner than that. The Tardan military could launch another strike on New Copenhagen, or the motherships infesting the cluster could come calling any moment, too. Well, not at any moment. The things were limited to about 10 times the speed of light, and even if they'd started from the closest system the moment the gates had been destroyed, they'd still be weeks away. If the forces in New Copenhagen had sent for help, it would be months from responding. There was no reason to expect motherships would come calling any sooner, but that didn't mean they wouldn't. Aliens were going to alien, as the Commodore often said. And she should know better than most. That still didn't make the process any easier. She was something of a worrier, and they didn't know how their symbiosis would work, which still bothered her. Perhaps something of what she was feeling bled through, or he knew her well enough to figure out that she was still worried about the subject. In either case, Regex spoke again without her having said anything. In the near term, I believe we'll be fine. Even if we live our lives to the point where one of us dies, our associates now know enough about how our bodies work that they can deal with it. If I were to die, they could remove me, and you'd live out the rest of your life, though you'd be paralyzed. For that alone, I hope to outlive you. If you die before me, either your people will remove me from your body, or I will perish shortly after that. Hopefully, we'll both live full lives and be satisfied with the things we've accomplished once they are over. Hearing someone project their thoughts into her head was still freaky, but her brain had somehow assigned him a different voice and accent than her own thoughts. It really was like someone else was in the room speaking to her, though no one else could hear his words. Are you able to modulate how I interpret your thoughts? It seems like your tone has become more distinct since we began integration. Is that what happens when two beings join together to become a symbiont? I have made an effort to vary my voice from yours. I noticed when I began doing so that you reacted better. I hope it helps. It does. Thank you. She looked down at what she'd been working on, brought her mind back into focus, and re-examined the problem they were working on. They'd salvaged an alien computer system from the wrecked Novorite warship the Confederation had recovered 2 centuries ago and were trying to break into it. They'd also recovered one from the Novorite vessel Hunter had beaten in combat. The two were set up next to one another, and both were proving resistant to her access attempts. The systems were encrypted. That much was obvious, but intriguingly, the two seemed to be encrypted in similar but different manners. She wasn't sure if that revolved around the amount of time that had passed between when the vessels had been built, or if every computer used by the Novarites used a slightly different form of encryption to prevent anyone from breaking into one and gaining access to them all. One of the most interesting aspects of working on these computers with Regex was that their knowledge synergized as they worked. In fact, her experience with hacking was quite helpful in bypassing the security that had proven resistant to Regex's skills. In the beginning, they weren't even able to access the basic systems, but insight she had into finding weaknesses in human computer systems had given him ideas of places to look in the Novarite ones. That had given them partial access and driven a wedge into the security protocols. That chink in their armor would hopefully provide a method for them to gain full access, though it didn't seem to be working in the short term. Still, she had high hopes they'd be able to get in before much longer. It's frustrating, isn't it? Together we seem to know enough to get through most of these problems, but our knowledge is still segregated, and we can't combine it into an integrated whole. I wish I could access your memories directly. I have been trying, but it seems you can only access my memories of computing skills indirectly and unconsciously. I've seen your memories of working on your computers, but that doesn't come across cleanly either. Our minds are not linked so that we can pull that knowledge together in a way that makes complete sense to either of us. Maybe with time we'll make that happen. Personally, Lisa wasn't sure. It was one thing to share someone else's memories when they were connected to your brain, but mixing and matching two completely different sets of knowledge about computers when those hardware systems and programming languages had nothing to do with one another seemed impossible. Even if it was possible, would it help? She supposed it couldn't hurt to try. It wasn't like they were having much luck doing what they were doing. Changing things up would at least be interesting. How are we supposed to do this when the two of us have had no luck intentionally sharing memories and knowledge back and forth? Yes, I can access your memories about speaking the Tardan language, but that doesn't seem to be carrying across to programming in your computer languages, or being able to use my hacking skills to look for vulnerabilities inside these systems. How do we change that? I don't know. In the beginning, I could roam your memories at will, but it was definitely a matter of looking through a window at what was there rather than interacting with them. I was able to access the language centers of your brain because of my direct connection and the capabilities designed into my people, but that doesn't carry back to you. The Novarites never thought there would be a need for us to share information and memories with those we were implanted inside. Short-sighted of them, yet here we are. Not that short-sighted, considering the situation we find ourselves in. What do you think is happening on your world? If the Novarites knew to follow the colony waves, that means they've taken action against your planet. How far would they go? There was a pause before Regex responded. I don't believe they would go to extermination as the first step, but as you've seen, they are violent and emotional. They don't take it well when someone defies them, and it's clear they had some method of looking in on what we were doing, though they obviously didn't act in time to make a difference with the initial exploration and the follow-up colonization waves. I'm sure more of our people got away than they'd have preferred. To use your turn of phrase, the fate of my people keeps me up at night. The most straightforward thing they could do is find where you were building your ships and disable those facilities. Or if they still needed you to build warships for them, they could station someone there to be certain what was being built. They already have a war in their hands, and I don't think they'd spare the time to destroy your people, but that doesn't mean they wouldn't do something terrible. For your sake, I hope that's not the case, but without going back to look, there's no way to know. None of this helped them with the project sitting right in front of them, and it was depressing her. They couldn't wallow in self-pity and worry. They had too many things that still needed to be done. If they hoped to make any progress breaking into the Novarite computer systems, they needed to change the circumstances they were working under. Here's what I think we should try. I'll focus on everything I can think of regarding my computer hacking and programming skills. I'll try to share that with you as deeply as I can. That's what you did when you were working on sharing your language with me. I suggest you do the same thing with your programming and hardware knowledge. Perhaps if we're simultaneously sharing, that will create some synergy. At the very least, it couldn't hurt. The hardware used in the Novorite computer systems was the same as the Tardans utilized, with a couple of things added in. Those had to be security measures for hardware the Novorites hadn't wished to share with their slaves and everything but name. They'd extracted some of those pieces and examined them before reinstalling them, but she was still uncertain what each was meant for. Once she had a better idea of how the systems worked, she might be able to contribute more to cracking them. Regex wasn't a hardware expert, but he was knowledgeable. He'd worked on academic versions of these computers for many years and was intimately familiar with their operation. If they could combine their knowledge, it would go a great way toward giving them an angle that might get them inside these restricted systems. She longed to be able to use her hacking tools to get in and find what they wanted, but the languages were incompatible and the hardware wouldn't work together either. Her goal now was to translate those concepts from her experience to Regex's. Talk about a cerebral endeavor. Lisa closed her eyes and focused on her skills as a hacker. There was far too much to send across to her passenger, but she could feel her knowledge as sort of a combined package that she envisioned holding out toward the symbiote. In a way, she could feel him doing the same. There was a resistance, but it slowly felt like their knowledge was merging into a single package of information. When the process was complete, she felt utterly wrung out. It was as if she'd run a marathon, and considering she wasn't very athletic, that wasn't a good thing. She stood to get some water. How long had she been sitting there? It had only felt like a couple of minutes, but a glance at her chronometer showed they'd been working for over 4 hours. How could the time have gotten away from her so badly? Well, that was a singular experience. What exactly did we do? I'm not sure, but it felt as if we combined our knowledge. Not what we held inside ourselves, but a copy forced together in a new area like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I'm not sure what that is, but it makes me hungry for some reason. Perhaps we should have one for lunch. The idea made her laugh, and she found herself agreeing with the concept. It did sound delicious. When she sat back down, she closed her eyes again and focused on that conglomeration of knowledge. It seemingly floated between them, separate but still hanging there, some type of construct they'd made together. She tentatively tried to tap into the knowledge and was almost overwhelmed by a flood of information about both the alien computers and her own abilities. It was like a hurricane of information blowing in a great circle, and everything was mixing together. Right now it seemed incomprehensible, but there had to be a way to create order. It was just going to take time and perhaps a great deal of effort to focus on sorting the information to where it all fit together. That has to be the most unusual thing I've ever felt. In what way? I'll admit this is strange, but what do you see? It looks like a cloud of knowledge that seems separate from us. It's really chaotic. That is what I see as well. It's not my memories or your own, but some conglomeration of a copy of each mixing together. It resides partially inside both of us. None of my people ever reported anything like this. While it's true that we could use a host's body for information processing and storage, I've never had to do so because my capacity is so high. It's an experiment, she said as she stood and stretched. I don't think we'll have any short-term success with this, but we'll see what happens. Unlike the rest of your people, we're something of an oddity. The way we do things isn't the same as everyone else. Who knows what's going to work? That's true enough. Now, if we've done enough research and experimentation for the day, perhaps we could look into that peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I've seen your memories of them, and I find the idea intriguing. Tasting what you taste is a somewhat peculiar sensation, because your pleasure or displeasure at what you eat bleeds through. I look forward to forming my own impression of this delicacy. She laughed and headed for the mess hall. Sandwiches were something one could make on the side if one had a decent relationship with a cook. She did, so she'd take shameless advantage of that and pinch herself a good lunch. And maybe a nap. Duncan McRae continually nagged at her to take things easy, and maybe if she slept on the mixed memories and experiences, they'd make more sense when she woke up. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Working with the disgraced Navy doctor was easier than talking to Jesse Romanoff. The Commodore's mother had decided to implant Regex inside her without her permission, and she was still angry about it. She grudgingly, although privately, admitted the other woman had made the same decision she would have made, but it hadn't been her call to make. Rather than work with the person who'd done this to her, she'd settled on the gruff medic and found he suited her. He didn't take any crap, and he didn't give her useless information. If he thought something, that's what he told you. Nothing more, nothing less. If you fell short, he tore a strip off you. If you did better than expected, he'd give you a reluctant nod. There might come a day when she'd forgive Romanoff, but she didn't see it coming any time soon. That being the case, it was better to avoid the woman than to glare at her every time they crossed paths. Lisa took a deep breath and pushed those thoughts away. I think we're done for the day. Let's go have an awesome sandwich or two. 4. Lieutenant Derek Calvo guided Hunter out of orbit and was pleased with her responsiveness. Her fusion drives reacted strongly and promptly to his orders, and the ship was answering the helm as well as it ever had, perhaps even slightly better. While he hadn't been involved with the repairs, he'd heard specialists from Port Royal and New Copenhagen had come to assist in fine-tuning the fusion drives and the power plants. They'd done good work. "Helm is responding as expected, sir," he told Commodore Romanoff. "Shall I set course for the jump limit?" The ship's commander leaned back in his seat. "Actually, I think it might behoove us to perform another couple of tests of the hyperdrive before we give the independent quantum drive a run. Do you have any idea if the two might work in conjunction with one another?" "I'm not sure I understand what you mean, sir. How are you proposing we use them? Enter hyperspace and then try to engage the quantum drive? That sounds dangerous to me." "No, I suggest we go to the edge of where we can use the hyperdrive and have it take us out to the jump limit for the independent quantum drive. Once we reach that spot, we drop out of hyperspace and immediately jump to Port Royal. I don't want to do anything dangerous, but something like that might save our bacon if we have to get away from somewhere faster than might otherwise be safe." Derek thought about that and found himself nodding. "That should be doable, sir. I suppose that brings up another question. Should we be jumping for Port Royal, or do we want to do a few jumps into the system's outskirts to see if we can detect the fleeing Novorite warship?" Romanoff raised an eyebrow. "Do you really think we'd be able to detect them? Rejek said we can detect a ship in hyperspace about 60 light hours out. The Novorites are traveling at 20 times the speed of light, so the window for us to spot their vessel is small. Space is big, and we don't know if they even maintain the same course. I wouldn't. Is this a wise use of our time?" Derek shrugged. "It can't hurt to try. Every day the chances of pinning them down drop, so are we going to lose anything by trying?" "What do we do if the independent quantum drive fails after we jump?" the flag officer asked. "We could tag an exploration ship to come with us. If we run into problems, it can head to Port Royal and get us any needed parts." Romanoff pursed his lips. "I'll have to think about it. Can we even get out to where they might be? I thought we couldn't use the independent quantum drive for a deep space destination. That's why we're trapped in the cluster. I might have been a bit loose with the description of deep space. We'd have to test the limits, but we've already seen the exploration ships go out a full light day beyond the outer planet in this system. I feel confident we can get a full light week out without danger. Maybe more." Romanoff shook his head. "That's not a lot of space to search. At 20 times the speed of light, a single hour in hyperspace gets them almost a light day. They'd have been a light week out by the time they dropped out the first time to bleed off the radiation. By now they're coming up on a light month of travel. Could we make it that far?" Derek shrugged. "Maybe. If not, the jump will just fail. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Take us out toward the jump limit, and I'll have an answer for you before we get there." Just to be sure he was ready for either eventuality, Derek plotted out a series of jumps that would execute a search pattern in the most likely area if the aliens retreated directly back the way they'd come. The Novorites had no reason to expect that anything like the independent quantum drive existed, so there was little reason for them to dodge and change course, at least not after the initial period of trying to escape any immediate pursuit. Once they were clear, they could set course back to their home unless there was a rally point nearby. If it had been him setting up this raid, he'd have insisted they meet back up where they'd last exited hyperspace. If anyone was separated, that was a great place to meet up if things got too hot. It had now been a month, so they should be far past that. Still, if they'd been damaged, they might have stopped for repairs, and there could be evidence of their presence. Trying to figure out exactly where a ship like that would go was just a guessing game, but it helped pass the time. When they were about 20 minutes away from the edge of the zone where he could start using the hyperdrive, he rose from his station and walked over to the command chair. Romanoff smiled at him. I've been thinking about it, and we can at least do a couple of jumps out into that area. I want to have your itinerary sent to the exploration ship. If we don't come back within 2 hours, they're to come looking for us. Now, what do you have in mind?" Derek explained his plan of jumping to the location where the Novrites might have exited hyperspace the first time. Then he mentioned 3 or 4 areas they could search that might give them a reading. The odds of discovering anything were vanishingly small, and he admitted that. If they did find something, it would be a lopsided fight because they'd gotten a lot of their weapons back online, and unless there was a mobile shipyard of some kind out there, he doubted the fleeing warship would have done more than make crude repairs to the damage they'd suffered during the fight. "That sounds like an excellent test pattern, so make it happen," Romanoff said. "When we reach the earliest point that we can jump into hyperspace, go ahead and execute that, and then pop us out when you can use the independent quantum drive. I want a least-time execution on that, but it needs to be safe. Don't take any chances trying to do everything too quickly." "Understood, sir. It won't take us but a second to drop out of hyperspace and head into a quantum jump. I'll take as much time as I need to make that safe, but once it's a practiced move, we should be able to do it with no more than half a second interval between exit and jump. Unless somebody's right on top of us, we can get away. Heck, we can spend 5 seconds in normal space and they'd have to be right there to tag us. Let's split the difference for this first test. Don't make it any less than 3 seconds from exit to jump. Once we arrive at the first search location, you can take us back into hyperspace, drop us out, and practice jumping again. Let's do that at every exit point unless we pick up something useful on the hyperspace detector." "Sounds good, sir." Derek resumed his station and plotted the hyperspace entry and the quantum jump once they exited. It was a straightforward process to engage the hyperdrive and travel to the area where they could safely make a quantum jump. He counted off the seconds they were in normal space and executed the jump while holding his breath. If anything was going to go wrong, it would happen now. It worked flawlessly. It took a few seconds for him to locate the nearest stars after they'd exited and verify they had jumped about a light week away from New Copenhagen. At that distance, the star looked like all the rest. He engaged the active sensors and put a call into the team in engineering. They didn't have a direct interface with a hyperspace detector, so several crew members had received training to run the system. The answer came back a few seconds later. There was nothing in hyperspace. Not a shock, but disappointing. "The hyperspace detector is clear, sir," he said. "I'm running the sensors to see if I pick anything up, but out in deep space I think the odds are low." And just after he'd said that, the passive sensors picked something up. It wasn't big enough to be a ship, but it was artificial. He took a few moments to go over the readings. It was probably debris. "I'm picking up a scattering of artificial material, sir," he said. "There's not enough mass to be a ship, but it might be debris left over after some hasty repairs. If so, we might have damaged them more than we suspected." "Set a course to bring us closer to the debris," Romanoff said, leaning forward slightly. "Let's go to battle stations just in case. They might have set up some kind of booby trap just in case anyone came looking for them, and I'd rather be ready than get surprised." Derek engaged the fusion drives and set course for the debris after calling the ship to battle stations. He moved at a relatively slow pace and kept examining the debris, trying to figure out what he was looking at. They'd arrive at the location in roughly half an hour at the current speed. He could cut that down drastically with a short blip in hyperspace, but he'd rather save that for once he figured out what they were looking at. It took about 10 minutes for the active sensors to start getting returns to be confident about what he was looking at. It was definitely battle debris. If the vessel had serious damage and had chosen to stop here for repairs, they might have cut out sections of the ship wholesale simply because they were too wrecked to provide any use whatsoever. That likely meant many pieces of internal equipment had been jettisoned along with damaged hull plates. There probably wouldn't be anything overly exciting in the debris, but its nature would indicate how badly they'd hit the other vessel and where. He took a moment to report to the Commodore what he'd found. "If you want us to get closer to it more quickly, I can blip us into hyperspace." The older man grinned. "I can't begin to tell you how much I like this new capability. It's not as good as our independent quantum drive for long distances, but it gives us a short-range advantage that we couldn't have dreamed of before. At least as long as we're away from the heavy gravity zones around a star or planet. Do it." Derek laid in a course and then double-checked it. Thus far, he hadn't been that accurate in calculating exit points from hyperspace, and he wanted to correct that. Every time they tried it, he gathered more data, which made the next trip safer. With sufficient practice, he should be able to pinpoint where he wanted to exit hyperspace and make it happen every time. It was a lofty goal and one that he would eventually achieve. They popped out within a dozen kilometers of his target zone. Not bad. He ran the active sensors across the debris from the closer vantage point, confirming everything he'd guessed. There were hull plates, lots of what could be equipment and furnishings from inside the damaged vessel, and what were obviously corpses. He grimaced in distaste. "I can now confirm that it's battle damage, sir. It looks like we're seeing everything they cut away. Also lots of internal furnishings and bodies." "Well, aren't these people just the sweetest things?" Romanoff asked rhetorically. "Find a good place to hold station and we'll send the Marines in to go through everything. It's always possible they threw out something important with the trash. At the very least, we'll recover their dead. They may not care what happens to the bodies, but we'll see they're treated appropriately." Just to be sure there weren't any ugly surprises, Derek scanned the debris multiple times, looking for anything that might be a weapon. While he did detect at least one weapons array, it looked like it was a phased packet plasma gun. Without an active fusion plant, it wasn't capable of firing. He was more concerned about hidden explosives or missiles lying there, waiting for an opportunity to shoot at one of the small craft. Colonel Turner obviously had the same thoughts, because they sent several pinnaces ahead. Those volunteers were taking their lives into their hands, but if something went wrong, they'd save many of their comrades. The Marines had lost so many of their own fighting the Locusts, or the Tardans if one wanted to be more specific. In the time since the ground war had ended, most of the injured Marines had recovered, though some had to be discharged because their injuries were too severe. The losses had been made good by volunteers from the Planetary Defense Force. Now that they'd taken their planet back from the invaders, the people of New Copenhagen were more than willing to put their lives on the line to do the same on other worlds. That had brought their Marine complement up to the full standards for a ship of hunter size. A battalion of Marines was a lot, but they'd already proven they needed every single person. The fresh people's training had been focused on combat-oriented tasks, and the word in the staff briefings was that the new Marines were shaping up. It took about 2 hours to go through the debris, looking for any traps or tricks, and then sorting through everything looking for interesting bits of refuse. The phased packet plasma gun had been recovered, though it likely wasn't repairable. That was Amanda's call. The bodies had been gathered and would be handed over to the medical professionals, whose number had been bolstered by volunteers from New Copenhagen. They already had a lot of Novorite bodies, so he wasn't sure what the new ones would tell them, but that was why he wasn't a forensic pathologist. Once the pinnaces had returned, he reported Hunter ready to travel. Romanov asked a few questions about his search pattern, then approved it for immediate execution. It took hours to visit the various locations he thought would be interesting to examine. Each time they emerged from the quantum jump, they used the hyperspace detector to look for the fleeing vessel. Each time they came up blank. The attempts proved they could jump a full light month out from a stellar system, and he was reluctant to push things much more. That would be useful at some point, he was sure. "Looks like we're not going to get lucky," Romanoff said. "Pity. I'd have rather taken them out of play. Maybe once things are more settled, we can try sending the exploration ships out to search for them along their flight path home. Right now, we'll have to settle for getting to Port Royal and stocking up on all the parts that Kelly Danick has been demanding. We also need to make sure that the orbital weapons platforms are ready to start coming to New Copenhagen." The orbital weapons platforms were small asteroids modified to hold missile and laser batteries. The rate of fire and the number of shots that could be taken were limited, but the things were almost invisible unless one knew what to look for. They'd be transported to New Copenhagen by one of the exploration vessels, which would carry them in the jump bubble just like they'd brought the wrecked Tardan vessel to Port Royal. The goal was to put them in orbital space around New Copenhagen and provide an unexpected surprise for any hostiles that might come in for a visit. As Derek was laying in the course, he had an idea. "If you don't mind, sir, I'd like to drop out on the course a ship would take from the initial point to Port Royal and give one final scan. It is the closest system, and if they're hurt, the enemy might decide it would make a good place to hole up for repairs. They can't know it's occupied." Romanoff pursed his lips for a few seconds and then nodded. "Can't hurt to try. Change approved. The odds of the Novarites going toward Port Royal were low, but they weren't zero. Once he'd calculated the location that they'd be in, he executed the jump. Within a couple of seconds, his comm went off. It was the operator for the hyperspace detector. "We've got a hit. Looks like a single source, and it's about 2 light hours behind us." He turned in his seat and grinned like a shark at the Commodore. "We found them, sir. It looks like they're headed for Port Royal. Based on their current location, they'll arrive at their next hold point in roughly 6 days." "It's a good thing you checked," the flag officer said with a grin. "Now that we have them localized, we can catch them once they drop out of hyperspace. Take us to Port Royal and we'll start loading parts. We'll check on them when they're closer to returning to normal space." Derek turned back to his console, set the course, and initiated the quantum jump. Port Royal appeared very close to them as they exited, and he was pleased that they were near the enormous space station orbiting the gas giant. They had 6 days to prepare a surprise party, and he knew everyone would want to get in on the celebration. 5. Jack watched the screen and was pleased to see they'd come out refreshingly close to the giant space station that held their repair parts. That likely wasn't reassuring to the defenders, but they knew what Hunter looked like, and there was no need to worry they would fire on them unexpectedly. Well, probably not, anyway. "Communications, let them know we're here and that we'll settle into orbit around the gas giant. I'm heading over to meet with Connor and Commodore Nastasi. Tell them we've got an update on that last Novarite warship and that while it isn't time-sensitive, I'd like to get together on the station." The woman at the communications console nodded. "I'll take care of it, sir." Jack considered his next step for just a moment and then smiled slightly. "Amanda, you have the con. I'm not expecting trouble, but if something comes up, I'm sure you're more than capable of handling it." The young woman rose smoothly to her feet. "I have you covered, sir." Jack stood and headed toward the nearest small craft bay. The Marines the mech insisted he have fell in beside him. It had been a month since they dealt with the invasion at New Copenhagen, and he'd almost gotten used to their presence. He briefly considered if he should take anyone else with him and decided not to. He knew the basic facts of everything they'd discovered thus far, so he could fill them in without assistance. When he arrived in the small craft bay, he boarded the old-style cutter he'd designated for his personal use. The engineering team had found the time to paint it, and it looked sharp. When it came to decorum and his dignity, it seemed like his crew cared more about it than he did. He dropped into the pilot's seat and began bringing the cutter to life, while the Marines strapped in. Over the last few weeks, he'd worked hard familiarizing himself with the controls, and Derek had finally agreed he was fit for certification. Not that they had an official process for that yet, but it meant everyone trusted him not to wreck the thing if something went wrong. Speaking briefly to the controllers who sat in the compartment overlooking the small craft bay, he arranged for permission to lift off and head into the massive tunnel that led through the battleship's hull and into space. He flew to the space station, conversed with their traffic control, and then headed into the large landing bay. There were plenty of places to choose from, so he selected something convenient and parked the cutter. Once he'd shut it down, the Marines formed around him and they exited together, heading straight for the table where the fees were paid. The person sitting there waved them on, but offering to pay the landing fee was the right thing to do. All the courtesies would be observed because he needed to keep on these people's good side. To his surprise, Sarah Nastasi was the only person waiting for him. The flag officer representing the Judge Advocate General's office was in an old-style uniform like his own, with a dark navy greatcoat and archaic white-peaked hat, and was standing by herself. He'd seen her since the fighting had ended, but she'd spent most of her time working with the people at Port Royal while he'd been at New Copenhagen, getting the repairs on his ship done and interfacing with the government there. There wasn't a lot of call for her legal acumen, but that would eventually change, he was sure. Right now, he needed someone to act as a neutral third party, and she fit the bill. "I hope nothing's gone wrong, but when I got word that you needed to speak with us, I headed right over," she said. "My people are still working on getting Scorpius converted to housing as many of our spare parts and personnel as possible. We're making good progress, but still have a way to go." The engineering section in the other battleship was in terrible condition, and he doubted they'd have her operational anytime soon. But they'd installed a couple of fusion drives, and if necessary, she could leave orbit. At some point, they'd need to bring some of the other battleships back online, but there had been more pressing issues to deal with in the interim. The fact that they didn't have enough crew to man 2 battleships was also a consideration. They were short of trained personnel, and replacing the weapon systems and refurbishing everything would take much longer than they currently had. "The news isn't all bad," Jack said. "Where's Connor?" "You caught him on a tour of the belt. I'm sure word of your arrival hasn't even reached him yet, but if necessary, we can pull in the governing council. He should be back sometime later this evening." "That'll be fine. I was planning on using his office to brief you, but we can head back to Scorpius if that would be better. We can go to my office if you need a confidential environment. If not, we could always get lunch at Handor's." When he'd first come to Port Royal, it was where he'd met with Connor, and their enchiladas were excellent. A cold beer and some food would definitely hit the spot. "Handor's is fine. We'll want a bit of privacy because I don't want to cause a panic, but as long as we keep our voices down, everything should be okay." The 2 of them made their way to the restaurant, and the person manning the front inclined her head as they approached. "Welcome to Handor's, Commodore Romanov, Commodore Nastasi. Do you have a seating preference?" "Do you have a private room?" Sarah asked. "Of course, if you'd follow me." The woman grabbed 2 menus and led them deeper into the restaurant. Rather than going to the wide area with many of the tables, she opened a plain door off to the side and led them down a short hall to a private dining room. It was on the small side, which suited him just fine. "I can take your drink orders now or come back in a few minutes if you need to consider the menu," the woman said. "I'll arrange for you to have a dedicated server so you don't have to deal with multiple people coming and going. Here at Handor's, we appreciate the need for privacy." Jack knew Connor was a majority owner in the place, and he hesitated to guess what kind of business was actually conducted in this room. Still, that wasn't his concern. "We'd appreciate that," he said with a smile. "I'd like a beer, and I think we can both agree that chips and salsa will work to start. I'd like enchiladas and refried beans, so we can have that as the primary order from me, plus whatever Commodore Nastasi wants." "I'll take what he's having," Sarah said. "If you'd make certain the server knocks before coming in, I'd appreciate it. I'm uncertain if this room is monitored, but if so, this is Navy business, and we'd appreciate having the recording turned off. We're not going to be discussing anything earth-shaking, but it is business." "We at Handor's understand the need for discretion, too, so this room isn't monitored," the woman said in a somewhat cool tone. "The server bringing your drinks will bring a chime you can use to summon him." Taking the rebuke, Jack inclined his head. "Thank you." When she departed, Sarah raised an eyebrow. "Is it just me, or do I get the impression that a lot of shady deals are conducted in this room?" Jack shrugged. "When in Rome, you're supposed to be a Roman candle. What they do here is none of our business. We should be grateful we have a private nook where we can talk without everybody and their third cousin listening in. Even if they are monitoring us, these people work for Connor, so they'll keep their mouths shut." There was a knock, then a young man wearing a white apron came in and set out 2 beers, chips, and salsa. He also left a small device with instructions to press the button any time they wanted him. He promised to return with their enchiladas as soon as they were ready. That done, he departed and shut the door behind him. Once they were alone again, Sarah raised an eyebrow. "So what's going on?" "We have the independent quantum drive working aboard Hunter. Obviously. We've also located the surviving Novorite ship. It's on its way here to Port Royal, though we plan to intercept it before it gets close." "That's good news," Sarah said, taking a sip of her beer. "How are you going to work it?" "We'll position Hunter as close to its most likely exit point as we can and wait for them to appear. They'll be in cooldown mode and unable to use hyperspace for about 6 hours. That'll give us plenty of time to deal with them." "Does that mean you'll have to be waiting for them when they come out? How will we locate them without being right on top of them for a week?" "Once we head back to New Copenhagen, I'll get my hands on one of the other hyperspace detectors and equip one of the exploration ships with it. We'll dispatch it to trail behind the Novorite warship, and the exploration ship will come and get us if it drops out early." She considered that and nodded. "I suppose that works. I understand the detector isn't precise, but if you've got them pinned down into a fairly small area, you should be able to locate them using the independent quantum drive before they can enter hyperspace again. Do you think they'll fight after you handed them their asses last time?" "They'll fight," he assured her. "Even our prisoners would rather fight than talk. We've got a pair of crew members we've been having a dialogue with, but even they aren't what I'd call cooperative. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out in the long run, but I wouldn't count on any enlightening behavior from the Novorites. Humanity is lucky not to have run into them before, and if I have anything to say about it, no word will get back to them about us." Sarah considered him for a few seconds. "And how likely is that? Do we know this is the only group that came in pursuit of the Tardans?" "No," he said with a shake of his head. "Lisa and Regex are working to break into their computers. As one would expect, they're heavily encrypted, and even though this is the kind of thing Lisa was born to do, it's complicated. That seems to be the story of her life these days." "Isn't that the truth?" he muttered. She'd almost been killed by a stray bullet and would have been paralyzed if his mother hadn't implanted Regex inside her. The alien's host body had died in the chaos, and he would have as well if she hadn't intervened. Not that Lisa seemed inclined to forgive. Her life would never be the same, and she blamed his mother for that. It was severe enough that he'd suggested a different doctor oversee her recovery, much to his mother's annoyance. They talked about Sarah's work until their food arrived, and then they dug in. As he'd remembered, the enchiladas were hot and spicy, just the way he liked them. The beer complemented the meal, and one wouldn't hurt. Thankfully, the Navy understood that impairment was the issue with alcohol, rather than any consumption of a limited amount of meals. Once the two of them had finished eating, he leaned back in his seat and considered his fellow flag officer. "I know you've been busy over the last month and that doing your work from Hunter isn't convenient, but I have to say I've missed having you around. I can't talk as openly with anyone else about my problems." She took a sip of her beer and set the mug on the table. "What kind of problem are you dealing with now?" He laid out the circumstances under which Lisa and Regex had been united and the hacker's reaction to it, though he knew Sarah had gotten word of the incident already. Then he explained how his mother was being obstinate and how she dealt with Lisa. When he'd finished, she nodded. "I think you've started off on the right path. Duncan McRae is an abrupt and grumpy man, but he might be the best choice to work with her. Lisa's angry, and with cause. Maybe her outlook will improve. If it doesn't, things are more complicated, but your mother will just need to cope. Do you think it would help if I spoke with her?" "I have no idea. I suppose it can't hurt. Thank you. I'm no counselor, but I'll cheerfully give anybody free advice, except for the legal kind." Jack laughed. "Fair enough. Well, if we're done eating, maybe you could show me what's happening aboard Scorpius. Now that we have offices opening up in New Copenhagen, you may want to move your flag there." "Actually, I think I belong aboard Hunter. That's where the action is taking place, and I suspect you're done reacting to events now. Is it time for a real offensive?" "I think so. If we can get just a bit more information from our prisoners, I think we can pick out a nice juicy target to liberate next. Would you like to be part of the questioning process? I assure you we aren't violating any of the laws of war." "Maybe. I can leave some of my staff here to keep doing the work that needs doing and relocate others to New Copenhagen. I'll have to expand my staff. It's not big enough to deal with everything happening in the cluster." He stood and gestured toward the door. "We can talk about that while I fly us over to Scorpius. I'm not sure if you want to do any recruiting at Port Royal, considering many of the residents' questionable views on legal matters, but whatever assistance I can provide is yours." "That can be a plus, so don't count them out. Let's settle our bill and I'll show you around." The idea of having her aboard Hunter again pleased him. The two of them had grown quite close during her recovery, and he'd found himself missing her presence. Things were definitely looking up. 6. David decided it was best to leave their prisoners alone until later in the evening so they could unwind in private. Of course, the privacy was illusory because hidden cameras and microphones recorded everything they said or did. The prisoners had to be aware of at least some of that, yet that didn't stop them from holding an intimate reunion that he promptly forwarded through. "Hold up there, cowboy," his wife said. "Back that up. We need to hear everything they're saying." He raised an eyebrow at his wife. "I never pictured you as a voyeur. Don't you think this is a little personal? I don't think they've got state secrets on their minds." She smiled smugly. "And if it was us in that position, you can rest assured I'd be passing things I didn't want our captors to hear while they were fast-forwarding. If this makes you uncomfortable, you can always step outside." "You're serious? Has a heart attack? When is the best time to pass along a secret? When no one else is looking? When's the second best time? When you can make someone turn away. Honestly, if that's what they're doing, they're smarter than I gave them credit for. This might be what it looks like, but we can't make any assumptions." "I'm not going to leave you to work by yourself," he said with a sigh. Why don't I listen to the audio while you take care of the video? You can't multitask? I thought you were the big bad analyst and nothing put you off your pace. You just need to buck up and do what needs doing. I won't hold you watching another couple have sex against you. Much. Now it was his turn to roll his eyes and shake his head. You're a real piece of work. I knew there was a reason I loved you. She gave him a lascivious smile. There are many reasons you love me, and I'll be happy to demonstrate a few this evening, but for right now, let's focus on work. The two watched the prisoners having sex. It was apparent that it wasn't being faked, making David even more uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he forced himself to do it when his wife placed her unwavering attention on the screen and listened closely to everything being muttered back and forth. It was one of the strangest things he'd ever had to do as an intelligence analyst. Even so, he had to admit that Tina had been right. In the middle of what was obviously a very passionate moment, Larista began instructing Arlon how to behave in hushed tones meant to come across as intimate whisperings. Aha! Tina exclaimed triumphantly. I told you this is what they would do. You're a frightening woman, he said. If this was you trying to conceal information, exactly how would you keep our captors from knowing what you were saying? She gave him a toothy grin. There's more than one way to transmit a message, lover. We could use fingers to tap out something in Morse code under the covers. Or there are other ways to get patterns back and forth that would be more pleasurable and significantly harder to detect. She waggled her eyebrows at him. You're incorrigible. What is she telling him? I'm not incorrigible. I'm saucy. She's telling him he can't discuss anything they heard aboard the ship. They also can't tell us anything about their society or the war they're fighting. Basically, she's telling him to say nothing. And what will she do when we start pressing for information and threatening to separate the two? He has to realize there's a price for housing them together. They have to feed us at least enough information to keep us hoping for more. She hasn't said anything about that, and now she's a little distracted. We'll have to wait and see if he agrees with her plan. Leaving his wife to watch over the prisoners having sex, he went back to the record of what had been said in whispers when they'd brought the prisoners together in the first place. It was more of the same, but the male had argued that they had to say something. He was smart enough to see the reality of their situation. David tried to determine which of them, if either, was the primary in the relationship. After listening to the short exchange where they were whispering and the more extended conversation after he and his wife had left, he decided they thought of themselves as equals. They didn't have the same views when it came to cooperating. She was a fan of saying nothing and letting the consequences fall where they may, whereas he felt they needed to find a balance and open a dialogue. David was a good judge of character and behavior, and even though these were aliens, he felt confident the male would be more likely to cooperate if threatened with being separated from his mate. Personally, he'd rather not have to go that route, but he was here to gather intelligence critical to the survival of humanity. He'd do whatever was necessary. Sadly, he doubted they'd get any meaningful information from them any time soon. That meant they'd have to turn their focus to the Tartan prisoner that was most vulnerable, the one implanted inside the unwilling human survivor, Julian Fogg. The unfortunate man was being held in a detention cell near the medical center where the doctors could continue examining him. Once Jesse Romanoff had figured out the drugs that had been used to suppress his consciousness, he'd been able to take control of his body, and they were only mildly concerned that the alien intruder could still influence him. The problem was that the monster just wouldn't shut up. Fogg indicated his unwanted passenger was always whispering in the back of his mind and reading his thoughts. It was justifiably driving him crazy. Something would have to be done to rectify the situation soon because this amounted to torture. Once they'd finished reviewing the intelligence take, he and his wife made their way to the medical center, and with a bit of searching around found Jessie Romanoff talking with one of her colleagues. They waited nearby until she was finished and then approached. "What can I do for you two?" the older woman asked, smiling at them. "We want to talk to Julian Fogg, and we'd like you to accompany us. We intend to intimidate the alien because we need information, and he's the best source to get it. As long as you're not doing anything physical and Mr. Fogg isn't too distressed, I don't have any objections. No matter what Lisa Gain may think, I'm not a fan of having these things inside anyone." "You did the best you could with a difficult situation," Tina said. "It's only been a month, but she's already adjusting. We work closely with her, and the two are beginning to get along like thieves. Give them another month, and they'll wonder how they lived apart all this time." I hope you're right, because I don't like doing things to patients that make them hate me. I made this choice because it was the best option. If the situation came up, I'd do it again. Does that make me a bad person?" "I don't think so, but I'd reserve it for truly terrible situations," David said. "The Tardans aren't accepting of having this done, and it doesn't seem like uninformed individuals like the process any better. Next time, it would be better to ask permission than beg forgiveness." The doctor sighed and nodded. "The Marines are taking more precautions, so there shouldn't be a repeat of the situation. Now that the Tardans have expressed themselves on the matter, I'll have to figure out different ways to solve that kind of problem. If you'll come with me, we'll see if Mr. Fogg's unwelcome guest will give you the information you desire." As the three started walking, David kept up the conversation with Jesse. "What's the end game with the thing inside him? Unlike Lisa, he's definitely not welcome, and there has to be a plan for getting him out. What is it?" "The complications come in with the way the Tardans were designed," Jesse said as she took them into a side corridor and toward a pair of Marines standing guard at a hatch. "If they are removed while the host is still alive, they release a neurotoxin that's lethal to most life forms. That wasn't an issue with Rejek because his host was dead, so there was no release. The trick is making sure we contain the symbiote so it can't get into Mr. Fogg's system." "How is it delivered?" Tina asked. "Via the filaments that connect the two. The process will need to be fast and completely thorough. My colleagues and I are working on a strategy we think will be successful, but we won't be ready to execute it until our confidence level is higher. The Marines might be excited to hear this, but we believe using explosives might be warranted." David found his eyebrows rising as they stopped at the hatch. "That sounds a bit extreme," the older woman chuckled. "Only in minute quantities. We want to be able to press a button and have every filament severed at the same time. If we surround the symbiote with something impermeable, we should be able to get it out before any of the neurotoxins can leak out. There will be remote-controlled servos attached to the filaments to constrict them. This will be dangerous, but it's the best we can do." She pressed the admittance chime and waited for a response before opening the hatch and stepping inside. David and Tina followed. "How are you feeling today, Mr. Fogg?" Jesse asked cheerfully. "Are you getting everything you need? Is there anything I can provide?" The man looked more than a little ragged. He hadn't shaved in a while, and his eyes were red and bleary. Maybe he hadn't slept. David imagined it was probably hard to sleep with something like that yammering at you day and night. "Get this thing out of me," he said, his voice hoarse. "That would help a lot." "We're working on it, but I'm not quite ready to discuss the details. This is David and Tina Chen. They have a few questions for your unwilling passenger, and I want to stress that any irritation they show is toward it, not you. You're a victim in this, and we're doing everything we can to separate you from that thing." "If you were doing everything you could, you'd take me to the operating theater right now and cut this damn thing out of me," he said in a low, almost desperate tone. "You have no idea what it's like. He's crazy and vicious and says horrible things." "So you can understand him?" Tina asked. "I'm not sure if you need to do any translating for him, but he needs to know there are two ways he can come out of your body, alive or dead. With what he's done to you and the people of New Copenhagen, I'd be happy with him dead. If he wants to have a chance at life once we remove him, he'll have to give us something of value. He knows where others of his kind are gathered in the cluster, and we want that information." The man blinked at her, and his eyes became slightly unfocused for a moment before he scowled. "He's just laughing. He says he was designed so that no one could remove him." "He was also designed to control intelligent beings," David said. "How's that working out for him? We've had plenty of time to look over dead symbiotes and figure out his biology. We've devised a way to get him out without harming you." Personally, David thought it was unlikely the intruder would cooperate. He was a military officer, almost certainly a high-ranking one, so he wasn't going to say anything that would put their operations in danger. Nevertheless, they had to try. Fogg's expression grew more sour. "He says to do your worst because he's not going to say anything. Can you really get him out of me? If so, I'm ready right now. Let's do this." "We're not ready, but it won't be long," Jesse said. "I'm not going to tell you anything about the process because I don't want your passenger to know about it. I think there's an excellent chance we can extract him without harming you, but the process isn't without risk. Are you sure this is what you want?" "More than anything," Fogg said. "You don't know how terrible this is. He's certain he'll be able to kill me and keep control of my body with just a little more work, and he's gloating about it. He's a monster, and he needs to die." "You're not going to get any argument from me," Jessie said firmly. "Get what sleep you can, and we'll speak again tomorrow." The three of them stepped out into the corridor. Once the hatch was closed, her expression became less certain. "I wish I could say we'll be able to get that thing out and leave him alive, but there's a chance we won't be able to contain the neurotoxin and he'll die. I'm not sure as a doctor how I could live with that." "You can't leave him like that," David said. "He's made a choice to take the dangerous path to freedom. In his place, I'd do the same." "We've got to get that thing out of him and prevent others from ever being in his position," his wife said. "That means we need to find where they're congregating and give them a warm welcome to the cluster." The doctor nodded and started back toward the medical center. "I'll get my people lined up for tomorrow. No matter how this turns out, we'll learn something that'll be useful when we try to remove others. Hell, we might even be able to figure out how to get regex out of Lisa. That would still leave her paralyzed, but if that's what she truly wants, I suppose that's what we need to do." "I don't think I'd rush on that," David said. "The two of them are our only hope of being able to hack into their computers, and that's where we're going to find the detailed information we need." The two separated from Jessie and headed back toward the detention center, each lost in their own thoughts. If they were going to strike at the Tardan military, Lisa was their best chance. She and Regex had to figure out how to combine their talents and get the information they desperately needed. The clock was running, and time would eventually run out for humanity if they didn't. 7. Lisa sat on the deck with her legs crossed and her hands resting in her lap. Her eyes were closed and she breathed deeply, trying to clear her mind of all distractions. That wasn't easy when Regex seemed to be humming in the back of her mind. She'd heard and seen various meditation rituals in the entertainment videos, and some of them did have a strange humming that went along with the process to help focus. But what he was doing didn't seem the same. In fact, she wasn't even sure he was intentionally making the noise. With a sigh, she again struggled to focus on the swirling ball of knowledge that seemed to be the combined know-how they shared about their computer and programming experiences. It had grown tighter and seemed to be spinning faster, but since she couldn't really see anything comprehensible, that was just an approximation of what was really happening. She supposed she should be happy it wasn't doing anything at all. It could just be sitting there and taunting them like it had been, but she still hoped they'd be able to find a way to use their shared nervous systems to build links between what she knew and what he knew. Only by doing that could they devise ways to break into the Tardan military computers and get the information they desperately needed. Still, she couldn't help thinking this was a stupid idea, even though she didn't have anything else to try. She felt ridiculous, like some swami trying to commune with mystical powers. Woo-woo. Well, her life was just as strange as that, so perhaps it wasn't so odd after all. With her mind empty, all she could do was visualize the concept of knowing about the computers and embracing the information Regex had shared. Based on the way she'd absorbed his ability to comprehend the Tardan language, if she could grasp this, she'd understand how their computers worked almost instinctually. The more she embraced the emptiness of her mind, the more tightly the shared knowledge seemed to swirl. It was definitely one of the oddest sensations she'd ever experienced, and considering what she'd been through, that was saying a lot. At first she thought what she was doing was ineffectual, but as the ball of supposed knowledge swirled faster, it shrank and seemed to coalesce into something almost like a polished stone. Was that good? She had no idea. "Regex, are you seeing this?" He didn't respond, the strange humming noise still emanating from him. Maybe the process wasn't done yet. She shouldn't give up too soon. Best to put the effort in now and be sure she'd done everything possible. She opened her palms and set them upright on her legs, then tilted her head back and gazed at the ceiling before closing her eyes. Now she really did feel ridiculous. She had no idea what the rest of the chant was, but she remembered that one word, so she repeated it over and over again, letting it resonate through her body as she sought something that she still didn't understand. The sensation of looking at something like a polished stone began changing. It was contracting even further now. Instead of seeming like something the size of 2 cupped hands, it shrank to almost an acorn and then glowed brightly. "Are you doing that?" Regex sounded bemused and amazed. "I have no idea what's happening. This is the first time I've ever tried something like this, so I have no idea either. You don't suppose it's dangerous, do you?" Let's hope not, since it's in our mind. She mentally frowned at herself. How could she have said it was in their mind like they were a singular thing? They weren't a single creature. They were individuals. Regix talked like they'd become some kind of symbiont, but that wasn't going to happen. He'd keep on his side of the fence, and she'd keep on hers. With no warning, the glowing acorn-sized conglomeration of knowledge went dark. Suspicious, she reached a mental finger out and tried touching it. Admittedly, that might be as stupid as tapping a bomb that hadn't gone off yet, but she needed to know what was happening. The thing was inside her. The act of touching it seemed to open a floodgate of knowledge that rushed into her. Some of it was familiar, but much of it was not. It went by far too quickly for her to even guess what all of it was, and there was no grand comprehension like with a Tardan language. No, this process was much more chaotic. The flood eventually ceased, and the acorn was gone. Did you just see that? It felt like the combined knowledge flowed back through me, and now it's gone. I did, though if you start thinking about it, I'm not sure it's truly gone. Now it resides in us, and we must make sense of it. That doesn't seem very efficient, she grumbled. Wouldn't it have been better if I just tapped your knowledge of computers? Perhaps, but I'm starting to explore the information, and there seem to be connections between what I know and what you know. I think we were successful in commingling our knowledge, and you might now be able to use some of your skills on the unfamiliar hardware. The reverse may be true as well. I have the feeling that if I were to work with your programming knowledge, I could do things to your computers that I would never have believed possible. I suppose there's only one way to find out. Let's see what we can do. Lisa opened her eyes and was surprised at how much the chamber seemed to swirl a little before her vision steadied. How long had she been sitting there? She gingerly levered herself off the floor and found her legs painfully sore and tingly. Human beings weren't designed to be twisted up like pretzels. Trying to sit like some monk contemplating the infinite was stupid. She should have just laid out on her bed and been comfortable. Taking a few hesitant steps, she found that her ability to walk returned quickly enough, and she made her way over to the seat beside the captured Tardan military computer. They'd had it shipped up from the surface so she could go through it after Professor Prescott had done whatever magic he could to copy its files to another computer. Regix had agreed that was a wise course of action, and had given his input to make sure everything went smoothly. As a hacker, she knew the possibility of there being security measures that would overwrite the critical information if she made a mistake was high. They were moving into unknown territory, and she had to be certain she made no mistakes. Even with the files copied off, she didn't want to fail. Once she was seated at the alien keyboard, she was surprised that the layout didn't bother her anymore. When she'd typed on it before, it was more of a hunt and peck sort of affair. Now, even though it was different, it still felt natural. Perhaps that was a side effect of mixing their knowledge. If so, she'd take it. Unfortunately, that still didn't help her get into the computer. The alien equivalent of a login screen still sat there, waiting for her to enter the information it demanded. Information she didn't have. This would have been daunting to a neophyte using Confederation equipment as well, so she just needed to focus on the problem and see if the new influx of information would help her figure out how to get around the security measures. There would be a way to get in. Of that she was sure. If this had been a human system, she'd be digging into the hardware, looking for a vulnerability she could use to bypass the software. The same would undoubtedly be true with the alien equipment. It had to be. She focused on the problem and tried envisioning how the hardware interfaced with the software. The information seemed to be there for her, and it even made sense, but she wasn't sure if she should trust the feeling. It wasn't as if she had much to lose, so she gave in to the sensation and let it lead her in a mental direction she might find helpful. Something niggled at her memory, and she focused on figuring out what it meant. Something about the hardware at the back of the computer? Perhaps there would be something there she could use. Lisa stood and walked around to the back of the computer. There was an access panel, and thanks to Professor Prescott, she even had the tools to take it off. It only took a minute to get the access panel off and kneel on the floor, looking at the obscure machinery there. At least it would have been obscure if she didn't have a Tardan computer expert inside her. I'd like you to walk me through what I'm looking at. Part of me thinks it knows each piece of equipment, but I want you to tell me for sure. This isn't something we should leave to chance. Regix walked her through each piece of hardware and explained its purpose. He went into detail if she showed any interest, and after half an hour she was confident her understanding of what she'd been looking at was correct. That was astounding and potentially going to save their bacon. While Regix knew what each piece of hardware did, he had no skills in bypassing security protocols and accessing data he wasn't supposed to have. Well, not without trusting her memories to be correct and complete for him. It was time to see if she could utilize some of their makeshift hardware to bypass the login screen and gain access to the data. Everything was encrypted, and that was what they needed to overcome. Without a key, she had to use the hardware to access the data. That would have been difficult on Confederation equipment, but possible with the right tools and software. On Tartan equipment, there would have to be a fair bit of guesswork that might result in failure. Knowing this would take a while, she left the compartment and headed to the mess hall, where she ate dinner, and then to Professor Prescott's laboratory, where he'd given her permission to scavenge any needed equipment. It took a couple of hours of sorting through everything and consulting with Regix to find pieces of equipment he thought might be helpful. With the aid of a trolley, she pushed everything back to the compartment where the Tartan military computer was. She found some pieces she could use to indirectly access the equipment. A second keyboard assisted her in the process, and she found her way into the machine's code. In Confederation machines, she'd have called it machine language. Computers had been around for a long time, and some terms stuck even after the meanings of the original words had changed. This type of programming language was particular to the hardware and could be used to get past the software that ran on it if one understood how everything worked. Through trial and error, she began learning the intricacies of the language. Regix had a great deal of knowledge in computer usage, but he'd never needed to get down to this level of understanding. He'd taken several courses in the core programming methods when he was younger, and that information provided a foundation she could build upon to trick the system into giving her access. Bit by bit, she constructed hacking tools she thought would be helpful using the alien machine language and put them on her hardware. The first place she brought them to bear wasn't very secure, and she used it as a test bed to gain access to one of the ancillary systems. She failed multiple times before she got the code close enough to get in. That didn't trigger any security issues, so she backed out and refined her programming to make it easier. It was very late by the time she felt confident enough to start looking at some of the more secure portions of the hardware. This was where the security sentinels resident in the computer would object if she made a mistake. They'd never even know she was there if she did everything right. It was the equivalent of walking through the sewers underneath a busy street. Their watchful eyes would see nothing. This will be risky, so maybe I'd better try this on a different set of hardware. I'll play around with one of the large computers down in engineering. Really, it's better to make sure I don't screw this up. The data on those is already duplicated, so we don't have to worry about me accidentally erasing everything. I suspect it's far more likely you'll cause some type of hardware fault that will have to be reset. Just remember that the computers you'll be practicing on are not military grade. They were not designed to be as capable or protected as the systems you'll be trying to intrude upon. They also have significantly more redundancies built into them to prevent accidental data loss, so I don't anticipate you will run into difficulties. That's why they call it practice. I wish we had a second military computer to work on because a bit of redundancy would be reassuring. The first time I work with a military computer, I'll likely screw something up. Just because I'm a hacker doesn't mean I'm not going to make some stupid mistake that a rookie would know to avoid simply because of my ignorance. There are several military computers you can work with. They just haven't been recovered yet. That was true. One of the Novorite warships had been wrecked, but left intact enough to retrieve survivors. Its computer was supposedly intact, though no one had wanted to risk screwing with it because of potential programming booby traps. Of course, the data they hoped to get from that computer was about a completely different enemy, and they couldn't afford to screw it up either. No pressure. There was also the computer on the Novorite ship Confederation Intelligence had been working on. It might be a better choice, but it hadn't been moved to Hunter either. There hadn't been any need to, since they couldn't get into it anyway. Professor Prescott had copied its data, but it was encrypted as well. I think I'll hold off on that. It might be even harder to get into than the Tartan military computer. She spent the next several hours working with a large computer until she became more comfortable with her ability to access the hardware. That still wouldn't get her past the encryption on the military-grade version, but it was a beginning. One step at a time. Lisa stretched her back as she stood, still feeling the mildest of aches where she'd been shot. Would the pain ever go away? Somehow she doubted it. It would be a permanent reminder of how her life had changed, as if she needed another one. We should get some sleep. If we're lucky, we'll get access to the data we need tomorrow. If not, I hope we learn enough that we can make a second try without totally ruining the opportunity. Don't denigrate your abilities. You've shown quite a grasp of how to work with systems that I would have difficulty manipulating using information I learned in my youth. Combined with your skills in intrusion, I think we have an excellent chance of succeeding. Don't give up the battle before fighting it. That's easy to say, but there's a lot riding on this. Your military is out there somewhere, and we can be sure whatever they're planning isn't good for us. I'd much rather come visit them before they're ready. As things sit, we have capabilities they wouldn't dream of, but once the warships that escaped New Copenhagen arrive, that advantage is gone. Then we shall make certain your first attempt is successful. Now it is late, and we should see about additional sustenance. Your body is still healing, though it is almost fully recovered, and you've been overextending yourself. It would behoove us to see if the mess hall has any of that roast beef left for sandwiches. She found herself chuckling. That's just because you like the taste of roast beef. Still, I can see some merit in that suggestion, so let's go make some sandwiches before we call it a day. Tomorrow will be a lot of fun, and I want to be at the top of my game. One way or the other, we're going to get the information we need so Commodore Romanov can take the fight to the enemy. 8. Derek arrived on the bridge feeling refreshed but a little disappointed. He and Amanda had worn some of the edges off of their new relationship and weren't always spending the nights together now. On days where there was a lot to do or some type of ticklish operations to perform, they'd made an early evening of it last night so they could be well rested. Today he'd relocate all the strange warships and wrecks they wanted to examine to New Copenhagen. There'd been discussions about moving everything to Port Royal, but Commodore Romanov didn't trust his smuggler associate that much. Derek couldn't blame him. Mark Connor would be fun to have a drink with, but you'd want to check the family's silver once he left for the evening. The Novorite warship that had survived the fight partially intact had already been dragged into orbit around the liberated world, but it was time to use Hunter's independent quantum drive to move the wrecked colony ship and the Novorite warship that had been captured after the first invasion. Commander Danick insisted there was enough leeway to pull both of the ships simultaneously, the same way they'd moved the wrecked colony vessel by itself. But Commodore Romanov had decided it would be prudent to move them separately, so that's what they'd do. Derek had gone over the engineer's data about how the independent quantum drive could move other vessels with the modifications she'd made. He thought she had the right of it, but it never hurt to play things carefully when the opportunity presented itself. As the Commodore liked to say, risks don't always pay off. Once they had the ships in the New Copenhagen system, they could use cables the engineering team had designed to start moving them toward the planet. Inserting them into orbit would be a navigational challenge, but he thought they'd manage it without too much difficulty. "Are you ready, Derek?" the Commodore asked from his command chair. He turned to face his commander. "We're ready, sir. The colony vessel is positioned right where we want it. Once we arrive, I'll set up some acceleration, and we can cut it loose and come back for the Novorite ship." "Then you are go to proceed." Derek double-checked everything one final time and initiated the jump. There was a bit of a twitch, and they were in the New Copenhagen system. The sensors revealed that the colony vessel had made it without issues, and he began slowly accelerating the wreck. It took them an hour to get it up to the speed they wanted, but once it was done, he cut the cables and maneuvered the battleship away from the wreck. The jump back to Port Royal went without issue, and they were quickly secured to the Novorite wreck with fresh cables. A jump back and a little more acceleration, and it was following the colony vessel toward the planet. Everything had gone without a hitch, and he was happy to cut the cables and maneuver clear. "We're done, sir," he said. "Orders?" "Take us into New Copenhagen orbit. I want to give Commander Danick another opportunity to go over the newer Novorite wreck and see if there's anything we can salvage from it. She's been focusing on Hunter, rightly so, but it's time to take another look. I want you to give her a hand." "Me, sir? I'm not sure what I'd bring to the party." "Another set of eyes to look over everything while you're crawling through the ship," Romanov said with a grin. "We tore it up pretty good, so a lot of it is still inaccessible. The engineers have been opening it up, but it's time to get eyes on every single compartment. You're trained in vacuum operations, and I think you'll be a good fit. Besides, you need the experience." "I'll give it everything I have, sir." "That's all a commanding officer can really expect," the older man said in a dry tone. Leaving the wrecked vessels to make their way in without an escort, they could make orbit in half a shift. That would mean a long day for Derek, but that's how the cookie crumbled sometimes. Once Romanoff released him from his console, he headed to engineering and found that Commander Danik was already prepared to head over to the wreck. She and her people were outfitted in vacuum suits and hefting equipment. She frowned as he approached. "I hope you're not looking for me to do something, Derek. We're about to head over to the Novarite wreck." "Commodore Romanoff ordered me to give you a hand, ma'am. Said I needed the seasoning." She grinned. "That you do. You can fly us over and I'll give you a team to start looking around. I've got some experienced damage control people, and one of them will make sure you don't do anything wrong. They won't tell you what to do, but you can always ask questions." "I live to ask questions, ma'am." She laughed and clapped him on the shoulder. "Let's get to it, then. I'm not sure what we're expecting to find, but we've already begun salvaging some of the weapons that weren't destroyed. In the great scheme of things, those phased packet plasma guns won't make a big difference, but waste not, want not. Who knows? Maybe we'll find something interesting. Something different from the first Novarite wreck? That was gone over pretty thoroughly." His words soured her expression. Maybe so, but they didn't leave any computer records that could tell us about them. There was obviously some equipment taken too, and we have no idea what it was. It's a shame that our resident hacker isn't able to pull some data off its computer. The group made its way down to one of the small craft bays, and he gestured toward one of the pinnaces. "That's the one I've been using, and it's ready to go. Get your people settled, and I'll climb into my vacuum suit." He went to the control area and put on his vacuum suit. Once he was done, he returned to the back and let one of the engineers double-check him. Extra eyes were better on something he'd be betting his life on. As soon as everyone was strapped in, he returned to the control area and took them out of the battleship. He loved flying the big ship, but small craft were much more fun. They'd parked near the crippled Novarite warship, so it was a simple matter to get them over to the airless wreck and latch onto the hull. By the time he'd finished shutting everything down, the engineers had drained the atmosphere from the rear compartment and had the ramp down. They made their way onto the Novarite ship's hull as a group. Amanda had torn it apart in the fighting. One side of the ship had taken several missile hits, but most of the damage came from the lasers that had cut it to ribbons. Deep gouges exposed the interior. They'd made a pass through the readily accessible areas and recovered the bodies while they were doing search and rescue. But there were still areas of the ship that had been impossible to reach in time to save their occupants. He knew that meant he'd run into corpses, and he couldn't say he was excited about that. However nasty these aliens were, they'd been alive at one time and had their own dreams of what the future might hold. Dreams he and his comrades had ended when they'd refused to surrender. That wasn't to say that they were wrong to have defended themselves. They had humanity to think about. There were a lot of things wrong with the Novarites, and they didn't sound like the kind of people one wanted to give their home address. In fact, they were the kind of people you locked your doors to keep out, and that's very much what Commodore Romanoff had done. Well, almost done. There was the Novarite warship that would pop out in about 5 days. Once that happened, they could hopefully stop this particular problem from recurring for the rest of his life. It was sad that humanity had to fight for their place in the stars, but it looked like their free ride was over. Even though the Tardans weren't necessarily evil, their military had proven that one couldn't trust appearances. It was better to be prepared and not need to use the weapons and tactics they were developing now. The team went through a hole in the hull that led to the engineering compartment. It had taken several hits, and most of the equipment was mangled. They might find something useful here, but it didn't look promising. Danik made sure her magnetic boots were clamped to one of the bulkheads and started separating the teams and assigning them areas to search. She saved Derek for last and had him work his way through the central corridor as far as he could. The goal would be to cut through any obstacles and make his way to the bow. Once everyone was on their way, he turned to the half-dozen men and women assigned to him. "Who's going to make sure I don't make an idiot out of myself?" "All of us," a woman said. "But if you mean who's going to be acting as your senior non-commissioned officer, that would be me, sir. Chief Petty Officer Sarah Yu." "Well, it's probably going to take all of you to keep me out of trouble, so don't feel shy about telling me I'm about to screw something up. At this point, we're not doing search and rescue, so there's no need to rush things, and I want to do everything right. Whatever equipment we find might be irreplaceable." "We'll see about that, sir. Personally, I think everything's going to be junk." "If it is, it is. I suppose you and your people will be the ones to tell me if something is worth salvaging. Let's go." The group made their way up the central corridor. As he'd known they would, they ran into an obstruction about halfway to the vessel's bow. It looked like a missile explosion had shoved a bulkhead across the corridor. Someone had attempted to cut their way through, no doubt looking for survivors, but had been unsuccessful, probably due to time constraints. He was grateful his suit provided protection from the radiation. Even after a month it was still significant, and anything they salvaged would need to be decontaminated. At his gesture, Yu had the engineering team break out their cutting tools and get to work. Derek watched for a minute and then began sticking his head through the open hatches that dotted the corridor. The compartment's contents were thoroughly trashed, and there weren't any bodies. It looked as if someone had already been through and taken anything of interest, though a thorough search by people from New Copenhagen might turn up something later. Getting through the ruined bulkhead took almost half an hour, but once they were on the other side, progress going forward was quicker. There were still obstacles, but nothing that completely blocked the corridor. They took their time opening all the hatches and exploring a little. The contents of many compartments didn't make sense without context, but they took images so someone could figure it all out later. When they came across a body, or worse, parts of the body, they bagged everything up and moved it to the central corridor. He briefly wondered what religious ceremonies the Novrites might prefer, if any. He hadn't asked if the Tardans had religions. Maybe that was only something humans did. He briefly chuckled to himself as he thought of missionaries trying to convert the Novrites. They'd probably get eaten. About 3 hours into the search, they found the bridge. Surprisingly, it was intact. It looked like it had lost pressure during the fighting and killed the Novrites at their stations. A couple of warriors must have been near the main hatch when the fighting started, because 2 corpses were armed with Gauss rifles. He made sure that those got set aside for Colonel Turner. He and his people were looking for more of the weapons so they could try to reverse engineer them. The central command chair was on the dais in the middle of the compartment with all the consoles facing it. That meant the woman strapped into the seat would be the ship's commander. Derek floated over and anchored his boots on the deck as he examined her. She was enormous, more than 3 meters tall and heavily built. Her fur was a mixture of dark brown and gray. Her uniform looked like everyone else's, but there was one difference. She had a holstered pistol. Moving slowly and carefully, he removed the pistol from its holster. It was a Gauss weapon. Thus far, they'd only found rifles. He hadn't thought they could build something with that technology so small, but he'd been wrong. Derek put the weapon back in its holster and figured out how to undo the belt holding it. Once it was free, he wrapped the belt around the weapon and secured it in a bag he carried. It then took them 20 minutes to corral the bodies, bag them, and move them to the central corridor. He sent the engineering team looking forward while he and Yu searched the captain's office and quarters adjacent to the bridge. Much like the previous set, there were a lot of pillows and what looked like delicate fabrics in use. That had to be something of a status symbol for the Novarites. Also, like the other office and quarters, a safe was built into the wall. Unlike the first, this one was still sealed, whatever treasures it contained intact. He turned to Yu. "How can we get into this without damaging its contents?" "The same way we get into everything. We cut our way in. I've seen pictures of what the other safe looked like, and if this is anything like it, there will be hinges on the left-hand side. If we focus our attention there, we should be able to burn them out and drag the door off. It may still have air inside, and that might help. If there's anything sensitive inside, we'll do our best to make sure it's not damaged." "I'm not a safecracker, so I'll leave that to you," he said. "I'd imagine Commander Danick will call us back before much longer, so let's focus on searching the rest of the bow and digging into the safe. If we can get its contents back to Hunter, it might have critical information the Commodore needs." "Yes, sir." She called a few of her people back, and they set up one of the cutting torches. Once they began working on the safe, he wandered out to accompany the people going forward. There was a lot of equipment up here, including the sensors. He was interested in those, so he made sure everything was marked for later retrieval. Adjacent to that equipment was something he didn't recognize at first. There were 3 large spheres attached to a triangular array pointing toward the front of the ship. "Does this look familiar to any of you?" he asked as he floated around it. None of the engineers was familiar with it, so he took some pictures and opened a channel to Commander Danick. "I figure no news is good news," Danick said. "So what went wrong?" "Surprisingly, nothing. We found a piece of equipment I don't recognize. I wanted to send you one of the images to see if you can tell me what it might be, Commander." He sent an image, and she spoke a few seconds later. "It looks like the hyperspace detector we recovered. That only had a single sphere, but I think they're related. Make sure and mark the compartment so another team can extract it. If it's a more advanced version of the hyperspace detector, it might be able to give us more information than we'd otherwise get. Or it could be something completely different, and we'll never figure it out." Derek hoped that wouldn't be the case, but that was an engineering issue, so he'd leave that to the professionals. "We should be just about done searching the bow. Once everything is finished, we'll head back." "Sounds good. See you then." With that done, he instructed the engineers to mark everything so it could be removed later. Then he headed back for the captain's quarters and office. Chief Petty Officer Yu was almost done cutting the safe open. Rather than interrupting her, he stood by the hatch and waited, watching the process with interest. It looked like she'd already burned her way through the first set of hinges and was well on her way to wrapping up the second. 2 minutes later, a puff of gas came from around the edge of the safe, and the hinges came out a little. With the door now apparently released on that side, the engineers inserted a crowbar and quickly levered it out of the way. The problem was that things in motion in microgravity tended to stay in motion. The decapitated door tumbled through the vacuum directly toward him. Thankfully, it wasn't difficult to get out of the way, though it crashed into the hatch and rebounded. The engineer shepherded it into a portion of the compartment where it wouldn't pose a danger. Only once that was done did he allow himself to focus on the contents of the safe. There was quite a haul inside, including some data chips and another Gauss pistol. Those went into the bag with the first pistol. There were plenty of other things in the safe, so he got another bag and emptied it. They'd have plenty of time to review the contents and see if anything was worth exploring in more detail later. After he finished, he made a circuit of the quarters to be sure they left nothing important behind. Attached to the headboard of a bed that would embarrass anyone with its size and color scheme, he found what was probably a knife for the Novarites. To his hand, it was a short sword and looked razor sharp. It joined everything else in the treasure bags. "Is that it, sir?" Yu asked. "I think so. Let's head back to engineering. If Commander Danick is done, we can head back over to Hunter and see about getting something to eat. I don't know about you, but I'm starving." He also couldn't wait to tell Amanda about everything he'd seen. This was definitely not the usual sort of affair, and he knew she'd appreciate the story. He could do it over dinner. With those pleasant thoughts in mind, he and the engineering team started back. He hoped the data chips they had recovered had information they needed to know about the Novarites. If they didn't, someone would have to break into the main computer, which might be challenging, though he wasn't going to count Lisa Gain out just yet. In fact, he'd stop by and talk with her about what they'd found. Regix would want to know about the strange detector, and she could look at the data chips. Maybe with their combined knowledge, they could figure out what he'd found. Any edge they could get might just save their lives later. 9. Jack walked around the alien device that had been installed in a compartment just off engineering and compared it to the one sitting next to it. The two were very similar, but that didn't mean they were identical. The hyperspace detector they'd recovered from the colonization ship was a single milky white sphere of metal, whereas the new one had 3, and they were individually half again larger. "Do you think they're the same thing, Regix?" Lisa was standing next to him, and she shrugged. "According to him, they have to be related, but he's never seen anything like this. If it's a hyperspace detector, it's significantly more advanced than what he's been working on, and he finds that annoying since he thought his was a breakthrough that the Novarites did not have." "We already knew that wasn't true," Jack said with a shake of his head. "The Novarites were tracking the colonization fleet, and they were at least far enough back that they weren't detectable. It might be fun to imagine that your enemies are stupider than you are, but it's rarely good tactics. If this is their hyperspace detector, it's more capable than what you've been working on, Regix. My apologies for that." She smirked a little. "Yeah, he's really annoyed. He and I can start figuring out how it works in short order. The technology can't be radically different because it looks like it has the same basis to work off of. He must not have considered that if the Novrites didn't have anything like this, they got a sample of the detector from somewhere. One of those colonization ships must have gone missing at some point, or one of the locations they had detectors at is missing one. If you'll see what you can figure out over the next few days, that'll let us get into position to test it on the ship we're going to ambush. It's only about 72 hours from dropping out, and I'd like to get a more precise location if I could. We'll get on that. Thank you. Leaving them to their work, Jack headed back toward his office. He hated taking the young hacker away from her work, breaking into the Tartan military computers, and eventually the contents of the captain's safe from the Novorite ship. But this was time-sensitive. "Just the man I was hoping to see," Sarah Nastasi said as he stepped out of a side corridor. "Are you busy, or can I talk you into having a private lunch? There are a few things I want to chat with you about." "I could do lunch," he said with a smile. "We can have somebody deliver something. Or you could have your brand-new staff whip something up in that refurbished kitchen of yours," she said with a crooked smile. "David Chen hired them for a reason, didn't he?" "I suppose he did. Let's go see what they can work up." Rather than hiring a single person to see after Jack's needs, David had found people down on New Copenhagen. Their leader was his new steward, Noah Redmond. Rather than working alone, the young man had half a dozen people to assist him. It seemed like overkill to Jack, but he wouldn't argue. Besides, the deed was done. He'd have preferred to go with someone in the military, but no one with that particular skill set was available among the crew. These people came highly recommended, so he'd probably manage just fine. In any case, it was time to find out, wasn't it? Jack felt as if he rattled around in the large quarters he had aboard Hunter. The amount of space that one of the old flag officers felt was appropriate for their personal use was ridiculous. He had a formal dining room that could seat dozens of people and still have more than enough room for servers and even people wandering around chatting at the edges of the compartment. Who needed that? Honestly, it felt like some of the videos he'd seen of the rich and famous, always surrounded by a staff that kept everything looking like it was a museum. That wasn't how he wanted to live, and it wasn't going to happen on a warship. Far better to just keep things clean and neat. Nevertheless, his crew and the sons and daughters of the Locust War had put everything together, and he'd look ungrateful if he avoided the place. The engineers had finally added an entrance to his quarters that didn't have to go through the formal dining room. That meant he didn't have to see that monstrous table every day. He led Sarah to his quarters and dropped off his Marine guard to join the two standing outside his private entrance. It wasn't even in the same corridor as the entrance through the formal dining room, so he couldn't avoid multiple sets of guards making sure no one intruded into his quarters. The front few rooms were overly done, but he walked through them to the kitchen in what he thought of as his actual living room. It had shabbier furniture that was more comfortable to be around, though he couldn't complain about the ornate furniture because it was designed for comfort in addition to being ostentatious. Apparently, whoever designed it could multitask. As they sat, he pulled his comm off his belt and called Noah. The young man was undoubtedly over in the quarters David and Tina Chan had used until recently. Now that he had somebody to take care of him, they'd moved out, freeing up the area for Noah's use. Jack wasn't sure where the other assistants lived, but he doubted there was a dormitory in there now. He should probably ask about that. A couple of minutes after being summoned, the dark-haired young man dressed in a ship suit without insignia stepped into the room and bowed slightly. "You called, Commodore?" "I hate to spring this on you without warning, but Commodore Nastasi and I are going to take a private lunch. If that's too much trouble, just send someone to the mess hall and we'll deal with whatever they're eating." The corners of the young man's mouth quirked upward. "It's no trouble at all, Commodores. Do you have any meal preferences? I can arrange for an appetizer to tide you over until the meal is ready, and before you can suggest them, Commodore Romanoff, we can do better than sandwiches. I can surprise you if you're unsure what you'd like." Before Jack could respond, Sarah leaned forward and smiled. "Why don't you surprise us? And I don't think we've been introduced. I'm Sarah Nastasi." The young man bowed somewhat more deeply. "Noah Redmond. As you might have guessed, I'm Commodore Romanoff's personal steward. If I might say, being a flag officer yourself, if you're looking for someone to perform similar work for you, I might be able to make a few recommendations." "I'll see if I'm interested once lunch is finished." His smile widened a little. "A wise choice, Commodore. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll see about getting everything in motion." Sarah turned to him as soon as the steward had left. I know some flag officers have personal stewards, but that's never appealed to me. Now that I'm living on a ship, maybe I should be thinking about it. After all, I can't just go to a restaurant and eat if that's what I feel like doing. Spontaneity is a little hard in the middle of an invasion, he agreed. I've only had a little while to get used to him, but he seems competent. He's got half a dozen assistants that make sure everything is kept spick and span. They also do other tasks that I'm sure are critically important, whatever they are. She laughed. You've got a lot of personal space to keep in shape, so I wouldn't doubt they're busy keeping everything working and the dust at bay. There's also your office. Whatever your personal work and relaxation areas are, they're responsible for that. Whatever happened to the cook David hired for you before all this started? He decided that he liked working in the mess hall better. Having a large staff and cooking lots of meals to a higher standard than most people think is possible appealed to him. That's good because I wouldn't stretch anyone when it comes to meals. A couple sandwiches and a drink and I'm good. Low maintenance, are you? I'd like to think so. So while we wait for whatever food comes our way, what exactly did you need to talk about? She opened her mouth to say something, but one of Noah's associates came in with a pitcher of water and 2 glasses filled with ice. He set them down on the table and poured before bowing slightly and leaving. It really is like having servants, she said. I'm not sure I could get used to that kind of treatment. Please tell me they don't lay your clothes out for you. He smiled a bit wryly. As a matter of fact, they do. Thankfully, it's not in the same room I'm in, but they're always ready for me when I get up in the morning. I've tried to tell them I'm more than capable of dressing myself, but they don't seem interested. In the beginning, it had been more difficult, but he'd finally gotten the hang of being dressed up like Horatio Hornblower. Dealing with a complex and overly fancy uniform wasn't something to cheer about, but he was done complaining about things he couldn't change. Jack wasn't a fan of having someone laying out his uniform and involving himself in his daily preparations, but they'd eventually find a comfortable balance between what he was willing to allow them to do and what they felt was appropriate. As far as he was concerned, finding that point couldn't come soon enough. So I suppose I should mention how bathing works, he said, raising an eyebrow. Now I know you're baiting me, she said with a chuckle. There's absolutely no way you'd let anyone bathe you. Well, not unless you like them much more than I suspect you like Noah and his people. She paused for a few moments before continuing. As I was saying, since I'm going to be working aboard Hunter, and you're going to need someone to be a continuing diplomatic presence as you expand across the cluster, I think the 2 of us need to start working more closely together. While it's true that I represent the Judge Advocate General's office, I'm out of my assigned territory, and there's no reason that I can't continue to operate as a somewhat neutral third party. I do have my biases, but you're going to run into people who might be more difficult to get along with than those we've encountered thus far. More difficult than Connor? Trying to figure out a solution to working with smugglers and the like has been a challenge. Almost certainly much more difficult, she agreed. Connor was willing to work with us right from the beginning. Once we start reaching some of the larger worlds, ones that maybe don't have any of the Tardans already on the surface, you're going to run into resistance trying to get the support you need to conduct the war. I wish I could say that every politician we encounter will get behind you 100%, but we both know that's not true. Someone, probably several someones, will declare themselves in charge and order you to do things you don't think are in the best interests of fighting the invasion. What do you do then? Fight the war that I need to fight? If they have any objections, they can complain to Confederation Council. Bold, but rash. That would be where you need someone that isn't officially connected with your command structure to negotiate. While it may seem hard to consider right now, someone will set themselves up as the civilian command authority, and then insist that the Navy answers to the civilian authorities. And to a degree, they're right. He frowned at her. Are you suggesting that I bend over backward to please whatever stuck-up politician comes along and demands that my battleships stay in their system and protected against all comers? We both know that would be a disaster. She nodded. And that's why you need to have someone to lay out the facts of the case in a way they're going to listen to. When the time comes, you're going to get into a headbutting contest with them, and neither side will want to compromise. While I'm not completely neutral in this particular instance, I can be a voice of reason. You can't order me to do anything, and neither can they. I can speak the unpleasant truths neither of you want to hear. You make it sound like this will be an end-of-the-universe kind of event, he said as he leaned back and crossed one leg over the other. What will they do if I put my foot down and go on my merry way? There's not much they can do. What if they deny you supplies that you need? You're going to run into places where you need more people. For that matter, we should be working at getting the other battleships back into fighting trim. Are you going to trust any of the politicians we meet to send people that won't steal them right out from under you? There has to be some basis of trust for this to work. They can't have unilateral control over your forces, but you can't ignore them either. Do you really want to handle those kinds of negotiations? That sounds like something I'd be a little better at. He wanted to argue, but he knew she was right. Every time he tried dealing with people on the civilian side and didn't get his way, he'd be inclined to do his own thing and see what happened. That might work in the short term, but it wouldn't be what they needed to win the war against the invaders. Okay, he conceded. You're right. I should let you and your people smooth out the ruffled feathers I'm going to cause. That said, I will cause them some grief because there are lines I'm not willing to cross, no matter how much they shout and scream. The Confederation can't afford to lose this war, and I won't let them do anything that compromises my ability to fight. Civilian oversight is necessary, but there have to be boundaries. And those are the kinds of things that we need to discuss in advance. How far are you willing to go, and what kind of limitations can you accept? We've got time before we speak with any civilian authorities other than the ones at Port Royal and New Copenhagen. We've got to settle the details in advance. The door opened and Noah returned with a small cart. He took out several small platters and served them a salad and appetizer. Once he had them suitably provisioned, he departed. While he might not be that happy with the situation they'd be discussing, he'd be glad to spend the time with Sarah. Theirs might be a professional relationship, but it was a comfortable one, and he liked her company. It beat an evening alone, that was for sure. They dug into the meal and got to work. 10. David rose the next morning, ate breakfast with his wife, and headed for the medical center. He had no idea whether Dr. Romanoff would be willing to go along with what he was going to try today, but it had to be done. Part of him wished his wife was with him, but she had other things requiring her attention. He'd just have to handle this on his own. Jessie was waiting for him in the medical center, and she didn't look pleased. As soon as he stepped inside, she gestured toward her office. Before we get started, I think we should have a little chat. He nodded and followed her in, unsurprised when she closed the hatch behind them. Once they were sealed away from prying ears, he allowed himself a slight smile. You're still not happy with this plan, are you? Of course I'm not, she said, with more than a hint of irritation. I may not like these things any more than the next person, but if we perform the surgery, we'll be condemning a thinking being to death, which goes against everything I believe in. And how do you balance that against the life and sanity of the person this alien is trying to dominate? How do his rights come into play? This invasion has put us all into a difficult moral position, but is this Mr. Fogg's body or not? She sighed and rubbed her forehead. Yes, but that doesn't make this any easier. We've tried running through various options to save this creature, but his odds of survival aren't that great. Maybe 1 in 20 if we get it into a nutrient solution almost immediately. Even if he survives, we'll have severed the tendrils he uses to interface with the host, cutting him off from the outside world forever. That's mutilation no matter how you look at it. Hippocrates wouldn't have approved. I don't have any sympathy for the thing, David said in a hard tone. His intention was to erase Mr. Fogg's intelligence so he could steal his body. That cannot go unchallenged. She whirled around and pointed her finger at him. And yet you intend to let him think that it can. You're going to try to get information from him using the threat of being removed from Mr. Fogg's body, yet you have no intention of honoring any agreement you make. Am I right? I'm not an idiot. I know that's what you have in mind. I will lie, cheat, steal, and kill to defend humanity from her enemies. That's as true for one person as it would be for millions. There is very little that's off limits for me when it comes to protecting our people. She started to respond angrily, but he held up a hand. I don't expect you to agree with me, but unless you refuse to be part of saving Mr. Fogg, it will be on my shoulders. I assume that to sever all the filaments at once, there will be a central switch. I'll press the button and do the dirty deed, and I won't lose one wink of sleep afterward. The chime at the hatch went off before the anguished doctor could retort, yet he wasn't sure who that could be. Jessie stalked over to the hatch and triggered it. Standing on the other side were Lisa Gain and 2 of the Tardans. One of them was Poston, the female leader of the first colonization group, but the male was unknown to him. "Dr. Romanoff, Mr. Chen," Lisa said. "May we come in?" The doctor made an aggravated gesture. "Why not?" Once the visitors were inside, David eyed them warily. The aliens had been furious when Jesse had implanted regex inside Lisa, and now he wondered if they were angry that he was about to do something that would mean the death of one of their own to save a human. That was a complication he didn't need. "This is Leader Yarest," Lisa said. "You've both met Leader Poston. I'm acting as an interpreter for them, so don't take anything I say as personal criticism. I'm speaking for regex and the other two, and if I have an opinion, I'll make certain to make that clear. We understand that you're proposing to remove one of the Tardan military leaders from the human they implanted him in, and would like to discuss the matter with you before you proceed." "The more the merrier," Jesse said in a flat tone. "I already have doubts about this course of action, and it wouldn't take much for me to decide to put a stop to it." Lisa frowned. "Okay, this is personal. You're perfectly fine with putting one of these things inside me without asking my permission, yet when one of them forces their way into another person, you won't take them out because it might hurt them? That's pretty hypocritical, don't you think?" That came in a bit hot, David decided. The young woman was still angry about what had happened to her, and if their situations were reversed, he'd likely agree with her. Though he had to admit the idea of having an intelligence source in his body that was willing to talk at any hour of the day and night would shade his opinion on the matter. Tina would probably disagree with him. Probably. Still best to rein this in before things became too confrontational. "I suggest we stick to the matter at hand," he said. "Rehashing the past isn't going to make this situation any easier to deal with." "I just want her to understand that she's cheering for the wrong side," Lisa said. Her eyes narrowed. "If Dr. Romanoff is more worried about the Tardans than the humans, maybe she should ask for a transfer." The female Tardan said something, and Lisa sighed. Then she responded in the alien language, which sounded unnatural coming from her throat. It seemed like she would have to cause herself physical damage to make noises like that. He was somewhat jealous because he still had to use the translation program, with all its flaws, to get information out of any of the aliens. When Poston spoke again, Lisa smoothed her expression until nothing was left. "I'm just going to speak the words that Leader Poston and the others say. Until otherwise stated, just think of me as a translation program. It is our understanding that you intend to remove the military leader from the human he forced himself upon," Poston said. "If you believe we're here to argue against doing so, then you are wrong. He has violated one of the moral strictures that we as a people hold dear. He has earned death for his actions, and we wish to see that sentence carried out. In fact, we are here to facilitate it, as his actions constitute a capital crime among our people." Jesse's jaw dropped. "What?" "Perhaps it would help you to know a little of the history of our people," Yarist said. "We were designed by the Novarites to be clandestinely inserted into other beings and control them utterly. To say that we find such a thing disgusting would be a gross understatement. We were blessed in that we failed to meet their needs and so could grow as a people, rather than being used as tools for their conquest of the universe. Any of us that do not share those views is anathema to us. The 4 leaders of my people that are in this system have unanimously condemned this traitor to death for his actions," Poston said. "We are here to carry out the sentence. He is our failure, and we will not burden others with carrying out a sentence we have imposed." That was not what David had expected. Perhaps he should have, given what he knew about their background. "There's more to the story," he said. "I intend to offer him a chance of survival if he gives me the information I want. I will not honor that request. It's a trick and the only way we have to get the data we need without breaking into their computers. I know you're doing your best, Lisa, but time grows short." "I wish I could do things faster," she said, "but the process is more complicated than I expected. I'm making progress, but I don't know if I'll make a breakthrough today, next week, or next month. It's going to happen, don't doubt that for a second, but you won't get any argument about getting what we need from this guy. For what it's worth, I vote for his death, too." David turned to Jesse. "I'm not going to assume this will make things easier for you. I suggest you focus on saving Mr. Fogg's life once we're done. One way or another, it is coming out of his body, and I want the innocent person to survive. He'll be scarred for life no matter what we do, but we owe him our utmost effort to grant what peace we can. Now that the Tardan inside him has been condemned to death by his own people for his crimes, will you help us or will you stand in the way?" Jesse paced back and forth a few times before sighing. "I suppose now that he's been condemned, I don't really have any reason to yell about what happens once he's out. We'll still try to extract him alive because that's what my people do. But in the end, he's their problem now. What will you do if he won't tell you anything, David?" "I'll press the button," David said without remorse. His fate was already sealed, but he's going to get one chance to make things up to the people he's hurt. If I can convince him to cooperate, there's a chance we can spare others the same fate. Isn't that worth the attempt?" "Don't talk to me about worth," Jessie said as she headed toward the hatch. "I've already put myself in a place I'm not sure I can comfortably live in. Let's just get this over with." Once she'd left the room, David turned to Lisa. "I understand you're angry with her, but I ask that you remember we all want the very best for you and Regex. We were ignorant of the consequences of our actions, but if it had been me making the decision for Tina, I would have done the same. Maybe I'll forgive her one day," Lisa said in a tone that hinted otherwise. "But today is not that day. Let's go. Before we do, I believe it would be best for you and our Tardan guests to remain outside. If he suspects I won't honor my agreements, he may refuse to cooperate simply to spite me. He needs to believe that he has a chance to live for this to work." The young hacker tilted her head slightly to the side. "You really don't feel the slightest bit troubled by what you're doing? This is pretty dark." "I didn't expect you to object, but it is dark. People in the intelligence services often have to do deplorable things. I won't apologize for being the kind of person that will deal someone dirty because they're an enemy of the Confederation. There are uncountable dead people that would still be alive if not for this trash and the people like him. I will shed no tears over this." Without waiting for a response, he headed out of Jessie's office and spotted her just entering an operating theater on the other side of the large compartment. He hurried and caught up with her. He found everything was already set up for the surgery and his ruse. "How are you feeling today, Mr. Fogg?" he asked. "Are you ready to find some closure?" The man nodded jerkily. He was sitting on the edge of the operating table, already dressed in a gown that was undoubtedly unflattering from the rear. "I'm more than ready. Please tell me this is almost over. Tell me that this thing is coming out today." "It is. Now the real question is whether or not he comes out alive or not. I need you to translate between us so that he understands. There are no circumstances under which he will remain in your body. None. Does he understand that?" Fogg grimaced. "He seems to think he can negotiate a better deal. He says he won't tell you anything if you attempt to remove him from my body." "Well, that would be unfortunate. We have specialists working on their computers even as we speak. They will get the information I'm looking for in short order. To be clear, I'm not even asking him for specifics of what we'll find when we get there. Merely point us in the right direction. Once he is out, we'll put him in a nutrient bath, and there is the possibility of a proper host later. Certain death versus a chance at life. He can take it or leave it." Fogg was silent for a few moments. "He wants to know how this will work. He says removing him without damage won't be possible, and he's uncertain how he can be implanted into a second host under those circumstances. The only way his filaments can come out cleanly is if I'm dead and he's cooperating." David smiled. "This will be a delicate dance, but it's not impossible. We'll wrap him in a bag impervious to the neurotoxin he'll release if he betrays us. Once that happens, Dr. Romanoff will stop your heart. Within a few minutes, the filaments will release, then we'll remove him and bring you back to life. Miraculous, yet done every day in operating theaters around the Confederation." The man's eyes widened. "And just how dangerous is that for me? I don't want to die for a few minutes." "This type of procedure has been done for centuries," Jessie said. "With all the equipment we have standing by, the chances of you not recovering are infinitesimal. When doing heart surgery, it's often necessary to stop the heart and manually pump the blood. The brain can be fed oxygen, and there's little chance that a few short minutes will have a lasting impact on you. You have my word as a doctor." David wasn't sure that was true, but if it was a lie, it was a good one. He was glad Jessie had decided she would support the deception. She might not like the outcome, but they had to make this happen, or more people would die. "What do you want to know?" Fogg asked. "I want to know where the major conglomerations of Tardans are," David said. "You no doubt pick systems to mass your forces and set up major defenses. We intend to attack those areas. You obviously believe you can win this fight, so tell us where to go and we let this play out. If you're as strong as you think, what do you have to fear from an archaic battleship that's been heavily damaged in the fighting?" Fogg didn't say anything for almost a minute. David was confident that it wasn't because he had nothing to say. The creature was considering just how far he was willing to go. "You mentioned a proper host. What do you mean?" "We have access to host bodies brought aboard the colonization vessels that just arrived. He can be reimplanted into one of them, allowing us to put him with the other prisoners. That's the best deal he's going to get." Once again, Fogg was quiet. Then he nodded. "He agrees to your terms. He will tell you where the primary systems that the Tardan military is working from, and in return we will remove him from my body and implant him in another host." "Agreed." Of course, it was always possible the alien would lie to them. He wasn't hypocritical enough to be offended by that, but there was nothing he could do to change the situation if the Tardan chose to do so. It was a risk that they'd just have to live with. "He says the Tardan military is concentrating their forces in 3 systems. He claims to only know the name of one, but it's supposedly the largest population center in the cluster. If so, that has to be Argent." The name was familiar to David. Argent was a heavily populated and industrialized system, and the central hub of the Confederation government inside the cluster. At least it had been. New Copenhagen had suffered grievous damage and the complete elimination of its space infrastructure. The death toll would be unimaginable if the same had happened to Argent. If the creatures were on the ground there, it would be a humanitarian disaster. "What other information can you tell me about the locations you don't know the names of?" David asked. "You must know something about them. For example, there were a lot of forces here at New Copenhagen. I assume that the 3 you are mentioning would be something significantly stronger than that, correct?" "He claims not to have gotten any information about the specific strengths of any system," Fogg said. "Just based on his tone, he is lying through his ass. If aliens like him have asses—" David shook his head and clicked his tongue. "You really shouldn't be lying to me. This is the time to be forthright and forthcoming. If I don't get the information I want, I'll consider that you didn't meet your end of the deal. We're still in the appropriate location to make sure your unwanted passenger goes to sleep and never wakes up. If you want to find out what's really out there, you're going to have to get specific information from the military computers or go to Argent," the alien said through Fogg. "Not everyone was trusted with what was intended. I am one of the senior officers assigned to this system, and the information I had about the others was intentionally kept vague. As for the other 2 systems, they were large and spread out in the cluster. I don't know their names and locations, but they would have been very important. That's going to have to be good enough because it's all I have." Fogg shook his head. "Once again, he's lying. I can almost taste the smugness. He doesn't think I can sense it, but I can. What do we do now?" David considered that, and then he smiled. "We'll split the difference. He will be removed, and we'll turn him over to the Tardan authorities. They can make an appropriate decision about his fate." As if they'd been listening to the conversation, which they might have been, Lisa and the 2 aliens stepped into the operating theater. They didn't say anything, but their expressions looked grim to him. Fogg started laughing. "Now he's crapping his pants. He's begging for you not to turn him over to them. He says he'll tell you whatever you want, but you have to promise not to turn him over to them." "He's going to have to be very convincing," David said. "Starting with the names of those systems he swears he doesn't know. Then we'll start getting down to what type of forces we might expect and exactly what they're doing in the cluster. Time is wasting, and he'd better get busy." The alien promptly spilled his guts. He gave David the names of the other 2 systems, which were significantly further away than Argent, and even roughly laid out the military forces they could expect. David was no Navy man, but it sounded like a lot of firepower. The recorder he had pinned to his lapel would make certain everything was relayed faithfully to Jack. As for what the military was doing, his words pretty well matched up with what they'd already been told. They wanted to take control of humanity to have more capable hosts than the Novrites had given them. Then they wanted to use humanity to go to war with their creators. He had no idea that the Novrites had already followed them here, and David saw no reason to mention it. "Well, I believe I've gotten everything I could hope to get," David said. "Doctor, it's time to get this thing out of Mr. Fogg so we can hand his unwilling guest over to the Tardans." Fogg blinked and David smiled. After what he's done, you didn't really think we'd let him go, did you? He deserves to die, and his people agree. In fact, they've already sentenced him to death. Since we want them as allies in this conflict, we'll turn him over to them. Tell him to enjoy his last few minutes of life." As Fogg started laughing, David stepped back to watch the procedure. When the time came to press the button, he'd do it. Then he'd rejoin his wife. They had a lot of data to go over if they were going to make attack plans for Argent. 11. Lisa watched as Dr. Romanoff and her team sedated the patient and opened up his back. It was one of the grossest and most horrifying things she'd ever seen, but this was what had been done to her, and she wanted to know what it looked like. It might feature in her nightmares for decades, but she didn't turn her eyes away. The Tartan inside that man is not someone you should feel sorry for. He's done grotesque things and will pay the price for them. That doesn't need to involve you, or me for that matter. I need to see this. If you can, feel free to avert your gaze, can you? No, but this is probably something we should both see. We'll be traumatized together. Almost ready to take him out, Dr. Romanoff said. David, it's time to press the button. Let me speak with your voice. She gave her mental permission. Her body turned to face the two Tardan leaders without her instructing it to do so. Then Regex spoke with her voice. The humans are willing to sever the traitor from his unwilling host, but I don't believe it's appropriate that they should bear that burden. Our people have sentenced him to die, so we should be the ones to press that button. Poston indicated her agreement. You speak the truth. What do we need to do? The doctor will indicate the button on the controls that sever the filaments joining him to the unwilling host. She says they are almost ready. Once that is done, they will remove him from the unwilling host. What will happen to him then? I will return to the colony vessels and take him with me as soon as the deed is done, Yarist said. While I will complete the journey, he will not. I will jettison him into space. That was harsh, but Lisa supposed there were worse fates. Yarist will press the button when you gesture to it, he said. Then he will take the condemned and leave so that you can care for Mr. Fogg. Then we're ready now, the doctor said, her face twisted in distaste as she pointed to a jury-rigged control. Yarist didn't hesitate and stepped forward to press the button firmly. There was a pop inside Mr. Fogg's body as miniature charges severed every filament simultaneously. The doctors quickly extracted the symbiote in the impermeable sac. The alien leader took the crippled Tardan and strode out of the room. Poston followed, and so did David Chen. The doctors jumped to the task of extracting the filaments. Lisa turned her back on the gory affair and headed for the door herself. She was done with this and ready to get back to something less distressing. She had a computer to crack and data to extract if they could manage to do so safely. We've been experimenting with the big computer for a while now. Do you think we're ready to try the military computer and see what happens? I'm of two minds. Your skill in bypassing security arrangements is impressive, but I'm not sure it will carry over to Novrite-designed equipment. We've done what we can, but the proof is in the doing. I'm also not certain more time and practice will gain you any further advantages, so I suggest we do the best we can and see what happens. The two of them headed back to where the Tardan military computer was set up. It had been a while since they'd directly worked on it, but she'd gained access to the firmware. With the tools she'd put together in consultation with Regex, she believed she'd be able to bypass the security, but it was a risk. If she made a mistake, it was possible the computer would erase the data they wanted. They'd made copies, but no one knew if they'd be able to interface with that data outside the hardware where it usually resided. If she'd been constructing a computer like this, it was something she'd have done. She had to assume that the Tardan military was just as paranoid. The equipment she'd constructed was a conglomeration of Tardan instruments and Confederation add-ons. It had taken quite a bit of effort on her part to make the modifications so that she could use her hacking tools on the alien equipment. If she was lucky, she'd get her hands on some Tardan hacking tools at some point and be able to make an even more effective set for dual use, but those wouldn't be just left lying around. She sat on the floor behind the computer and pulled the keyboard into her lap. The screen she was using was leaned against the computer and powered by a cable that ran to some other equipment. It was very much a hodgepodge, but she liked it. The firmware on the Tardan military computer was different from the civilian computers, but shared a similar lineage. It was sure she'd run into unexpected issues, so she'd take things slowly and watch for signs she was about to trigger something. She had a lot of experience doing this with Confederation machines, and it would be interesting to see how this played out on alien hardware. The first problem she had to deal with was that the firmware was also encrypted. Unlike the regular computer programs and data she needed to access, this was built into the hardware itself, and the key to unlocking it would also be there. She just had to be smart enough to find it. Spending time digging around on the civilian computer had given her an idea of some of the places she could look. She'd modified her programs and the Tardan hardware that would be carrying them to check the most obvious locations first, and then work to get into some of the more difficult spots if needed. "I'll be monitoring everything, but I won't disturb you unless I see something I need to warn you about. I'll do everything I can to make my knowledge available to you, but I believe you've absorbed all I have to offer. The only thing I can add to this endeavor is the extra memory and processing power I can provide to you. You have the skills, but I will serve to make them faster. That should allow you to play out how things will proceed before you execute a program based on what you're seeing. A kind of premonition, if you will. It may not help, but it won't hurt." She had no idea how something like that would work, but she was willing to try. They had a limited time frame to operate, so she needed to get this show on the road. Moving slowly, proceeding step by step, she inserted her programs into the hardware looking for weaknesses in the firmware. Interestingly, everything she saw began constructing a virtual duplicate in her mind. She was able to play out certain options and get an idea of what she thought might happen. She wondered how that would change when she had access to the firmware. Right now, all she had was the civilian version and a general idea of the hardware she expected to find. There would be a security node that the various security programs operated out of, and that was her ultimate target. As she found holes in the regular firmware, she'd made note of them, hoping that many would still be available in the military version. If that were the case here, she might get lucky early. Unfortunately, it seemed someone had gone through the firmware, closing all the obvious holes. Even most of the ones that weren't so obvious. That didn't mean that they got them all, though. She found one that was identical to one she'd located in the civilian firmware. That made her smile in anticipation, but also made her proceed more carefully. Another thing she'd have done was leave a noticeable gap in the security that would snap shut on a hacker as soon as they stuck their fingers in. If that was the case, she needed to be ready to mitigate the damage or bypass it if she could. All in all, this would be zen. Her experience always translated into split-second decisions and going with her gut. This wasn't going to be any different. In fact, it would be even more like that than she was used to. If things played out the way she wanted, she'd be ghosting her way through the machine, undetected and unnoticed. "Well, let's get the show on the road, shall we?" The more she thought about it, the more confident she became that the apparent hole in security was a trap. It would lure the unwary into sticking their fingers where they shouldn't before chopping them off. When digging her way through an unknown system, she got a feel for it before deciding what the weakest place to strike was. Only then did she act. This had to be the same. After bypassing that first security lapse, she finished mapping her way through the basic hardware and made note of a couple places that looked interesting. She wasn't sure if they were weaknesses or merely a portion of the hardware she didn't understand, but poking around in them probably wouldn't be harmful in and of itself. In fact, it would be good practice. She might get a reaction out of the security programs that fell below the most stringent response if the area wasn't seen as something under threat. Her mental vision of the hardware became clearer the more she looked at those potential weak spots. Once she thought she understood one of them well enough to bring her tools into play, she carefully inserted her code into the hardware and tried to open the area for closer examination. Her efforts failed, but they didn't fail catastrophically. That meant she got some information that might be helpful when she tried again. Over the next 15 minutes, she poked at that area using different methods and tools. One of the methods she expected to fail instead opened up the piece of hardware for her to examine more closely. That's why she experimented sometimes. Luck was often fickle and peculiar. As she'd expected, the hardware wasn't anything important, but it had links to things that probably were. And now that she was inside the protected hardware, lightly protected, her query seemed more legitimate. She could query connected pieces of equipment and, based on their responses, make a map of interesting places she might try next. It took almost 2 hours for her to worm her way through the system until she was so deep that she'd bypassed most of the exterior security measures and looked for the important ones at the center of the tangled mess of programming. Part of what she'd thought of as exceptionally intricate code turned out to be old and messy. It wasn't designed to be better at keeping people out, but it was just so obtuse that it was difficult to get into, even for authorized users. This was the kind of thing she loved doing for fun, but they were on a clock, and she needed to keep pressing her way in until she located the encryption key to the security system. Once she did, she might be able to pull it straight out of the hardware. She'd already created herself a login for the system. It wasn't very hard once she had enough access, but she wanted to give it the equivalent of administrator privileges. She wanted control of everything. Lisa got into such a rhythm that it felt like she was working on Confederation equipment. All her fear of working on an unknown alien system had vanished. With Regex's deep knowledge of Tardan hardware and her skills at intrusion, she wasn't finding this nearly as difficult as she'd expected. So, of course, that was when she triggered a security alert. Her failed intrusion attempt set off a series of software queries running throughout the hardware, looking for code that wasn't supposed to be there. It found some of what she'd done, which made things worse, but it didn't see her. The intrusion she'd concocted was still active, and now monitored the communications back and forth with the security hardware. Why hasn't it shut everything down or erased the data? It thinks it has. I left a redirect buried in the firmware that made the erase command vanish into nothingness. It wasn't expecting a direct response to the command, which was kind of short-sighted if you ask me, so I was able to fool it. If we keep poking at it, it'll probably figure out something is wrong, but we're okay for the moment. So what will you do now? I was able to see where the commands were coming from and make some guesses as to its physical location. That will likely be where the encryption key is as well. We dig it out and see if we can unlock everything. Now that she knew where the hardware was, she could use a cutter to get into the computer casing. The designers had put this hardware out of reach for regular users, which made complete sense to her. Once she had her eyes on it, she noted that there were access ports, but she doubted those would be safe. Attempting to access the hardware in such a blatant manner would trigger a major security alert. No, she'd have to be more subtle. There were already wires connecting it to the computer, and one of those would be her pathway in. It was sort of like using the software to get in, but if she could hardwire some of her tools directly in place, she could short-circuit the response time and maybe gain access that wouldn't otherwise be possible. She went through the box of materials she had, found some wire that would work, and rigged up an intrusion device. Then she carefully scraped the coating off the wires and tapped in. There was always a chance that the security sentinels would detect a change in voltage and trigger a response, but they didn't. The designer hadn't been suitably paranoid after all. With her potential access point now active, she settled in and wormed her way through the initial layers of security, being as paranoid as possible while looking for areas where they might try to trick her. Since she was at the heart of the security protocols, any mistake she made now would be instantly catastrophic. Once again, their paranoia wasn't sufficient. She got through the initial layers without triggering anything and found herself in the center of the security regimen with nothing holding her back. So far as she could see, there were no advanced security protocols active inside the hardware itself, and she had complete access. She turned off the security protocols one by one until the computer had no protections whatsoever. If there was any response from a secondary security system, she couldn't see it. It looked as if they were trusting in this single point of failure. Too bad for them. Relatively confident she'd achieved her initial goals, she searched the hardware for a copy of the encryption key. If any piece of hardware would unlock the data on command, it was this one. It took half an hour of diligent searching, but she extracted the encryption key. She tested it on the copy of the data they'd made and was pleased to see it opened everything up. To be certain that she'd removed everything dangerous, she pulled the security hardware. It couldn't set off some hidden protocol if it wasn't connected. It then went into a shielded box to make certain that even wireless signals couldn't propagate. She wasn't going to come this far and have the system fail because she'd triggered something after the fact. That done, she returned to the regular keyboard and logged in with her fake account. As it gave her administrator privileges, she was able to enter the encryption key, which unlocked the entire system. "Woo!" she exulted, giving herself a fist pump. "That's what I'm talking about." I must say that I'm deeply impressed. If I'd been tasked with doing such a thing, I'd have failed miserably. If I'd tried doing it on Confederation equipment, even with the knowledge I now possess, it wouldn't have worked for me. When it comes to intrusion, you're quite capable. I don't think I'd sell yourself short. If you work with some Confederation equipment, I'd wager you'll be able to pull some of my hacking skills into your repertoire. Now that we have a shared set of knowledge and skills to draw on when it comes to computers and programming, I believe you'll be able to do far more than you think. Now, that's not to say that I think you should try to hack a computer like this, because that's not your strong suit, but don't count yourself out in a pinch. I appreciate the compliment, but I'm a researcher and scientist. I think I'd be much better suited to leaving this type of shenanigans to you. What shall we do next? I think the first thing we should do is locate any information on the Tardan military. The prisoner indicated Argent was one of the areas they were setting up bases, but we need to find out if that's true. If there are other spots they're congregating, we need to know where. Everything he told us could have been a lie, and we need to verify it. Matching actions to words, Lisa began searching the data, using the knowledge she'd gathered from regex to search more efficiently. It didn't take long for her to find what she was looking for. In fact, she discovered far more than she'd expected. Buried deep within the classified information, she found their grand invasion plans for the cluster. It was detailed, and there were annotations made based on changes they'd encountered once they'd arrived. It was out of date because the Confederation Navy had destroyed the gate system, but that hadn't stopped them from entirely investing in the cluster before they'd been cut off. More interesting to her was the fact that while every system was swept by motherships and drones, just a few were marked for actual Tardan presence. Argent was one of those systems, as were two others deeper in the cluster, Emerald and Morning Glory. She didn't know much about them, but as she had heard of them, they had to be significant. In addition to those three worlds, New Copenhagen and half a dozen others were marked for lesser occupation, which meant the prisoner had lied about the extent of the incursion. Big surprise. There was also data about how many motherships were allocated for each system and how many Tardan warships were present. It looked as if each of those systems with an actual Tardan presence was marked as receiving colony vessels, so they hadn't intercepted the only colonization wave. That would complicate matters, but that wasn't her problem. Commodore Romanoff would have to figure it out. She copied the invasion plans to a hybrid machine that she'd created. She'd be able to use it to translate the plans to their language and then into documents the Chens could access on Confederation computers. Once that was working, she shut the Tardan computer down and sat there for a few minutes, basking in the pleasure of her triumph. "You've done well. I realize you still resent my presence, but I believe we make a good team. As much as I hate to admit it, I'm kind of getting used to having you around. I'm still not happy about it, but this isn't a situation I have any control over. What's done is done, and even if I still blame Dr. Romanoff and Captain McKinnon, we wouldn't have accomplished nearly as much as we have if we weren't joined at the proverbial hip. We've accomplished far more than you're giving yourself credit for. The 9 colony vessels that arrived in this system haven't been destroyed, and the people aboard them still have the possibility of finding a place to settle and call home. Those negotiations are ongoing, but I suspect there are worlds that humanity has not seen fit to settle where we might find a place to flourish. That has to be worth something for you as well. I'm not sure how the Confederation will react to that, but once again, that's someone else's problem. I know your civilians weren't involved in what happened, and I'm trying my best not to hold it against them, but you can be sure that others in the Confederation won't be so easygoing. They will blame your people as a whole rather than just the military. There's nothing we can do about what happens next other than try our best. We should report what we found so Commodore Romanoff can make the decisions he needs to make. We're less than 48 hours from when the Novrite warship comes out of its next hyperspace sprint. Once he takes care of them, he can consider what must come after. I'm good with that. I'm wrung out and starving. Let's grab something to eat and then go see him. Agreed. Lisa headed for the mess hall. She wasn't going to get a sandwich this time. As much as her passenger liked that sort of thing, she wanted something more substantial. Maybe they had some stew going. That sounded good. What sounded better was having Hunter go to Argent to kick the Tardent military's asses. She was looking forward to that. It was payback time. 12. Derek monitored his console with interest. The engineering team and Professor Prescott had concocted an interface between the ship systems and the hyperspace detector. While the hyperspace detectors, plural, since they had the more advanced version attached to the ship as well. The program he would use to monitor it was still a work in progress, and this was the first opportunity to see how it conformed to reality. Commodore Romanoff ordered Hunter repositioned in front of where he'd estimated the Novrite ship would emerge. It was a guess on Derek's part, so he hoped it wasn't too far off. At this point, it had been in hyperspace for almost a week, so it didn't have a choice about coming out. One way or the other, that ship would be at their mercy for at least a few hours, and they wouldn't let that opportunity go to waste. The Commodore had tasked him and Amanda with figuring out how they would deal with the vessel. Their plan was brutally simple. Since they wanted to capture the vessel intact, they'd use the independent quantum drive to pop out at point-blank range. Then they'd let the enemy shoot them as often as they liked. They'd map out where the weapons were and fire the lasers once to incinerate all the weapons they could reach. When that was done, they'd launch marine pinnaces to board the vessel and take everyone prisoner if possible. Considering how xenophobic the Novrites were, Derek expected they'd fight to the death. But that was between Colonel Turner and them. If possible, they wanted the ship intact. He was pleased to note the more advanced hyperspace detector picked up the approaching vessel sooner. It was coming at them at 20 times the speed of light, and they'd picked it up at about 100 light hours out. Still not a great distance for anything more than a last-minute warning, but better than what they'd had before. When the civilian-grade hyperspace detector began picking up the incoming ship, he started working with the data he was getting from each and refining their tracking ability. It was still educated guesswork, but each time they used the detector, they'd get more accurate at interpreting what it said. Derek smiled when the ship vanished from the hyperspace detectors about 2 light hours away. That put them just where he'd expected them to be, and they were now locked in for at least 6 hours. He turned to face Romanoff. "They've dropped out of hyperspace, sir. I should be able to jump us in close so that our passive sensors can figure out precisely where they are before we jump a second time. If we do things right, they won't see us arrive until we're already on top of them. Take us in. Those phased packet plasma guns will tear us up, but it's still only one warship. Once we've got positioning on their weapons nailed down, I want you to turn that vessel into a defenseless target." "Will do, sir," Amanda said. "Ready when you are, Derek." He double-checked everything on his console and fine-tuned his course just a little. With that done, he pressed the button and jumped them in with the independent quantum drive. When they reappeared, he engaged the passive sensors and reacquired the target. It was just where he'd thought it would be, though the reading he was getting was odd. Its power output was lower than what he'd expected to find. They were short on time to act while remaining undetected, so he reported what he saw to both Amanda and the Commodore. Romanoff frowned but still ordered him to take them in. When he made the second jump, they appeared less than a kilometer away from the enemy vessel. He'd intended to come out somewhat further away, but the enemy must have already been maneuvering, and he just picked the wrong side to appear on. The first thing he saw was that it wasn't the warship they'd expected to find. It still looked like a Novrite design, but it was significantly smaller. "Sir, that's not the warship," he reported. "It's a lot smaller, but still of Novrite design." "Call on them to surrender," Romanoff ordered. "Any hostile acts will be returned in kind. I doubt they will take advantage of the offer, and we're not obligated now that their side has initiated hostilities, but let's give them an opportunity to give up without being blown into little bitty pieces." They ignored the warning and opened fire. Even so, it wasn't as heavily armed as a true warship. It didn't stand a chance. Amanda tapped her console. "I've got the weapons they've brought to bear mapped out, sir, ready to fire." "Fire," Romanoff ordered. The lasers lanced out at the small vessel and ripped through its hull in multiple places. It wasn't armored like a warship, not that that would have made any difference against weapons as powerful as their lasers at point-blank range. Derek was grateful to see that the small vessel didn't explode. It rolled and fired its remaining weapons, but Amanda took them out just as quickly. Once that was done, Romanoff gave the order to launch the pinnaces. The expectation that the Novarites would resist was confirmed when the Marines stormed the vessel. Unfortunately for the enemy, they were few in number and poorly armed. This time around, the Marines were prepared to take prisoners even when they didn't surrender. They'd still lose some of the Novarites, but they'd have a lot more to question. "What kind of ship is that?" Roman asked while they waited. "I think it's a scout ship, sir," he ventured. "Based on the large sensor arrays, this thing could sit beyond the hyperspace limit and pull quite a bit of data from inside a system. I think the ship was designed to be a forward scout." "I suppose that makes sense," Romanoff said. "But that makes me wonder where the escaped warship went. It left here and rendezvoused with this vessel if our guesses are right. Why did it send this one here while it went elsewhere? And speaking of elsewhere, where the hell did it go? Maybe it went home. Someone has to report what they found here. If this smaller vessel was accompanying them, it might have been ordered to remain behind. Honestly, that makes a lot of sense if you want to have a good bit of data when you arrive back with reinforcements." "But they wouldn't return in a useful time frame," Amanda said. "If they go all the way home, even with their greater speed, it's going to take them 50 years to get back. We're talking a century-round trip." "Then there are ships closer than they're home," Romanoff said in a flat tone. "It may well be that this first group of ships wasn't meant to take down everyone that escaped. I suspect we'll meet the Novarites again sooner than we'd prefer. Now that we've captured that ship, it hopefully gives us a second computer we can attempt to get data out of. Lisa will be busy." Derek wasn't sure they'd get any data at all. The enemy had had plenty of opportunities to purge their systems. The computer they had salvaged from the wrecked Novarite warship had a much better chance of being intact. They'd gutted that ship in an instant, and no one would have had time to wipe the system. The Commodore gestured for Derek to approach. Once he'd made his way over to the Commodore's chair, the older man spoke in a lower tone. "I'm going to send Professor Prescott and Lisa over to that ship with an engineering team. Just like you did with the other Novarite warship, I want you along to see what you can find. Just use it as an opportunity to open your eyes and see if anything jumps out. We don't know what makes the Novarites tick, so let's go over everything with a fine-toothed comb." "Yes, sir." Once he'd summoned one of the backup helmsmen, he made his way down to the small craft bay and found Professor Prescott, Lisa, and Commander Danick getting ready to board his pinnace. The engineer had a team with her, and everyone was in vacuum suits. "Looks like the band is back together," Danick said with a grin. "You can make sure you don't run into any trouble this time. Not that you did last time, but you're not an engineer, so there's that." The CPO rolled her eyes. "You'll do fine, Lieutenant. This is just going to be a wreck like any other. We'll go over and find all the interesting stuff and be back in time for dinner." Danick laughed and headed into the pinnace. "Then let's go see what we can get. The report from the bridge says this looks like a scout ship, so I'd imagine we'll find some high-end sensors, and maybe even a more advanced version of the hyperspace detector. I want you to focus on that, Derek. It'll be in the front of the ship, so see what you can find." "Yes, ma'am." Once he was suited up and strapped down, he brought the pinnace to life. The trip to the wrecked Novarite ship was similar to his trip to the wrecked military vessel. He found an undamaged place and attached his small craft to the hull. As before, they were already draining the atmosphere by the time he came back into the rear of the small craft. They made their way onto the hull and through one of the breaches made by the Marines. One thing that Derek quickly discovered was that this was a much uglier scene than the first vessel. There, the death and destruction had been scattered, but here, in such a small ship, everything seemed condensed. There were still bodies lying about, having died in the vacuum during the exchange of weapons fire. Some compartments had been spared, but many had not. Worse, the bodies were still leaking blood and other fluids. It was horrifying, but that didn't stop him from doing his duty. These people had brought this on themselves. They'd had an opportunity to surrender and had chosen not to. That was on them. The Marines were using emergency rescue balls to secure any living prisoners they'd captured. That kept the Novarites curled up inside the plastic spheres and unable to do anything because of the vacuum conditions. It was somewhat amusing to watch because the rescue balls were sized for humans, and so the Novarites filled them to capacity. Based on what he saw as he began the search of the front of the vessel, they'd captured a lot more of the crew than he'd anticipated. That was good. Having more people to talk to meant they'd eventually find someone to give them the information they needed. Even if the computer was wiped, the crew would know if there were other Novarites on their way to the cluster or perhaps even already here. The ship's bow was just as filled with equipment as he'd imagined. Not only were their sensor arrays larger than anything he'd seen before, but they were more massive than the one they'd recovered from the Novarite ship. Whereas that one had 3 spheres arranged in a triangle for its detector, this one had 3 of those triangles arranged in an even larger triangle. He didn't know its range or sensitivity, but it had to be better than what they already had. He couldn't wait for engineering to dig into it and set it up for their ship. They could really use something like that. The one thing he found that wasn't expected was that the computer was located at the very front of the ship. It had to be because the sensors and hyperspace detector were up here. While still looking it over, he activated his comm and called Lisa. "I don't know if you found a computer back there, but I found one in the ship's bow. You might want to check it out at some point." "There isn't one back here, so that must be what I'm looking for. Commander Danik says the ship is mostly intact, so we'll bring it back to New Copenhagen. Once it's with the other vessels, we can have some people begin examining things in detail." "Understood. Calvo out." He turned to Yu and ordered her to record everything. Once that was well underway, he spent a little time examining the hyperspace detector in more detail. He really wanted to get that sucker pulled and sent over to Hunter, but it didn't sound like that was going to happen anytime soon. Pity. Or maybe it could still be arranged. Deciding that it was worth arguing about, he called Commander Danik. "What did you find, Calvo?" "Looks like an enhanced sensor array of some kind and an enormous hyperspace detector. I talked to Lisa and she said you intended to keep everything aboard the ship. I'd like to propose we at least remove the sensor array, hyperspace detector, and computer. That won't be an issue for people examining the ship as a whole, but it might give us some extra data when we get to Argent. If these are as sensitive as I think they are, we can benefit from that." The chief engineer was silent for a few seconds. "You make a convincing argument. Have you start getting everything set up for dismantling. We'll get everything from that compartment and the arrays on the hull sent over to Hunter. Do you have any idea how much more sensitive the equipment might be?" "No, ma'am. We won't know anything until we can set it up and perform some tests. That's easy enough to work out once we get back to New Copenhagen. Keep me informed. If there are parts of this technology we can use to enhance our sensors, I want to know about them. What we're using right now is a couple of 100 years old, but even our modern Navy sensors aren't much better. If we can get an edge on the Tardans, I'll take it. Danik out." They took pictures of everything in situ, and the engineers started taking things apart. He wandered around the rest of the bow, but didn't find anything interesting. No, the fun part would be when they began digging into the technology. His comm went off, and he answered. "Calvo, this is Romanoff. I need you to pass what you're doing along to someone else and head back. The exploration ship came out to tell us that Captain McKinnon's ship just made it back. We've got a string of refugee ships on their way. They won't finish arriving for as much as a week, but that will give us a lot of flexibility going forward. I want you there to help me brief her about everything that's happened while she was gone." "Will do, sir. Calvo out." He informed Yu what was going on and started back toward the pinnace. They'd have to send another to pick up the engineering people, but a cutter or cargo shuttle would be more useful to them. With McKinnon back, that meant all the senior officers that had been on the mission to recover the civilian vessels would be coming back aboard as well. His days of being in charge of the helm department were over again. Ah, well, one day he'd be in charge of something like that, but right now he had a war to help fight. Having all the extra hands they could get to make that happen was definitely worthwhile. That would be particularly true if they ever got any of the other battleships back into service. While that wasn't out of the question, he wasn't sure how quickly it could happen. They lacked trained personnel, and the systems on those ships were in a horrible state. He was grateful that getting them fixed and crewed wasn't his responsibility. Now that they'd repaired as much as they could aboard Hunter, the attack on Argent wouldn't be far away. He was looking forward to that. There was no way the Tardans could know they were coming, and it would be a very unpleasant surprise for them. 13. Jack was waiting in small craft bay number 4 when India landed. She and the other officers from the late Hawkwing had been on the exploration ship they'd used to plant quantum gates along the path Hunter had used to get to New Copenhagen the first time. That involved building a gate in one system and then using the independent quantum drive to jump to the next one and construct its mate. Then they'd go to the other side of the system and start the process over. It had taken them a month to get to the system, where they'd left the abandoned civilian craft, building quantum gates every step of the way, and another week to get the more than 100 ships moved to an adjoining system. Then they'd dismantled the gate leading to the system they'd stored the ships in, so that the Locusts would be none the wiser when they finally arrived, if they ever did. She dispatched a passenger liner with a minimum crew to come back and pick up the owners and crews of the vessels at Port Royal, and it was even now gathering everyone that would be needed to get all the ships back to New Copenhagen in roughly a week. They'd have one ship following behind to disassemble the impromptu gate network after they'd passed. That would take another month, but leave no path the Locusts could use to trace their passage. It was one hell of a job, and he was so proud of her and her people. "Welcome back," he said as he gave the group a jovial salute. "Good job." "Frankly, I'm glad it's over," India said with a sigh. "You can't believe how rough it is to spend an entire month sharing a head with these clowns." "Should I give you guys half an hour to clean up before we have the staff meeting?" he asked, with a half-smile quirking an eyebrow. "I took the liberty of spraying something in my nose that dulled my sense of smell so I can tolerate you for a while." "I don't think we're going to need to do that," India said in a dry tone. "So, have you had an exciting time while we were gone?" They headed toward his briefing room as a group. This would be a lot more informal than some of his other staff meetings, but he didn't mind passing along the preliminary information before they got started. That would speed the process up quite a bit. "We thought we'd catch the Novorite warship that got away, but that didn't pan out. Instead, we found what looks like a scout ship. We only took it down a few hours ago, and we captured more of the crew than I expected. The medical department is working on them now to make sure they're as healthy as possible. Sadly, that involves knocking them out so they can't fight." "A scout ship?" India asked as she headed up the stairs. "Why would they need a scout ship? They were already trailing behind their targets." "That's a great question, and I don't have an answer for you. They didn't have an opportunity to purge their computer systems, so Lisa is moderately confident she can get into them. And speaking of getting into computers, she finally broke into the Tartan military computer we recovered from New Copenhagen. That confirmed the information we had gotten from the symbiote implanted in the human we recovered. The Tardans have 3 primary hard points in the cluster and half a dozen minor ones. One of the primary muster points is at Argent." India frowned. "The name sounds vaguely familiar, but I wasn't assigned to the cluster, so I don't know where everything is. Is it a large system?" He nodded as they emerged onto his deck. "The biggest. The Confederation Council set up the government hub for the cluster there. That's also where the primary Navy base was before everything went down. I believe we can count on them having trashed the orbital infrastructure, but it means a lot of important people are probably alive on the surface. Since it's meant to be one of the Tardans' main hubs, I feel confident we'll find space elevators and some of their construction in place. The population there is significantly higher than in New Copenhagen, so it's undoubtedly an atrocity in progress, and I want to head there as quickly as possible." He walked into his briefing room and found Derek Calvo already there, making coffee in a large enough quantity for everyone. "Good timing. I was just filling everyone in on what we've discovered thus far. Have a seat and I'll keep going." Once they'd served themselves coffee and sat at one end of the table, Jack took a sip of his coffee and sighed. He wasn't sure where this coffee had come from, but it was a couple of notches above what had been in his office before. No doubt his new personal steward had dug something up on New Copenhagen. He approved. "Now, let's talk about the Novorite prisoners," he said. "We captured a number that boarded us and a couple from one of the warships. David and Tina had been working hard to get them to talk, but they wouldn't give us the time of day. They decided to try isolating one of the crew people, and the man was willing to negotiate. He wanted the other crew person brought to his location before he would talk. It turns out it was his mate, and they've been talking, at least to a degree." "I have to say that surprises me," Commander Alexei Gulasenko said. "Everything I've heard about the Novorites says they don't want to cooperate with anyone. They're seriously xenophobic." "Considering how the people on the scout ship reacted to us the moment we appeared, I'd say that that's an accurate statement." Derek told his newly returned department head. Even with Hunter at point-blank range, they opened fire. They didn't even try to negotiate. They had no chance. I can't understand how anyone gets along with them. How did they develop into an interstellar civilization when the first people they met would get attacked? Did they not run into anyone? Or did they just conquer them? They've obviously met other civilizations because they designed the Tardans to take them over, Jack said. Unfortunately, the details are sparse. There's probably more information inside the Novorite computers, but they didn't share it with the Tardans. I'm sure they met some of these alien species during the attempt to make them into their controllers, but apparently none of the Tardans ever came back from the testing. The Novorites don't take failure well, it seems. That sucks, India said with a shake of her head. Still, I'm glad we were able to talk to some of them. Even if they don't have much information, they might help us understand how the Novorite mind works. There's got to be a trick we can use to at least get them talking rather than shooting. She smiled at Jack. And speaking of shooting, now that we know we're going to Argent, what's our plan? You said the ship's repairs have moved along, so I assume we're combat capable. We're a lot more combat capable than we were, Jack said with a smile. The excavation of the nuclear weapons storage facility has paid off, and we've begun getting more than enough nuclear warheads to arm ourselves. This'll be the first time we'll have gotten into a fight where we don't have to hoard missiles. We can use them as they were intended and swamp our enemies. I still don't want to go overboard because the refurbishment process isn't quick. India grinned. That's excellent news. I'll assume we also have more missile and laser batteries operational. That's going to be helpful, but we need to keep in mind that the Tardans arrived with enough force to try and fight 12 battleships. The gateway system was empty when we scouted it, so the motherships loaded up and neither came after us or went elsewhere in the cluster. Those kinds of numbers will kill us dead, even fully loaded. True enough, Jack agreed. Derek said the scout ship had some advanced sensors and hyperspace detectors. Once we get them over to Hunter, we can set everything up and see if we can use the technology to gain more insight into the Tardans when we get to Argent. That will take Lisa hacking into their computers and working up a hardware interface, but she's already done something like that with the hyperspace detector. That gives me hope we can accomplish it relatively quickly. What kind of time frame are we looking at? India asked, leaning forward to rest an elbow on the table. I don't like the idea of waiting to confront the enemy, but we've got to make sure we do things right. If we wait too long, we have to start wondering if we've got some locusts that might come in for a visit while we're gone. If I remember right, Argent is more than a single jump away, so that means it would be a bit hard for one of the exploration ships to warn us. It'll take 2 jumps, Derek said. Interestingly, the geography of the cluster puts Argent perpendicular to the Tardan line of advance from their home system. It means we might have colony ships and more Tardan warships showing up before long. And, of course, the Novorites. Well, isn't that a cheerful thought? Jack asked. Let's hope we have a bit of time to get things in order to ambush them, too. Can you estimate how long we have? The young officer shrugged. Only in a general way. We don't know when the Tardan colonization ships would have left. We also don't know if the Novorites are following them. I suppose we have to assume they are. Say any time between last month and the next 2 months. Not what I was hoping to hear, but what I needed to know. Thanks. He returned his attention to India. We can't be afraid of being away from every system we free, but you're right. New Copenhagen is important to the war effort. Not only are all the nuclear weapons we need here, it's the gateway to our repair parts. I've been working with Connor over the last month to get as many small asteroids outfitted as defensive stations as possible, putting missile and laser batteries on them as well as enough power to operate them. They're seeding them around Port Royal from New Copenhagen. It's not going to be as good as being here, but it's better than nothing. That still doesn't answer my original question, she said. What kind of time frame are you thinking for us to depart for Argent? 3 days. Argent will be bad, and the longer we wait, the worse it will be. I'd like to have these new sensors brought online and at least do some testing. 72 hours may be a bit ambitious, but let's run with it and make an assessment in 2 days. If we have to extend a little, that'll be the right time to make the call. That sounds good to me, she said. He glanced at his chronometer. I think that's enough for now. Go get cleaned up and settle back in. You'll want to be rested when we really kick things off. Our days of getting enough sleep might be over for the foreseeable future. 14. David reviewed the records of what the 2 Novorite prisoners had been doing overnight. Excluding their mating, which he would leave to his wife to sort out, he had a lot of whispered conversations to translate. Not that he had to do a lot of work. The translation program did a decent job of figuring out what things were. There would be aspects that he had to run past Lisa, but he could see that the prisoners were still of two minds about whether they should cooperate or stonewall. The male, Arlon, was inclined to see if they could get more for cooperation than the simple cell they were imprisoned in. His larger and more aggressive mate, Larista, was inclined to draw a line because she didn't want to cooperate with the enemies of their species. It was interesting watching how they spoke to one another because whatever flaws the Novarites had, gender equality wasn't one of them. Both of them seemed to be on an equal footing in their relationship, and the fact that they couldn't agree on the best course of action meant that he still had an opportunity to sway them. He was pondering how he might go about that when the hatch slid open and Christine Hogus walked in. The athletic woman was unaccompanied by her drones, which he found unusual. The little spy devices were constantly monitoring things going on around them, and they especially liked to hover near the Commodore. As an intelligence agent, he was more comfortable when not being recorded, though he knew he wasn't a spy in any sense of the word these days, so he didn't have anything to fear. He had no cover to be blown. "Good morning," he said with a smile as he turned to face her. "I thought you were on New Copenhagen. What brings you to speak with me?" "What makes you think I'm not here to talk with your prisoners?" she said with a grin as she sat. "Maybe I want an interview." "Do you? That might be entertaining." "I wouldn't say no to one, but I'm more interested in getting your take on a couple of scenes from the documentary." "The documentary? Things have barely begun." "True," she said, "but if I ever want this to get out to the general public, I need to start releasing segments of it. I'm thinking of this as part one of many. The title will be In Defense of Humanity, Part 1. It has a ring to it and sets the right tone for what we're doing." He felt the corners of his mouth quirk up even more. "Are you sure this isn't a propaganda piece? It sort of sounds like one." "Not propaganda, but there's definitely a rah-rah element. I've pretty much got it put together, but there are a few scenes that I'm not sure I should include, and I want a second opinion. Basically, drones were running around engineering when the Novarites boarded us. That and the assault on the volcanic island. Both were bloody and showed things that no general audience should see. Death and destruction, blood and gore. There was a lot of it, and it was horrible." David considered that. "You can run it past my wife for a third opinion, but if it was me, I'd use the scenes. It would be traumatic for a general audience to watch, but if you pause the documentary with a graphic warning that what they're going to see next is something they won't be able to unsee, tell them why and give them a button they can press to skip to a sanitized version of what happened, I think you'll be all right. Some people will want to see war in all its ugliness. Others will want to see the details without having to watch death and maiming. It's up to the audience to decide what they want, not the documenter, correct?" The young woman crossed her arms, leaned back, and stared at the ceiling for a few seconds before slowly nodding. "Maybe. There are other places where I could give them a choice of watching the original footage or a sanitized scene. It would take a little effort to clean them out, but I think we could probably keep most of the impact without the blood and gore. Not all of it, but a lot." She sat up a bit straighter and grinned. "Thanks for helping me clear that up. Now, about that interview with your prisoners." He laughed and started to tell her to get going, but then thought about it again. Would there be a benefit to letting the aliens speak with Christine? Maybe a better question would be, could it hurt? If she added something like that to the documentary, it would be helpful. While he wasn't one to worry about swaying public opinion, he knew there would be times when Jack would need an extra edge, and having a bit of a reputation and an aura of the savior of humanity would be helpful. "If I allowed you to interview them, what kind of things would you ask?" he asked. She considered that for a moment. "They're not going to tell me their military secrets, but maybe if I asked about what kind of life they led before they joined the military, it would break the ice. Just some background to get color about who the Novarites are. It's easy to paint them as complete villains, but I'm certain that's not the case. No one is pure evil. There'll be aspects of them we can relate to." David pursed his lips and considered her words. It wouldn't help him get the information they needed, but perhaps that would put the aliens more at ease. Christine was personable and seemed to be able to get people to open up. It wasn't an interrogator's skill. No, it was an interviewer's. "I'm willing to let you interview them, but I want to record you doing so. The other end will be recorded because everything in the cell is under observation. but I want the documentary viewer to see you." She blinked at him. "Me? I'm the person behind the cameras, not the story. That's everyone else." "That might have been true before, but it's no longer the case. Though your weapons are different, you're fighting this war just as hard as we are. You're shaping public opinion with this piece. For the viewer to get the full impact of everything that's happening, they must know who you are." He grinned as she squirmed in her seat. "As a matter of fact, I believe we need to sit down and have an interview, one where you're the subject and my wife and I ask questions, so you're as well known to the viewer as any of the other participants in this grand story. And it should go out with part 1. For a moment she sat there, obviously struggling to come up with a cogent thought, and then she shook her head. "I'm operating as a member of the press. It's not my job to be the story." "Then I'll sadly have to refuse your request to interview the subjects. It's a shame, really. I think they might open up to someone with your skills. You have a way with people, whether they be human or alien. Everyone likes telling you things that they might not otherwise mention. Pity." Her eyes narrowed. "That's playing dirty." "I was in Confederation intelligence, so it comes naturally. It's not nearly the most despicable thing I've done this week, not by far." He hoped the cameras in the operating theater had been turned off. That was one scene he'd rather not become public knowledge. While the end result had a very karmic edge, it wouldn't come across well to most people, though they'd utterly believe a Confederation intelligence operative was capable of doing what he'd done. They just wouldn't like it, and some things needed to happen in the shadows. She stared at him for a long moment before snorting. "You drive a hard bargain, but I'll play along. I'd really like to talk to these aliens, and if the price is me doing an interview with you, I suppose I'll do it." The hatch slid open, and Tina walked in with a couple of cups of coffee. She smiled widely at Christine. "I thought you were down on the planet. What brings you up?" "She wants to interview our prisoners, and I got her to agree to us interviewing her for the documentary in exchange. Not that we have to do it right this second, but I figured we should get something out of the deal." "Oh, that's going to be fun. I'll start thinking of good questions. We can dig into her background and ask the kind of insightful things that no one would know about if they weren't sneaking through the shadows to figure out everything she's ever done." "You two are creepy," Christine said with a laugh. "Trapped in the cluster like we are, though, I'm not sure how much of the good stuff you're going to find." David rubbed his hands together. "We do love a good challenge, and that's what this has now become. Rest assured we'll find something embarrassing to bring up. After all, I'm sure someone on your staff knows where the bodies are buried. We'll just have to make them a tempting offer. So, how do you want to do this? The subjects aren't very cooperative, and I'm uncertain if they'll even speak to you. We almost have to use leverage to get them to talk." "What kind of leverage?" Christine asked in a serious tone. "Maybe if I act as an intercessor, I can get them to talk to me, and depending on what they wanted, I might even agree with taking that stance." He shared a look with his wife, and they communicated without speaking. The slightest raise of her eyebrow and the tilt of her head to the left, just a hair, told him that she was willing to let this play out. "Very well. I can't wait to see how you approach them, though I'll tell you right now that depending on what they want, we may not agree to their demands. I'm willing to let them hear us negotiate while you stand up for what they want if you think that's worthwhile. I do enjoy seeing a professional work." Tina took her seat and observed the prisoners sitting on the bed and speaking in a low tone. "If I were them, I'd want something of an upgrade to their quarters. I'm sure that something could be arranged. With the captured scout ship, we could outfit the quarters in something much more homelike for them. We could even return to the wreck and try to salvage some of their personal belongings. There are options." "Can they see us?" He shook his head. "This is voice only. The translator renders what we say into a close approximation of the language and gives us back what they say in return in our language. Considering how xenophobic they are, I'm not certain a visual representation of us would be helpful. With the other groups, our presence causes attacks. The female has also attacked the Marines, so maybe it's best not to push that particular point. I think I'll try to speak with them about non-classified portions of their life and tell them that I'd be willing to advocate on their behalf for some reasonable accommodations in exchange for that," Christine said. "Once you've introduced me, if they have questions, I'd be happy to discuss it and see what can be arranged. Fair warning, I'm a bit of a deal-maker, so while interrogation may not be my specialty, I can make an agreement like nobody's business." "Very well," he said. "Why don't you take the extra seat while I get started?" David found and activated a camera that could record Christine and then pressed the button that sounded a chime in the aliens' quarters. They turned their heads toward the speaker. "What do you want?" Larista asked in a tone that could be charitably called hostile and suspicious. "It's that time of day again where we speak upon matters that might be of interest. I do have something different this time, though. One of my colleagues would like to ask questions about where you came from in your society. Nothing of military interest, just to get to know you better. In exchange, she is willing to negotiate on your behalf for certain accommodations. I told her I didn't think you'd be interested, but she seems certain she can be persuasive enough to get you to talk to her. Her name is Christine Hogus. Would you like to speak with her?" The aliens looked at one another and then spoke in low tones. With the high-gain microphones, David could hear them arguing about whether they should talk with Christine. Unsurprisingly, Arlon favored the idea, and Larista was against it. He was by far the more reasonable of the two. He let them argue without intervening, curious what kind of conclusion they'd come to. In the end, the male prisoner was more persuasive, and at least convinced his mate to listen to what Christine had to offer. "What do you propose?" Arlon asked. "I just want to know a little about you," Christine said. "I'm not in the military or part of any intelligence-gathering operation. I make documentaries. I'm someone that finds out about people and tells their stories. I want to hear your story." "I do not understand why you would be interested," Larista said, in a tone that conveyed her skepticism. "We are your prisoners and have no recourse. You can do whatever you wish. Why would anyone want to know more about us? This is some kind of trick to convince us to tell you military secrets. We will not tell you anything." "This is David Chen. Let me tell you what we know. Your forces followed the Tardan colonization ships. You came with one large military vessel and 3 smaller ones. One of those vessels got away, and we tracked down where it was going, but when we intercepted what we thought was that ship, we found a scout vessel. And by that, I mean a ship designed to spy on a system to determine what was there before other ships came in. One damaged warship is still out there, and I suspect other ships are nearby. Perhaps they haven't arrived yet, but are on their way. That's not information you need to worry about us pulling from you because we already have it." From how the two aliens looked at one another, they had no idea what he was talking about. He didn't even know what they did aboard the warship. There was no reason to expect they had classified information of any significance. Of course, they might have been officers and were deeply in the know about what the Novrites intended. Still, he didn't think so based on how the warriors treated them. "And you should know that we've gained access to some of the military computers," Tina said. "Oh, this is Tina Chen. Right now we've only cracked the Tardan military system, but considering that it's based on your computers, we have a fair amount of confidence that we'll get access to your ship's computer and the one recovered from the scout vessel. In the end, we'll find out what we need to know. All Christine wants to do is talk about your lives outside the military. What could that hurt?" "And if we agree, what type of concessions would you be willing to offer us?" Arlon asked. "What do you want?" Christine asked. "I can't guarantee I can get anything specific on your behalf, but they're willing to make certain concessions for your cooperation. I haven't asked what they're willing to offer yet, but if you tell me what you'd like to have, it gives me a beginning place in the negotiations. You have my word that I'll act in good faith in negotiating something that would be in your favor. Do you want to spend the rest of your lives in a cell like this? Would you rather be returned to live with the warriors? Something else? I can't advocate on your behalf until you tell us what you'd like." The aliens leaned closer and whispered softly enough that David couldn't pick up the information without cranking the microphone all the way up. He didn't. It was more interesting to listen to this as it happened. After a minute of terse discussions, Arlon straightened and looked toward the speaker. "We would like a space that has more amenities like our home. We are prisoners, and that will never change. But perhaps we can forget our situation for some time if we have a retreat that is camouflaged as a den rather than a prison." Christine raised an eyebrow, and David nodded. "Something like that can be arranged," she said. "We can get items from your ship. There are also things from the scout ship that could be used as part of your quarters. They won't let you have anything that could be used as a weapon, but I'm certain I can successfully negotiate for this. Is there anything else?" "The food is terrible," Larista said. "We would like more meat. This paste you feed us is for the troops rather than the crew. Even so, it is worse than what we had before we joined the military. I am no cook, but I can describe what a good meal should be, and we would like better rations and privacy. I know you watch us, but perhaps we could have a bedroom where we could at least not have cameras watching us and microphones listening to our every word." David reached over and muted the microphone. "They're prisoners, and I'm not willing to say that we won't have a microphone listening in. I would be willing to have the bedroom and bathroom without cameras. Right now, everything they do is recorded. I can understand the desire for some privacy, and I'm willing to go that far." "Let me push back on that a little," Christine said. "Are they more likely to say something since they know they're monitored at all times? Or might they be willing to do more if they could talk with some level of privacy? What are they going to hide from you? Anything they don't want you to know, they just won't say. In any case, even if we promise not to have a microphone in the bedroom, how would they know for sure? You're not the kind of person that would tell me one thing and then do something else, are you?" He said nothing. "David is that kind of person," Tina said. "But if we give you our word that there is no camera or microphone in the room, we will abide by that. I'll make sure of it." Christine reached over and activated the microphone. It took some negotiation, but they're willing to do so. The aliens sat stock still for a few moments. Then Aralon made a snorting noise. "I don't know if we can trust you to keep your word, but we are willing to speak about unclassified things like our homes before we join the military." Christine smiled somewhat triumphantly. "That's excellent. While they're getting everything arranged, why don't we get to know one another better? Let me start off by telling you about myself." David stood and stepped to the back of the compartment with Tina. "I'm not sure this is the best idea, but it's different from what we had in mind." "I think it's going to relax them somewhat, and we might actually get cooperation on the military front once we can build a rapport," his wife argued. "Christine is very persuasive and extremely personable. Give her a couple of days, and I'll wager she has them saying things they'd never have conceived of giving away. This is great." He wasn't so sure, but was willing to let it play out. Building trust with the prisoners was the only way information could be gathered. He'd have never thought to bring the documentarian in on something like this, but it was a stroke of good luck that he wouldn't turn down. "Why don't we leave her to talk and grab something to eat?" he suggested. "Without us in the room, she might get them to reveal far more than they intend. Besides, we need to start figuring out some really embarrassing questions for our interview." Tina laughed and took his arm as they started down the corridor. "You're a cad. I knew there was a reason I liked you." 15. Lisa walked around the Novrite computer systems they'd installed in one of the forward compartments. They had 3. One from the warship they'd wrecked, another from the ship Confederation intelligence had been studying, and the one from the scout ship. The units looked substantially the same, and they shared many aspects with the Tardan military computer, but she was confident there were significant differences under the hood. First of all, the Tardan military had modified a civilian computer to create something they considered more secure. The warlike Novrites would have begun with something significantly more secure. The only real differences would be between the one procured 2 centuries ago and the other 2, she suspected. Even so, the hardware itself was substantially the same, which allowed her a little more leeway in probing the oldest system. After a thorough inspection, she decided a security override was unlikely to destroy the hardware itself. She might lose data, but they'd once again taken the precaution of copying the files to a new location before she started. The hardware was designed to prevent that, but Professor Prescott had discovered the secret of bypassing that lockout early on with the motherships. His workaround was crude but effective, so it took that worry off her mind. During the process of exploring the hardware, she triggered a system wipe 4 times in less than an hour. Thankfully, copying the data back wasn't a burden. On the 5th attempt, she managed to gain complete access to the system and eliminate the security protocols. Unlike the Tardan systems, they didn't have a specific piece of hardware she could remove, so the work was more tedious, but she managed. With her newfound knowledge and experience, she turned to the scout ship's computer and made a run on it. Again, she was glad they'd copied the data because the security was tighter and the hardware slightly different. She caused a system wipe twice before she tamed it. That made the run on the warship's computer a comparative walk in the park. It took her almost no time, and she didn't trigger the security protocols. With all 3 Tardan systems unlocked, she sat back in her seat and smiled widely. She really was that good. You've become quite adept at penetrating the style of computer system. My congratulations. Now that you have access, what should we do next? She considered Regex's comment for a moment before responding. I've still got quite a lot to learn, but everything makes more sense than I expected. Tell me, are you picking up some of this as well? You're sharing the same information I am, so some of my hacker skills should be coming through. I am, but I'm not certain I trust my instincts yet. If it came to coding a very complex program, I feel confident I could do so, even on one of your computer systems. Those are my strengths, whereas system intrusion is yours. In fact, I've been working on a program for your computer system that I think is a significant upgrade to your current translation algorithms. It should be faster and more effective at correcting issues without our direct intervention. In effect, it's self-learning. She raised an eyebrow. And where have you been coding that? I haven't seen my hands typing on any keyboards. Are you doing that all in your proverbial head? As a matter of fact, I am. I've always been able to create code and even run it to some degree inside my own mental space. It's one of the benefits of having so much more processing power than the rest of my species. Whether the program will run on your system or not is questionable, but perhaps with a few tweaks it will improve the ability of your people to question the prisoners without wondering if what you've heard is correct. Exactly how do you intend to get the program out of you and into a computer? We don't have a hardware interface where we can plug into a computer and go to town. That seems almost as intrusive as having you inside me. I don't think I'd want to be able to link up with a computer like that. Though I'm uncertain if it's possible, I'm not willing to rule it out. I'm less concerned about that kind of thing than you because my life has always revolved around being plugged into someone else. To add a computer to the mix seems like a small step. One thing you would need to keep in mind is that accessing a computer by plug-in would not give the computer access to you. You could rig the hardware so that you are in control of the connection. You can send and receive data, but you would have to perhaps have a secure compartment inside your memory from which to operate. It's an intriguing idea, and I'll have to give it some thought. Lisa was ready to reject the entire concept out of hand, but maybe there was something to it. There had been science fiction stories for ages that involved artificial intelligence linked with human minds. Sometimes those were implanted inside the brain. Others merely had access to the brain through hardware or even a wireless connection. That was creepy, but she had to admit that she was living something significantly stranger than that. If she could access a computer directly, what advantages would she have? Obviously, she could program something faster, and if she was plugged directly into hardware, she could perhaps intrude into a system easier than if she were running programs. Be more nimble, as it were. If there were programs running in her mind or working via hardware that connected to her mind directly, how would that be different? She wasn't sure, but it was an intriguing thought. Not one that needed to be acted upon, but perhaps something to consider. Well, in any case, we'll have to sit down and type out your program or make the modifications to the existing program, but we need to focus on the computers we've got sitting in front of us right now. Let's see if we can find anything interesting. She logged into the Scout computer and began searching for information on the Novarites. Almost immediately, she hit pay dirt. There were navigational logs and even star maps that showed the area of space controlled by the Novarites. A quick check located the Tardan homeworld. Now they knew where everyone came from, at least in relation to one another. She had no idea what the stars were or where they were located, and that would take someone like Derek Calvo digging into the navigational aspects to figure it out. She sent the information to a computer she'd plugged into the Novarite system. It was primarily made of Tardan components, but it had some add-ons allowing it to interface with Confederation equipment. That would be the bridge through which they could take the data they acquired and have a good look at it. The next thing she wanted to know was what mission the scout ship had been on. Where had it gone? What had it been hoping to accomplish? Finding that information took longer, but once she'd located it, it was a treasure trove. The scout ship was meant to be the eyes and ears of this small incursion. If the Tardans had not detected the Novarites approaching them, it would have sat outside of detection range from a system and gotten as much information as it could. For a few minutes she wondered how that would work. After all, the Tardans had hyperspace detectors. Even the scout ship would have been detectable as it approached any system. The range of the Tartan hyperspace detector was 60 light-hours. That was almost 65 billion kilometers. That was an unworkable distance for sneaking in without using hyperspace. One would have to exit beyond a system's edge and then sneak in at normal space speeds. That would take months, maybe a lot of them. So that meant there had to be something else. How could a scout ship sneak in without being detected in hyperspace? It wasn't as if the scout ship had been undetectable because Hunter had tracked it down. There had to be something she was missing. Regex, if this ship is meant to spy on someone, how does it get close enough to do so? The hyperspace detector would pick it up when it's 60 light-hours out. What am I missing? I'm uncertain. If they had the ability to conceal their transit through hyperspace, then we shouldn't have been able to detect them. There's a piece of the puzzle that we don't possess. Perhaps this is one of those locations where my increased familiarity with these kinds of computer systems might be of benefit. Will you allow me control of your hands so I can look in a few places? She still wasn't happy doing that sort of thing, but it wasn't as if she would ever be rid of her passenger. She might as well accept there would be times when it made sense for her to grant Regex access to her body. This was one of those times, so she just needed to get over her aversion long enough for them to do what needed to be done. Go ahead. Her hands rose smoothly and began working at the computer, her head turning to see what it needed to see. She recognized what Regex was doing and could keep up as he began his search. But once he delved deeply into the system, she had to admit that it was taking more mental effort to follow along than she'd anticipated. This was definitely something he was better at than she was. After about 15 minutes of searching, Regex stopped. Interesting. I believe I found the answer to the mystery. The hyperdrive used aboard the Scout has a special mode that I'm unfamiliar with. It allows the vessel to travel at a bit more than the speed of light. And that helps conceal it how? The hyperspace detector wasn't made to operate in that band. After all, why would someone choose to go so slowly? Can you update the hyperdrive detector to work with that band? Theoretically, yes, but once you start getting so close to our space, it will become harder to detect anything. There's a technical reason for that, and I'm unsure whether it can be overcome. Lisa thought about that. If the enemy could use their hyperdrive at that low rate of speed and sneak into a system without being detected, it would be problematic. Their idea of using hyperspace detectors to determine when anyone was approaching their systems was now flawed. The only solution was if the detectors could be tweaked to register vessels moving more slowly. They'd have to run that past the engineering department. Regex would be able to help with figuring it out since he had knowledge of how the system worked, but she didn't. She needed to focus on gathering intelligence that was useful for them now. Do you know if their other vessels could travel at that slow rate of speed? If so, we're in big trouble. Based on the information I saw, the scout vessel carries a second hyperdrive for that purpose. From everything I've heard, the warship we have access to didn't have anything like that. It may be that to achieve such a low velocity, a ship has to be below a certain mass threshold, which the larger vessels simply cannot meet. In other words, they're too big. Let me dig deeper into this and see if I can verify that. Once again, Regex began working on the system, and Lisa read what he was seeing over his proverbial shoulder. This time she saw when he opened the specifications for the hyperdrive in question. The Novarites called it the sneak drive. She could see why. The technical details were over her head, but it plainly stated there was an upper mass limit, and the scout ship was right at it. There was no way that anything bigger could do that. Worse, from the perspective of the Novarites, the sneak drive took a lot of energy. That small vessel had to have 2 full fusion plants to feed the hyperdrive because a single one was insufficient. No wonder the engineering compartment on that thing had been full. Commander Danik would definitely want to pull everything when she had an opportunity. With access to their independent quantum drives, they didn't need something like the sneak drive, but understanding how it worked might grant them capabilities that would be useful in the future. Once Regex was done, she sent a summary of the information to Danik. She also sent the navigational information to Calvo. That accomplished, she turned her focus to figuring out what the Novarites were really up to. Had they only sent a single group, or were there others en route? She and Regex had to dig into the data and follow numerous leads to get that information. The search functionality on the system was terrible. Perhaps she and Regex could concoct something better. It did them no good if they couldn't find what they needed in a reasonable time frame. It didn't take her long to discover the information the Novrites had about the Tardans leaving. It seemed they'd chanced across what they were doing while testing their scout ships. The Tardans had no way of knowing they were under observation as they built ships that the Novrites had not authorized, loaded them up with pods full of people, and sent them off into deep space. The Novrites didn't know what to think of that, so they immediately began making plans. Their assumption was that the Tardans were planning to betray them. Based on the ship's trajectory, this would be a long journey, so they'd outfitted several warships with sleep pods and tasked them to follow and report back once they'd arrived at the final destination. That was the good news. The bad news was that this wasn't the only group of Novrites tasked to follow the Tardans. It was the fourth and likely not the last. That meant that there were other Tardan colonization waves. If those earlier groups had been able to restrain their eagerness, the Tardans might not even have realized they were being followed before the ambush came. If they'd come out at their destinations yet, of course. This was definitely not what she'd hoped to find, but they needed to know. She wrote up a summary and sent it off to Commodore Romanoff. The other colony ships were probably headed for Argent and the other major Tardan bases, but that wasn't a sure thing. They could arrive anywhere. They also didn't know if any follow-up groups would have been sent after none of the original groups returned. If it had been her and she'd sent out scouts and none of them had come back, she'd have gotten a larger group together and sent them along to make sure that whatever was there was taken care of. It would be foolhardy to assume the Novrites would do anything less. One of the things working in their favor was that unless these groups had been leaving data capsules at prearranged locations, of which she saw no sign in the data, then any follow-up groups wouldn't be able to discern their specific destinations. She didn't know the distance the Novrites and Tardans had come from, but their earlier guesses were that it was a one-way journey of a century. These Novrites had been on the way to the cluster for a very long time, and any follow-ups would still potentially be a great distance away. At least she hoped so. "This is very disturbing. What do we do now?" "We have reported everything we can, so now we wait. We'll continue to go through the data on this computer, but we still need to dig into the Tardan military computer more deeply. If they have contingency plans or other things in motion, we need to know about them. Maybe they know where all these colonization waves are going." Once they had all the data they could get, they could start looking for cross-connections. It was critical they knew what both of their enemies were doing and what their future plans might be. She didn't want to fight a two-front war, but it looked like they'd be caught up in the scrum. The Novrites weren't going to tolerate the Tardans doing anything against their interests, and if they ran across any humans in the process, they'd undoubtedly kill them. When confronted by the Commodore, their behavior made that all too clear. She wasn't a military person, and she wasn't prone to violence, but even she could tell there would be fighting and that these enemies needed to be defeated. What if the Novrite follow-up group, if there was one, missed the cluster entirely? It was possible they could find the rest of the Confederation and tear into them worse than the Locusts would have. With the dire state that Commodore Romanoff reported the modern Navy was in, they'd be in serious trouble. No, they were in serious trouble. The Tardans had come with enough force to fight multiple battleships. Once they got the order of battle from the Tardan military computers, she was confident there would be a lot more motherships and drones than anyone had counted on. Potentially, there would even be many more warships. Add in the complications brought on by the Novrites, and things were about to get very hairy indeed. She sighed and got to work. Not only did she have the computers to go through, but she had those data chips that she hadn't cracked from the Novrite warship. Those couldn't be copied with the tech the professor had rigged up, so she was being cautious. They'd just become a higher priority. Maybe she could have someone bring her something to eat. Maybe more peanut butter and jelly sandwiches to appease her passenger. They would be swamped for the foreseeable future. 16. "That's great resolution for a set of passive sensors," Amanda said as she looked over his shoulder. He couldn't agree more. This was nowhere near as good as having a set of active sensors and being closer to the target. But now that they'd gotten the scout ship's massive passive sensor array mounted at the front of their ship, he was thoroughly impressed. They jumped to the edge of the Port Royal system and were examining what they could see from 60 light hours out. Their passive sensors told them very little except about the star and potential planets in a couple of locations. None of the battleships in orbit around the gas giant were detectable at this range, and neither was Port Royal itself. Even its fusion plants weren't visible on their passive sensors. The same was not true of the Novrite passive sensors. It picked up the fusion plants operating around the gas giant, though not the battleships or the space station itself. That was sobering. He and Amanda were at their stations on the bridge. With Lisa's help, they'd rigged a hardware interface to translate the data they were getting from the sensors and had put it onto the consoles. The same was true of the new hyperspace detector. Based on the specifications that Lisa pulled from the computers, the enhanced hyperspace detector was only marginally better than what Regex had built. The one from the warship was good out to about 90 light hours. The scout ship was supposedly sensitive enough to pick up a vessel in hyperspace at about 125 light hours. That was better than 60, but not by much. The Port Royal system was about 280 billion kilometers across, and the range on this enhanced detector was good for about 84 billion kilometers. It couldn't even pick up ships arriving at the outermost planets reliably from deeper in the system. Posted around the gas giant where Port Royal was, it might get them better warning from that side, but would be completely blind on the other. If they ever wanted anything that would truly give them an early warning, they'd have to plant a lot of automated sentinels around the system. Considering they didn't know how to build them, that would be challenging. He turned in his seat and looked over at Amanda. "It'll be good for scouting, but I can already see problems if we try to use it defensively. We'll do the best we can, but for right now, we'll have to keep punching people in the face." That made her smile. "I like the way you think. Now that we've got these systems operational, we need to start looking at potential ways to use them to enhance our ability to attack Argent. We can be pretty sure the system is swarming with motherships and drones. It will also have warships, but I'd wager those will be closer to the planet. How does that change what we do?" "The new passive sensors are pretty good at picking up fusion plants, so if we can get moderately close with our quantum drive, we'll be able to start counting the number of major warships in orbit. I suspect the fusion plants aboard the motherships will be more difficult to detect, but it still might be possible at closer range. I suppose we could launch the mothership we have and see if we can detect it." She considered him for a moment. "That's not a bad idea. We need to know if this thing works and how effective our ability to detect both a fusion plant and a ship in hyperspace is. I wonder if this one is strong enough to detect a scout using their sneak drive. If so, that would be useful. Unfortunately, that's not something we can test." He turned toward Captain McKinnon, who had the con. "Ma'am, Amanda and I have an idea to test the accuracy and sensitivity of our new passive sensors and the hyperspace detectors we took off the scout ship. I'd like to take our mothership out and let Hunter jump away from us, and then start heading in your direction. It would take a couple of hours to be sure, but I could drop out at that point and see if you could pick up my fusion plant as well." The blonde woman considered his suggestion and then shook her head. "I don't want to waste the time that would take. Instead, I suggest we jump out and leave you sitting here and come in until we can detect you with the passive sensors. Then we'll know if we can pick up the fusion plants and at what range without spending hours doing it." "That's half the fight, ma'am. What about the hyperspace detector?" "We'll jump back to you and let you know to head in our direction. Once we're gone, wait 60 seconds and then enter hyperspace. Stay in for half an hour and we'll find out what range we can pick you up. Once you drop out, we'll pick you up. That's good thinking, you two. Well done." Derek excused himself and went down to the small craft bay where the mothership was stored. Flying it out of the ship and performing the tests took about 2 hours, but it gave them the data they needed. It seemed they couldn't pick up the smaller fusion plants from outside a system. They had to be almost half again closer than for the bigger plants, so that was something to keep in mind. As far as the hyperspace detector, it worked slightly better than advertised, and they picked him up at 130 light hours. Not bad. While he'd been out, Commodore Romanoff had taken command of the bridge and was setting up the final details for their trip to Argent. The older man was speaking with Amanda when Derek got back, and they were working on a plan that would be useful against a large number of motherships. He resumed his station and listened in. As they worked out the details, he began setting up various options using both the independent quantum drive and the hyperdrive. In a heavily invested system, it would be suicide to get caught up in the gravity well. They needed to drag the enemy out to them. Thinking about that, he found himself frowning. When they came to a pause in their conversation, he inserted himself. "Pardon the interruption, but what will we do if they don't come out to meet us? What if they decide to keep their forces around the planet? If we have to go in, this becomes a much different fight." Romanoff considered that, and his frown soon matched Derek's. "That's a good point. We'll have to reveal ourselves when we put in our appearance to draw them out, and if they decide not to take the bait, we're not going to have any options other than going to them. Since their ships are faster than ours, that's going to put us at enough of a disadvantage that they'll be able to swarm us. I wasn't seriously considering that as an option because they've never been known for showing restraint. Look at what they did at New Copenhagen. Why would this situation be any different?" "I don't know that it will be, sir," he said with a shrug. "I'm just trying to plan for every eventuality. If the Tartan military decides to keep the motherships and drones near the planet, we're not going to have a choice if we want to liberate it." "I'm not sure there's anything we can do," Amanda said. "If they won't come to us and they outnumber us significantly, we'll have to back off. We want to liberate Argent, but it can't be a suicide mission since we're the only vessel capable of offensive operations against the Tardans. With Argent being so far from New Copenhagen, how do we defend when we take it?" he asked. "We've got Hunter as our primary weapons platform, but we don't have anything else. Even if we perform a clean sweep, which seems unlikely, we'd have to continue worrying about new arrivals. That's going to be a growing problem the more territory we liberate. It's always possible there will be more Tartan ships arriving if the Novarites didn't stop them from departing. Unlikely, but possible in the short run. And by the short run, I mean a period of years and an unknown number of ships going to God knows where." Romanoff nodded. "There's something to that, but we can't live our lives as if we're going to have to defend every single inch of territory we take against all comers at all times. If we do that, we'll be paralyzed into inaction. We've got to take the fight to the enemy, and that means we need to start freeing worlds and giving them the tools they need to defend themselves." Derek couldn't argue against that logic, but he had reservations. What would they do when the inevitable wave of motherships arrived from one of the other systems? The Tardans came with enough military force to fight a dozen battleships, and even though it was scattered across the cluster and needed to move via hyperspace rather than gate, that didn't mean they could ignore the massed firepower that would eventually catch up with them. Right now they had an advantage, but that would change. If the enemy came for New Copenhagen, even with the upgraded defenses, there was nothing they could do to stop them. That just wasn't in the cards. Not yet. Well, they'd known this wasn't going to be easy, so he might as well accept that there would be setbacks. They'd deal with them when the time came. That would make the accompanying loss of life easier, but there was only so much they could do. "When are we going, sir?" he asked. Romanoff crossed his arms and seemed to consider that. "I'm not sure delay is our friend, especially if we start by just scouting the area. Now that we can use those more sensitive passive scanners, I think we should set out as soon as possible. This isn't going to get any easier, so start getting everybody ready and we'll head out within the hour." Derek returned to his console and relieved his replacement. There wasn't much he needed to do, but he still wanted to familiarize himself with the new sensor controls and get more practice. When the time came, he'd have to get the details right the first time, and with brand new equipment, particularly alien equipment, that wouldn't be easy. After an hour, the Commodore gave the order to take them out. Derek had already plotted a roundabout course to get to their destination. They'd arrive coming in from a different direction than New Copenhagen. It would be best if the Tardans there didn't make any assumptions about even the direction they were coming from. They arrived a generous distance outside the jump limit and sat there with their fusion plants running at the lowest setting. Then he began collecting information about what was in the system. The first thing he noted was that there were no enemy ships near them. There were plenty of motherships and drones patrolling deeper into the system, and even some out further than he'd expected, but none nearby. That allowed them to take a long, considered look without worrying that someone would get a drop on them. The difference in information between what the Confederation passive sensors and the Novarite scout sensors could pick up was considerable. Just like at Port Royal, the Confederation sensors could pick up some of the vessels moving through the system, but not nearly as many as the Novarite sensors did. Also, their new passive sensors were able to get quite a bit of information about what was going on in orbit around Argent itself. There were a lot of ships there, and many of them were bigger than motherships based on their fusion plants. A slow tally gave him a minimum of 12 vessels. At least a couple were probably the ships that created the space elevators. The rest might be colony vessels the Tartan military had seized or military vessels. He wasn't able to tell at this distance. Commodore Romanoff observed the main screen as the information began populating. This is definitely a military area, and it looks like they've got a lot of ships in orbit, but there might be a few stations as well. It seems unlikely they've had time to build them, but we'll have to try and figure out what's there. What are our chances if we try to sneak in, Derek? I think sending Hunter would be a mistake, Derek said, turning to look at his commanding officer. There is too great a risk doing that will get us trapped. We can jump to the other side of the system and pull in more passive data. That will give us 2 different sets of information to collate. If we do a third, we can triangulate the rough locations of everything we can see in the system. It'll also give us a better opportunity to pick up things we might have missed on the initial scans. Once we have that, if we're going to attack, I think that's the time we should do it. Romanoff nodded. Let's do that, and we'll set up the best location to draw out as many of the Tartan military ships after us as we can. If I had to make a guess, they're going to send the motherships and drones to swarm us and follow up with their military ships. Our independent quantum drive has the same limitations as far as distance as their drives, but with a hyperdrive we can sneak in a little. That may allow us an opportunity to sucker punch them. We can utilize our ability to move around the system with the independent quantum drive just like we did in New Copenhagen and get everyone out of position, Amanda said. Depending on how they react, we might be able to eliminate quite a few of the ships without taking substantial damage in return. Unless they come as one coordinated front, we can outmaneuver and overwhelm them in specific areas of our choosing. We're going to have to start coming up with some new weapons, Romanoff said. Right now we're limited in what we can do because of what the Navy thought would be the best reaction to a force like this. It turns out they were both right and wrong. There are some historical weapons that might prove useful if we can figure out how to implement them. Mines, for example. Mines, sir? She asked. You mean putting explosives in space that will detonate when any of the enemy ships come close? That seems pretty chancy, and it would be a hazard to navigation once everything is done. Even if they are effective, you have to use a lot to make a dent in something like the number of ships we're going to face. I'm not sure they'd see them as an obstacle either. They might just send a bunch of drones to blaze a path through it and then follow behind. It's an intentional sacrifice, but they are machines. If it were solely explosives, yes. Even if it were lasers, yes. What if it's missile batteries? Let's say we make something the size of a pair of penises strapped together with a micro-fusion plant to provide basic power. Right now, each of our missile batteries can draw on a magazine with 200 missiles. That's 5 launchers and 40 salvos. That's pretty significant. We've got a lot of nuclear warheads we can task for defensive purposes if we can figure out the best means to do so. The same would make tough mines if dropped in less traveled areas. We wouldn't need the asteroids for those. Maybe mount the batteries on the magazine itself. The tactical officer pursed her lips as she considered that and slowly nodded. If we can get some more mining going inside either Port Royal or another system to provide raw materials, it may be possible to mass-produce something like that. The problem is that it won't happen quickly. We don't have plans, nothing has been tested, and it would take forever without the infrastructure. That's something to look into, but it won't solve any of our problems right now. What if we pulled a switch on them? Derek asked. We've already spoken about jumping around the system to come in from multiple angles to get the data we need. We're going to lure them out to meet us, and that's good as far as it goes. All they're going to see of us until they get close are our fusion plants operating and us moving at a high rate of speed. If we're dealing with the motherships and drones initially, we may be able to fake out the military warships around the planet. Go on, Romanoff said in an interested tone. I'm thinking of using an exploration ship as a decoy. We need to draw the enemy out of position just like we did at New Copenhagen, but even there we didn't engage them directly, not until we were ready. Remember how we snuck into the system from the far side and got most of the way to the planet before they knew what was going on? Why can't we do something like that here? Derek put up a map of the system on the big screen and added a highlighted dot outside the jump limit. Let's say we decide to reveal the exploration ship here. That will start a general movement of motherships and drones to intercept it. If they head along this course, they'll draw them away from the planet even more. We don't know what the military vessels will do, but I'd guess some of them will follow the robotic vessels while others will remain in orbit. We can use that against them." Derek manipulated the screen to show how he envisioned the motherships and drones moving after the exploration ship. He based this on how the vessels had first reacted to Hunter. While it was possible they might act differently, he wouldn't assume that had to be the case. He also moved some of the vessels from orbit behind the robotic craft. He didn't let them get too far behind, but he made sure there was enough space so that any actual military activity would affect only the robotic craft rather than the manned ones. He showed how they could draw them all out to the jump limit. When the time was right, he'd have Hunter pop in near the warships and engage her hyperdrive to close even further. At the same time, roughly speaking, the exploration ship jumped out and came back on the other side of the system, though they do nothing to draw attention to themselves. It would take less than a minute for the battleship to come at a missile range and engage the manned vessels. That fight would be quick and ugly because they couldn't flee. Once that was done, Hunter could lure the motherships and drones back into the system and use her hyperdrive to hop around them, unloading salvo after salvo of missiles until they were gone. "Doing something like this would allow us to take out the more serious threats first," he said. "The people that give the orders that are more dangerous. The machines are a threat, but if they're acting on their own, we can predict what they'll do." "That's an interesting plan, and I think it's got a lot in favor of it, but we can't count on them doing what we expect," Romanoff said. "They might not send any warships out to meet us, or the number may be significantly lower." "Or it could be higher," Amanda said. "In any case, there's only so much we can control about how the enemy reacts. This is a decent plan that gives us a chance to kill the people who give the creative orders. If we take out the warships near the Locusts, that means they'll be operating autonomously when we engage them, because the ships in orbit won't be able to see what's happening before we strike due to the light speed delay. This is a good plan, sir, and I think we should go with it." He watched as their commanding officer considered the options and slowly nodded. "Let's continue moving around the system and getting what data we can. Once we have a decent picture of what they're doing, we'll head back to New Copenhagen and bring back one of the exploration vessels to act as our decoy. The plan might not be exactly what you're proposing, but it'll be close. Good work, you two. I think you've given us a plan that will really hurt them." Derek turned back to his console and gave Amanda a thumbs up. The two made a great team, and he was more than ready to see what they could do against the Tardans. It was time for some payback. 17. After spending half a day scanning the Argent system from various angles, Jack was satisfied they had gotten as much data as they could gather without revealing themselves. As expected, the only radio signals they picked up were from the Tardans. What they did next would get them more data, but it would also kick everything into motion. It was time for action, and that's precisely what he wanted. They returned to New Copenhagen, and he tasked India and the senior officers that had operated the exploration ship before to be their decoy crew. He needed his most experienced combat crew aboard Hunter if something went wrong. He knew India would do what was necessary to gather the data they needed and get out of there before things went into the crapper. He'd already had the battleship jump close to Argent, and they were now lying in wait for the rest of the plan to kick off. They dropped their fusion plant to the minimum necessary output and were counting on the thick nickel-iron hull to keep from being detected by the numerous motherships and drones scattered throughout the Argent system. Everything he saw looked relatively orderly at the moment, but that would change as soon as India arrived. "We've detected the arrival of the exploration ship," Derek said. "They're right on schedule and have appeared at the planned location. They're not bothering to hide their presence, and they've just accelerated to maximum. It shouldn't be more than 15 minutes before the nearest of the unmanned vessels detect them." "Very good," Jack said. "Let me know if anything changes." The first part of the plan would happen slowly. India and her people would draw the enemy to them and, in the process, Hunter. The real trick would be getting the manned warships to respond the way they wanted. Jack would have to improvise a new attack plan if they didn't. They'd worked out several options, but he'd much prefer if the enemy never knew he was there until it was far too late. As per their plan, India gathered the attention of the motherships and drones, which began arrowing for her location the moment they detected her. It took significantly longer for the ships around the planet to be informed of their location, and even longer to decide how to respond. Jack was pleased to see that they reacted just as strongly as he could have hoped for. Even as every mothership and drone seemed to be directed toward the exploration ship, about 2/3 of the manned vessels in orbit began chasing them. They even called ahead and ordered the drones to slow their approach while they caught up. India played the role of nosy scout as well as anyone could expect. She zigged and zagged while her active sensors picked up more data from deeper in the system. By the time the Tardans got to the point where they could engage them, they'd have even acquired some data from orbit around Argent. Everything was being sent to Hunter via narrow beam. No one would be aware of the updated data, but Jack and his people would benefit from seeing everything as clearly as possible. Admittedly, it wasn't nearly as good at this range as it would be closer, but it was still better than the passive data, even when gathered by the Novarite sensors. "We're coming up on Point Alpha," Amanda said. "The closest of the motherships and drones will be passing us at long range in about 5 minutes. They've shown no indication of seeing us yet, and I don't anticipate that changing based on our power profile. We look like another piece of debris floating in the outer system." "Then let's hope they don't see us," Jack said as he shifted in his chair slightly. "That wouldn't inconvenience us, but it would throw our plan into jeopardy. We're going to get one shot at ambushing the manned warships, and I'd like to avoid screwing that up. Fate doesn't like us sometimes, but let's hope she smiles on us today." To his relief, none of the motherships or drones seemed to detect them as they continued into the outer system, chasing after the exploration ship. It would take them about another half hour to reach the range where they could engage their hyperdrives, but by that point everything would already be in motion if the warships continued to advance at their current rate. Jack watched the large swarms of robotic vessels and was more than a bit intimidated. If the invasion force hadn't been split up into numerous systems by the destruction of the quantum gates, he'd be in a lot more trouble. It was possible to defeat an enemy like this in detail, but not if they showed up in overwhelming force. As much as he hated to admit it, Vice Admiral Lachasse had done him a favor by destroying the gates. It had been the right tactical decision, and he was big enough to admit that, even if she had been part of the conspiracy that had tried to kill him as they went after Sarah Nastasi. "The enemy warships are approaching Point Beta," Amanda said. "In 5 minutes it'll be time for us to engage our hyperdrive and go after them, assuming they don't detect us first. We'll be coming in from an oblique angle, and that should keep them from being able to retreat. They might not even see us coming if they're not watching their hyperspace detectors." Jack shook his head. "We can't count on the enemy making mistakes like that. If we get lucky and that's what happens, that'll be fabulous, but we won't assume anything. The bet is that they'll spot us the moment we start moving. Before we enter hyperspace, I'd like to have the most up-to-date information about their ships that we can get with our passive sensors. To this point, we've seen 6 of the enemy warships at close range, and I want to know what we're dealing with. Are these the same class vessels, or do they have anything bigger?" "All of the warships I'm seeing are the same size as the ones we've encountered before, sir," Amanda said. "We have 12 vessels. That's a lot of firepower if what we've been told about their capabilities is correct. The only thing to our benefit is that we should be appearing outside their weapons range, and they're not going to have long to decide on a course of action." "Understood." He watched the timer at the corner of the big screen and spoke when it hit 0. "Take us in, Derek. Amanda, fire one salvo as soon as we drop out of hyperspace. They don't have missiles to fire back at us, so if we can keep them coming toward us or circle around them using hyperspace, so much the better." They'd waited until this group of warships was deep into the band where Hunter could use hyperspace and they couldn't, so this would be a very unpleasant surprise for them. Once word of what they were doing got to the other groups of Tardans, they wouldn't be able to do this reliably. But this group had no idea what his battleship was capable of, so it would be an ugly surprise. They would be in transit for 42 seconds and then pop out in the middle of their missile envelope. That would allow them to fire and see the results before they had to duck back into hyperspace. Since Hunter could maneuver faster than light speed while they couldn't, he had the advantage here and intended to use it ruthlessly. They popped out of hyperspace on schedule and saw the warships scattering. Based on their movement pattern, they hadn't detected Hunter until at least halfway through their approach. Somebody had been asleep at the switch, and he was pleased to take advantage of their lapse. "Fire pattern Charlie," he said. Open fire. They weren't firing an overwhelming number of missiles this time. They'd had an entire month to get missile systems back into operation and could fire an unbelievably large number of the darned things, but that wasn't necessary at the moment. They'd have 1,000 missile batteries with 5 launchers if fully operational. That meant 5,000 missiles could be fired per salvo. They'd finally hit the 50% mark, so they could launch 2,500 missiles at a go. To be certain of overwhelming the enemy defenses, they decided to allocate 200 missiles per ship in each salvo. That was almost certainly overkill, but it meant they'd end this fight right here. 2,400 missiles flushed from the launchers and streamed toward the Tardan warships. The Tardans had to wait until the missiles entered their laser range to try to take them out, which minimized the time they had to work with. By the time that salvo washed over the enemy warships, it had been cut in half, but that left more than enough to finish the job. The space ahead of Hunter was lit up by nuclear explosions. When all was said and done, 12 enemy warships had been reduced to component atoms and energy. They were dead before the motherships and drones would have had a chance to even detect Hunter's presence. It would still be almost 4 hours before the ships remaining around Argent would know something had gone terribly wrong. Hell, by the time the forces around the planet knew, they should have already eliminated most of the motherships and drones sent out to attack them. That would leave the forces around the planet with a lot of poor options. "Take us in pursuit of the motherships and drones," he ordered. "We'll go with Fire Plan Alpha. I don't want them to have an opportunity to figure out we're even here before we're among them." This particular battle plan meant they would enter hyperspace and run right out to point-blank range before exiting. Then they'd fire a full salvo of missiles and duck back into hyperspace. Since the motherships and drones were dealing with information that came at the speed of light, they'd get there before the mechanical minions even realized their masters were dead. They wouldn't even know they were in danger until it was too late. Hunter entered hyperspace and ran on course for almost a minute before it dropped back out to get a final sighting of the enemy. Once they had them locked in, Derek took them into hyperspace again and dropped them out almost on top of the robot warships. Once Amanda fired, Derek took them back into hyperspace and continued on so they'd pop out on the other side of the enemy formation. When they came out a few seconds later, Amanda fired a second salvo, and then they went back into hyperspace and headed toward the exploration ship. When they exited hyperspace once more, they were less than 1,500 kilometers away from the exploration ship and could watch the attack they just conducted take place at light speed. At first, the motherships and drones were speeding toward their position with nothing in their way, and then Hunter appeared in front of them and fired missiles back toward them. His ship vanished moments later and seemingly appeared behind them to open fire before disappearing again. That was one of the quirks of having a battle that took place at faster-than-light speeds. They saw what occurred closest to them before what happened farther away. It would have been very confusing if they hadn't known what they were seeing. It was gratifying to see it work so well. They'd likely have a chance to use the technique for a while, and it should have an oversized impact on the enemy. He just hoped some smartass didn't try to name it after him because the Romanov maneuver sounded ridiculous. The motherships responded as well as they could, ordering the drones to scatter, but it was far too late. Overrun by almost 5,000 missiles coming from 2 directions, the massive force was virtually obliterated. Surprisingly, about 10% of their number came out of the fireballs and continued toward the exploration ship. He hadn't expected to see that many survivors, but he'd been willing to bet what they'd do, and he'd been right. "Signal Captain McKinnon to withdraw to a safe distance," he ordered. "We'll let them come to us and give the lasers a chance to do their business. Even though that's still a lot of motherships and drones, we can win that kind of fight without wasting missiles." His ship had survived fighting roughly this number of ships at point-blank range when they defended Port Royal. It was by no means a small force, and he was happy they had more lasers than they'd started with. His ship was far from invincible, but this was a force he knew he could defeat. Let them come. He'd considered using the hyperdrive to jump back and attack them directly, but now he was the target, and they'd have to come to him. When they arrived, there was a lot of laser fire and ramming, but the end had never been in question. After a few minutes of intense battle, the last of the drones and motherships were gone. They'd taken some damage, but most of it was minor. The only major systems offline were the hyperspace detectors and the Novorite passive sensors. They'd lost power and engineering was working on laying more protected lines. That would take a number of hours, so we'd have to hope they didn't need them in the meanwhile. There were smaller groupings of motherships and drones still making their way toward them, but they weren't a threat. Based on how they were dispersed, many of them would reach him before they could be called back by the commanders at Argent. That would take care of most of the danger, but it still wasn't going to get him the ships in orbit around the planet. To free Argent, he would have to go deeper into the system, which would put his ship at risk. Still, that's what battleships like Hunter were made for. "Do you think we should call on them to surrender, sir?" Derek asked. "The ships around the planet, I mean?" Jack considered that and decided the suggestion had merit. They weren't going to give up, but it might cause them to do something they otherwise wouldn't. The very fact that they could speak their language would be disturbing at the very least. "I think we will," he said. "We'll use the translation program because we don't want them to realize we have someone that can speak their language working with us. That information will get out as those original 6 warships reach their destinations, but it won't do them any good here and now." "At a guess, I'd imagine 2 of those warships are coming here," Amanda said. "Since they broke into 3 separate pairs, I'd wager they're headed for the 3 primary occupation points. How far are we away from New Copenhagen, Derek?" "About 30 light years, so if they run at 10 times the speed of light, it's going to take them 3 years to get here. The lack of quantum gates will mess up their ability to coordinate. Even once they figure out what we're doing, we can move so much quicker than they can that by the time they figure it out, we may have freed the cluster." "Let's not get cocky," Jack warned. "Those warships now know that the Novarites are here and that we have a battleship. They might very well try to kick it up a notch or 2 and use one of the faster hyperspace bands. Maybe that'll be the death of them, but it might also mean they get here much faster. The Novarites were going at 20 times the speed of light. What if they risk going 100 times faster?" That grim morning quieted his exuberant young bridge crew. He didn't want to worry them, but they couldn't count on anything. Once the Tardans realized what they were facing, it was all too likely they'd try to modify some of the hyperdrives in their motherships. If those could be made to go faster, that would change the tempo of this war. "Let's record our demand for their surrender and get it translated," he said. "Once we transmit, they'll have a little less than 4 hours before they receive it. By then they'll know how dangerous we truly are. I figure they'll do one of 2 things. They'll either hunker down around the planet or make a run for it." "As outgunned as they are, they're going to make a run for it," Amanda said. "Once they see what we did to their friends, they're out of here." Jack could appreciate the confidence of youth, but he wasn't going to count on anything like that. Odds were that they'd run, but if he had to go deeper into the system and fight them around the planet, there was a chance his ship would take enough damage to set them back. He'd like to avoid that if he could. It took less than 5 minutes to get a suitable surrender message recorded, translated, and sent off. With that done, they let the motherships and drones come to them. Over the next 4 hours, they obliterated more than 90% of the motherships and drones inside the system. "We're receiving a signal, sir," the communications officer said. "It's some type of digital code." "The motherships and drones in range to receive that message are breaking off," Derek said. "It looks like the drones are loading aboard the motherships, so I think odds are they're going to run." "The ships just broke orbit around the planet, sir," Amanda said. "It looks like they're headed out as a unit. I'm seeing 8 ships. I can't tell at this range if they are all warships." "What's left in orbit?" he asked. "I can't see what's on the far side of the planet, but there's at least 1 fusion plant. It might be one of the space elevator ships, but it's hard to tell. I hope the folks at New Copenhagen can work out some kind of probe design for us. Those would be useful." Jack agreed. Being unable to get sensor data from deeper in a system without going there in person was dangerous and time-consuming. He'd much rather be able to jump outside a system and dump dozens of probes to scout everything before he had to risk his people. The engineering teams and manufacturing companies at New Copenhagen were working with folks from Port Royal to build that sort of thing, but they were still getting prototypes together. Whatever they came up with had to be stealthy enough not to be detected, and that was proving challenging. Civilian companies rarely had to build something designed to avoid detection. The expertise for that was coming from Connor's people. It seemed smugglers liked the idea of not having things spotted by the authorities. That meant they were more than happy to build things out of stealth material, but some problems still had to be overcome to make this work. "It looks like the Tartan warships are staying together," Amanda said. "How do we want to take them down, sir? We can't let them get all the way out to where they could use their hyperdrive or they'll just vanish. They've seen us use our hyperdrive, so they know we have that capability, and we can use it closer to the jump limit than they can. Still, I've got a plan." "Give it to me," he said. "Lead off with what you expect them to do." Amanda turned to face him. "Since the ships know we have dual capability, they're going to split apart before they get close to the jump limit. They'll split off and try to reach a distance where they can engage their hyperdrive. Frankly, I don't expect them to stay together much longer. It makes more sense for them to split apart sooner rather than later." "I can see the logic of that, but why did they head out in one group to begin with? Why not split apart at the planet and make it difficult for us?" She shrugged. "I have no idea. All we can do is work with the facts as we find them. At some point, they're going to split apart. To do anything else would be suicidal. Once they do, we'll have to use our independent quantum drive to dance around that side of the system and fire missiles when they get close enough. If we could do it all at once, that would be great, but I expect them to make that hard." He leaned back in his chair and considered the scenario she was proposing. If they had a system on that side they could use as a destination, they could jump away from Argent and then jump back to fire a load of missiles. It would make things difficult if they had to do it for each of those 8 ships during the short window where they'd be in missile range but unable to use the hyperdrive. If they stayed together too long, it might make more sense for him to use the hyperdrive to dance between the individual ships, but they'd split apart soon enough. The timing that the aliens decided on would drive their tactical response. Even if they played their cards perfectly, he wouldn't be surprised if some of their enemies escaped. And if they did, they did. There was nothing they could do to change the outcome of the battle. They'd won the system. Now they just had to do what cleanup they could. If it wasn't total, so be it. He'd take the win. "It's pretty apparent at this point that they're not going to directly respond to us, but I think we must have spooked them by sending a message in their own language," he said at last. "We'll see how much when they execute their plan. Let's hold here until the time comes to jump. Derek, plot a course that will take us to that side with as few jumps as you can manage. Amanda, set up as many missiles as we need to fire to guarantee a kill on a warship. You've probably got more data about how tough they are now." "I do, sir," she confirmed. "It'll be even fewer if they're not close together. Without having their defenses integrated, they're much weaker. I'll set up some firing scenarios and go with the best option when the time comes." He was willing to bet they'd get more than half the ships, but not all of them. Some of them would get away and eventually bring word to nearby systems about what was happening. They still didn't have a decent tactical knowledge of how many motherships and drones were in each system in the cluster, but the number would be significant, he was sure. How could it not be, with so many sent to overwhelm the anticipated dozen battleships? One of the benefits of the Confederation being trounced early in this fight was that a significant amount of force had been trapped in the gateway system. He still didn't know how many had been there, but even with a fully repaired battleship, he wouldn't have wanted to face them in a straight-up battle. Those ships would take a while to get back into the cluster. They would be far too tough to handle if they stayed as one unit. If they split up, it was possible they could fight them. Time would tell. As anticipated, the warships split up about 2 hours from the jump limit. Each individual ship headed off at an angle, so it was like a flower blooming. That allowed Derek to plan a series of jumps and coordinate with Amanda to fire missiles at each exit. The challenge would be catching them while they were inside missile range, but short of the jump limit. That was a very narrow window, particularly since they could take a risk and jump early. "We're ready to kick off Operation Gopher Stomp, sir," Derek said. Jack shook his head. "We've got to work on your ability to come up with names for this sort of thing, Derek. That's terrible. Trust me when I say that the historians who look back on this war aren't going to be kind if that's what you stick with." "I suppose I'll just have to take my chances, sir. Everything is recorded on the bridge, so I'm committed now." "Be it on your head, then. Execute Operation Gopher Stomp." Derek jumped them to a nearby system, off to a second, and then back in front of one of the warships. Amanda fired 200 missiles, and they jumped back out to the system they'd come from and returned to a new location. In the end, they got 6 of the warships. The 2 survivors jumped early, and one of the readings was very strange. It was as if the ship had gone into hyperspace but was traveling 1,000 times faster than light. Jack was willing to bet that ship had just suffered a catastrophic failure of the hyperdrive and its crew was dead. No one would ever see that ship again. The last one headed off at 10 times the speed of light toward a nearby system. It was one of half a dozen potential destinations, but it would take them 3 to 4 months to get there. So be it. That just left whatever was in orbit around Argent. It was time to go in and see just how badly the Tardans had wrecked the place. Jack expected this to be horrific, with a population in the tens of billions. "Take us in," he ordered. "Keep monitoring for any radio signals. If you detect anything, I want to know about it. Keep an eye on those stations or ships still in orbit. I expect they'll want to fire on us when they get an opportunity, and we'd best be ready for it." As Hunter entered the system, he started planning what they'd have to do next. Whoever was in charge on this planet would feel like they had more pull than the government back on New Copenhagen. Someone would try and dictate how the fight against the invasion went, and he needed to be prepared for that. Over the last few days, he'd worked out several potential scenarios with Sarah. Personally, he didn't expect to be welcomed with open arms. They were more likely to blame him for being late. Still, time would tell. 18. David sat at his console in the operations center and parsed the data they were able to pull from the active sensors as Hunter approached Argent. They still weren't picking up any Confederation radio signals, but based on how the Tardans had behaved on New Copenhagen, that wasn't a surprise. What did surprise him was that there wasn't a great deal of debris and smoke in the atmosphere. Even on New Copenhagen, the destroyed cities had put a lot of particulates into the upper atmosphere where they could be detected. He wasn't seeing anything like that on Argent. They even had a space station still in orbit. It looked like Confederation manufacture, so he was shocked the Tardans hadn't vaporized it. What had they been using it for? How had they taken it intact? There was something of a mystery afoot, and he was curious to solve it. The Noverite passive sensors were able to pick up quite a bit of information as they approached the planet, and the more data they got, the more it confirmed his suspicions that things were definitely different on Argent than they had been on New Copenhagen. There was no sign of widespread destruction on the planet. "What are we seeing?" a woman asked from behind him. He turned and saw that Lisa had come into the compartment. He gestured for her to join him. "Quite a lot, actually. It looks like the Tardans didn't devastate the planet. They even left one of the space stations intact. It looks like a cargo and passenger transshipment hub. There used to be a Navy base in orbit as well, but that seems to be gone. It seems like they wouldn't have any incentive to leave Confederation hardware in orbit," she said as she sat down. "They brought their own. I'm not picking up any radio transmissions now that the Tardans have departed, so I believe they didn't leave anyone in orbit. I have no idea what they could have been using that station for." "I suppose we'll find out soon enough," she guessed. "How long until we arrive in orbit? What is the Commodore's plan?" "We're still about an hour and a half out, so there's plenty of time to figure out what he's going to do. In any case, he hasn't discussed his options with me. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on so that when he makes up his mind, he'll have options. How goes your work with the Tardan military computers? Do they have any word about what was going on here?" "I'm fully in. It mentions this system is a major control center for the Tardan occupation, but it doesn't have anything as detailed as how many troops were assigned here or what they were doing. I expected it to be similar to New Copenhagen, but they obviously had something different in mind. They were trying to suppress New Copenhagen's population and perform experiments. It hardly seems Argent would be so calm if they were doing the same here." He nodded. Perhaps they were only doing their research in one system to see if they could implant themselves into humans. They didn't plan on being separated by the destruction of the quantum gates. That may mean all their scientists ended up at New Copenhagen. We won't know for sure until we start talking to people, and since the Tardans have left, getting reliable information will be difficult. She sat with him while he went over the data. The closer they got to the planet, the more certain he became there had been no widespread devastation, other than taking out the majority of the orbital infrastructure. In fact, he wasn't even detecting any space elevators. About half an hour out, they'd gone far enough around the planet to be sure that there were no Tardan vessels in orbit. The only thing left there was the space station. Dozens of others had served the same purpose, but all were gone. For whatever reason, the Tardans had decided to spare this one. Once he was sure of that, he reported it to Jack, and the ship began sending signals trying to contact anyone on the planet's surface. At first, there was no response, But after about 5 minutes, they got a weak signal from someone in the capital, and they started talking with the bridge. David focused on getting as much data about the planet as possible and forwarding it to the bridge. He did that until Jack tagged him once the call to the planet ended. "It looks like we'll be meeting someone," Jack said over the comm. "And I'd like you with me. I'm taking a selection of people and some Marines for guards, but we're going over to the space station rather than the planet." "Who are we meeting with?" he asked. "I'm not sure. They said that the person would be our official point of contact and that all communications needed to go through him. This sounds off, so I want you and Tina at my side." "Will do. Lisa is sitting next to me, and I'd like to bring her along. It'll be interesting to see what Regex has to say about the situation." "Agreed. I'll meet you in the small craft bay in 20 minutes. Romanoff out." Lisa was frowning. "Why do you want us there? I guarantee they're not going to be happy to hear my story. They've just been invaded, and I feel confident we'll find that some atrocities have been committed. If the people on New Copenhagen are any guide, they're going to see me as a problem to be solved. Frankly, I don't feel like being solved, and neither does Regex. There's no need for us to give them information about you, though the story will eventually come out. Your condition is well known by the leadership at New Copenhagen, so the higher echelons of government here will find out. Sadly, there's no concealing your condition over the long term." She grimaced. "I suppose you're right, but I don't want to push things right now. We've got enough complications to deal with already, don't you think? Let's focus on finding out what the situation is, and we can tell them about Regex when the time is right." "Agreed. Let's grab Tina and join the Commodore in the small craft bay." It took a couple of minutes to swing by and pick Tina up. Then they proceeded to the small craft bay where they met Jack, Commodore Nastasi, and Professor Prescott. The cutter was ready to go, and they were quickly joined by Lieutenant Colonel Turner and several of his Marines, fully armed and wearing armor. "We're meeting the government," Jack said with a raised eyebrow. "We don't need this level of firepower." "Maybe not, but we don't know these people," Turner said. "We're playing this by the book. Technically, I should go over first and make sure everything is clear, but in the interest of not looking overly hostile, we'll just make sure that we come out of the cutter first." "Considering they already know we blew up most of the Tardan forces in the system, don't you think it's too late to conceal our warlike nature?" David asked with a slight smile. "Not that I disagree with your reasoning. By all means, let's be careful." "This is a compromise," Jack agreed. "Everybody get in, and let's see what the situation is at Argent." It took a few minutes to strap in, and they were flying over to the space station. Whoever was piloting the craft took them into one of the larger personnel bays, and they quickly disembarked. A group of about half a dozen men and women stood waiting for them. From the cutters they were still shutting down, they'd just arrived. David wasn't sure why the meeting needed to happen in orbit. Surely the capital would have been a better choice. Turner and his Marines spread out to cover everything, though they kept their weapons pointed in safe directions. The people waiting for them, all dressed in civilian clothes, looked nervous and twitchy. All except for a man standing a little behind the others. That distinction caused David to focus on him. He was tall and fair-skinned. His eyes seemed to take everything in and lingered on David for just a moment before moving on to everyone else. He didn't think the guy was a government official, so he made a mental note to keep an eye on him and try to pin down precisely who he was. One of the women stepped forward and focused her attention on Jack. "Welcome to Argent, Commodore Romanoff. My name is Lana McElroy, and I'm the first assistant to the Confederation representative." "It's a pleasure to meet you," Jack said as he shook her extended hand. "Though I wish the circumstances had been less dire. If I might ask, how is it that the Tardans left a human station intact?" "Tardans? Who are they?" "Sorry. The aliens that built the Locusts. Their warships were in orbit." "We can get to that in a moment. First, allow me to introduce my staff." Part of David's brain kept track of who was who, but his attention was focused on the man that had caught his eye. He waited patiently until his name came up. Bronson Rowe. When Jack introduced everyone, David was intrigued to note that Rowe's attention stayed focused on him rather than the Commodore. When the introductions were finished, McElroy declined to answer any questions. She said all would be made clear when she escorted them to meet with the Confederation representative. As the two groups fell in beside one another, Rowe stepped up beside David and smiled. "Mr. Chen, we've never met, but your name sounds familiar to me. Perhaps we have a mutual acquaintance." "Anything is possible," David agreed. "I was thinking it might be Joseph Leo." That was an interesting development, since Leo is the director of Confederation intelligence. "It turns out that I do know Joe. It's been a few years since I've seen him, but I wonder if he's still bothered by the familial baldness." The other man shook his head. "Maybe we don't know the same person after all. He hates to be called Joe, and I've never met a man with more hair on his head. I think he might color it, though. It's always so dark. Anyway, I suppose we all have our affectations." David smiled. "Ah, that's right. My memory can be a bit shaky. It's intriguing to meet someone with a common friend so far out in the cluster, especially during trying times like these." "We should stop beating around the bush," Rose said, pitching his voice somewhat lower. "I thought I recognized your name. I served my time in the operations division and saw some of your reports. You do good work." He shifted his eyes over to Tina. "I assume this is your wife. Didn't she also work for the agency?" "Tina," she said with a smile. "You're the guy that broke the transuranic element smuggling ring, right?" "The very same," Rose said. "And just to make sure that you know I'm being on the level, that took place 8 years ago. That's information someone trying to fake it wouldn't know, right?" "True enough," David agreed. "What brings you here during an invasion?" "I can't say, but I'm happy to have been on the ground rather than in space. I assume you're working in an official capacity for Commodore Romanoff. If so, you need to know that there's more going on here than meets the eye, and not in a good way." David raised an eyebrow but said nothing as all climbed aboard a lift and headed deeper into the station. In these tight confines, waiting until they were back in the corridor was better. When they arrived at the appropriate level and started heading into what finally looked like an occupied portion of the station, though there weren't any people around, he slowed just enough so that he, his wife, and Ro were a bit behind the rest. "We've already been through a lot, and I don't like surprises," he said. "Why don't you just lay it out for us?" "There's no time. Remember that not everyone who pretends to be a friend actually is." McElroy came to a rather large office and walked in. Half a dozen people were setting up consoles, but she proceeded to a large set of double doors at the far end of the compartment. She knocked and walked through without waiting for a response. When the group entered, David saw some of the trouble that was undoubtedly waiting for them. Just rising from the desk in the large room was a man in a modern Confederation Navy uniform. He was balding and rail-thin. He walked around the desk with a smile that didn't seem to reach his eyes, and a frown that did. His shoulder tabs indicated that he was a rear admiral. Seated in a chair off to the side and just rising to her feet was an older black woman with a distinguished face, also in a modern Navy uniform with a Commodore's tabs. "Commodore Romanoff, I'm Troy Allen, the Confederation Navy liaison to Argent and the cluster. This is Commodore Robin Monahan of the Judge Advocate General's office. I'm delighted to see you, and I can't wait to receive your report, but what in the blue blazes are you wearing?" "That's a long story, sir," Jack said. "Why don't we sit down and discuss it?" The man considered him for a moment and then nodded. "Of course. My associates will see to yours while we discuss the invasion and that ship of yours. Everyone else is dismissed. I'll keep David and Tina Chen with me. They're my intelligence officers. Also, Professor Prescott is an expert on Locust hardware, and Commodore Nastasi is a JAG representative. Lisa Gain is our IT specialist. I prefer dealing solely with Confederation military personnel to start, but I'll allow the Chens to remain. Lana and Bronson will see to the rest of your people." Interesting. The Admiral didn't see Ro as an intelligence asset. He must have concealed his background. In any case, this would be awkward. They'd all thought that Jack was the senior military commander in the cluster. Who was this new man, and how would he upset the apple cart? 19. Lisa eyed the people she was left with after the rest of her party had stayed with a new Navy officer. Admiral Allen's first assistant seemed to have no interest in her, and was more than happy to pull Prescott toward a nearby office. That left her with a rather dangerous associate with which to bide her time. Ro had been speaking with David and Tina softly, but Lisa's hearing was excellent. She'd caught enough of the conversation to realize he was an operative for Confederation intelligence. That made her the kind of person he'd be deeply interested in, particularly if he ever found out about her passenger. "It seems we have a bit of time to ourselves, miss. You'll have to forgive me, but I didn't catch your name the first time around. I'm Bronson Rowe, and am Admiral Allen's assistant when it comes to industry here at Argent. Who might you be?" She had no doubt he had heard her name perfectly well the first time, but she was willing to play along. This was meant to get her talking about herself. She'd have to guard her words carefully without looking like she was doing so. "Lisa Gain. I'm one of the IT professionals working with Commodore Romanoff and his people to bring the systems aboard Delta Orionis up to more modern standards. Tell me, what do you advise Admiral Allen on? If this world is anything like the one we just came from, there really isn't much industry left to give advice about." "I don't know anything about where you came from, though I'm interested to hear," he said, with a smile that looked practiced. "The Locusts destroyed everything in space, except for this station, but they did leave everything on the planet intact. In fact, they were more restrained in how they acted than I expected based on everything I learned in school. Which system were you at, and what happened there?" "This one seems dangerous. I believe you should be cautious in what information you share with him. He seems to have a different agenda than what he is portraying." "That's because he does. If my suspicion is correct, he's working with Confederation intelligence. That means he's a spy and a very dangerous person for us, understand?" "Do you believe he means us harm? Rather, do you think he means me harm? Surely our compatriots vouching for the work we've already done would carry weight here. They've even stopped having your Marines follow us around. We've earned the trust we're due." "You don't know humans that well. Everyone has their own agenda, and they'll be looking out for what's best for them. Admiral Allen doesn't sound like the kind of person that will respect what Commodore Romanoff is doing. Oh, he's going to give it lip service, but he thinks he's in charge, and thus his plan is automatically better. Roe won't be any different. Help me keep an eye on what he's doing and saying, and if something strikes you as interesting, let me know." The internal exchange had only taken a few moments. That was one of the benefits Lisa had discovered of mental communication. Or was this telepathy? Probably not, since it was traveling through her nerves and the connections to them. It just felt like telepathy. Now Lisa would have to follow the advice she'd given Regex. She had no idea what Commodore Romanoff would tell Admiral Allen, so she'd need to be very careful. She had no reason to lie, because Romanoff would tell that part without reservation. In fact, his report would almost certainly be complete and accurate. The only exception would probably revolve around herself, their prisoners, and the technology they were working with. Until he trusted Allen more, he'd be cagey about that sort of thing. If he wasn't, she was just being prudent with classified information. A spy should understand that, so it wouldn't raise undue suspicion. "New Copenhagen," Lisa said. "It got hit pretty hard. They devastated the two largest cities. Hundreds of thousands of people were killed, maybe more. Kicking them off the planet was a lot of work." He frowned at her. "I can't say that I'm familiar with that system. Where is it, and what makes it so special?" Lisa cleared her throat. "Is there a place where we can get something to eat or drink? I skipped the last meal, and if we're going to talk for a while, I'd rather be comfortable doing it." "Of course. There's a small dining hall just down the corridor. It was meant to serve the senior staff aboard the station, and we have been using it. We can have the cook on duty come up with something that strikes your fancy." "I thought the Tardans were using the station." "The aliens? They were, but they allowed a small number of us aboard so they could facilitate attempts at communication. They had programs that could make terribly written translations of speech, so we've been trying to find accommodation where we could." She'd seen the mothership's translations during the first invasion. They were awful, but not as bad as her first attempt at a verbal translation program. Surely the Tardans had gotten better at it. Had they been playing dumb and monitoring the humans to see what information they would drop when they had no expectation the aliens could understand them? That was smart. It also explained why Roe was acting as an industrial advisor. He was spying on the Tardans. The Admiral might not know, but someone in charge here did. One mystery solved. He kept talking as they walked. "Your ship is a lot more powerful than I expected. The systems here on the station are mostly still offline, so we didn't see much of the fighting. But the aliens had a lot of ships, even if most of them were motherships and drones. I've never seen anything like your vessel. How did the Confederation build something like that in such a short amount of time?" "You must not be much of a history buff," she said with a smile. "Delta Orionis, or as we call her, Hunter, is one of the old battleships that fought off the last invasion. It took longer than we would have liked to get her systems into functioning order and arm her effectively, but now she's a pretty effective warship when it comes to fighting them. I'll be the first to admit that history was never my strongest suit, but I have heard of them. So the Confederation Navy dug one up from somewhere and refitted it? That must have taken a lot of work. Are there going to be others?" "Not any time soon, I'm afraid." He frowned. "Wait a second. With all the quantum gates destroyed, how did you get here? And do you know anything about that? It exploded one day, and no one really knows why." Even as he was asking that last sentence, he led her into a small mess room. Based on its luxurious appearance, it was meant for high-level executives and not military officers. The staff was dressed in crisply pressed white uniforms, and one immediately came to stand near them, saying nothing. "I'll take some coffee," Rose said. "Get the young lady whatever she wants." She smiled when the server turned to face her with a bland expression. "I'll take some coffee as well, thank you. Also, if I could get a breakfast burrito, that would be awesome. Scrambled eggs, cheese, and potato, if you would." The man seemed to blink at her choice of food, but inclined his head and headed toward the kitchen. "A breakfast burrito?" Rose said with a smile as he sat at a small table and gestured for her to join him. "It seems like there's always some kind of odd food or drink mentioned in conjunction with computer specialists. Why is that?" She shrugged. "I couldn't tell you. It's just the way it is. To answer your question, the Navy had a self-destruct device built into the cluster's gate network. When the Locusts threatened to get out into the rest of the Confederation, they set it off. There are no gates left in the cluster. The old battleships have an independent quantum drive, so they don't need them." That wasn't true any longer, but she wasn't going to mention that. The Commodore could let that cat out of the bag if he so choose. "Remarkable." "Very. So, based on the destruction we saw at New Copenhagen, we anticipated finding Argent a burning wasteland. Why isn't it? The aliens controlling the Locusts, the Tardans, made sure everyone went down to the surface. There wasn't any direct communication, but they made their intentions clear enough and destroyed anyone that didn't do what they wanted. They destroyed all the manufactories in orbit, though I think the mining sites in the 2 asteroid belts were left shut down but intact. It sounds like they didn't do that at New Copenhagen. Did they destroy everything?" Lisa nodded and gratefully accepted the cup of coffee the server brought her. A single sip revealed that it was excellent coffee, rivaling that which their logistics officer, Joby Hutton, had scavenged from somewhere. The man left a pot and all the fixings before departing again. "They devastated the system," she continued. "Nothing in space was left. We were sure they'd done the same thing elsewhere, so imagine our shock when we found they hadn't done so here. There's got to be a story behind it, but I can't imagine what it is." "Neither can I. It seems strange the Tardan military would leave the humans here mostly alone. What do you think they hoped to gain?" "Damned if I know. Too bad we didn't get any survivors out of this group, though we may be able to recover some computer records from the wreckage. Or, for that matter, they might have set something up aboard the station since they controlled it." "What were they using the station for?" she asked. "It's pretty big for just a meet-and-greet facility, if you know what I mean. You said they were talking to you here, but that sounds off. They had ships. Why not use them?" He shrugged. "That's what they said they were doing. I never saw anything else, though they might have been working on it elsewhere. We haven't examined the station to be sure they didn't leave anything behind, though I'm sure we will soon." "Was Admiral Allen able to negotiate with them? If so, maybe he made things better for you." Rowe chuckled. "He wasn't up here then. He arrived to assume command an hour before you entered orbit." He took a deep drink of his coffee and stared into the distance. "I've seen pictures of what the Tardans look like. It's horrible. They've got these mouths that open by splitting the lower half of their faces apart. Just the sight of them makes me shiver. Do you know who they are and what they have to do with the Locusts?" And here came one of the more difficult moments. What should she say? Was this the time to lay some of their cards on the table? Commodore Romanoff had not set any limitations about what to talk about, but it was obvious some information wouldn't be shared. From what we understand, those people created the locusts. This is a colonization effort. I don't know if you've seen any of them here, but we intercepted a large number of colony ships that arrived at New Copenhagen. They came from a long way away, and we used sleeping pods to make the trip. All that said, I need to caution you that things are more complicated than they appear." The server came back with a medium-sized plate holding a giant burrito. She thanked the man and took a bite, finding it hot, gooey, and delicious. "Now this is the stuff. Tell the chef that they are awesome." "I will, miss," the man said in a deep voice, speaking for the first time. "I'm sure she will appreciate your kind words. Will there be anything else?" "I'm good. Also, the coffee is excellent." "We're glad you're enjoying it." Since Roe hadn't ordered anything to eat, the server left. "Complicated in what way?" Roe asked, bringing her back on subject. "Did you capture prisoners? Have you been able to get any information from them?" "The specifics of what we've managed to do would probably be best coming from Commodore Romanoff. I don't want to speak out of turn. We did get enough information to start seeing some of their motives. We also recovered some dead bodies for our medical professionals to examine." "It sounds like you're about to say something that I think will be very alarming to these people. Perhaps you should keep it to yourself for now." "They'll find out anyway, so I might as well lay those cards on the table. Commodore Romanoff will undoubtedly talk about it, so we need to try to lay the groundwork where you're not seen as a threat." "I don't foresee that working very well. The people that know you are doing better. Hell, I'm already getting used to having you inside me, and if I can start trusting you, other people can." "Thank you." "We've discovered what they came to do, and it's horrific," she continued. "Let me be crystal clear that the ones doing the fighting are not acting in the best interests of their civilian counterparts, and the civilians are horrified by what is taking place." Roe's brow furrowed, and he considered her. "And how would you know what the aliens think? For that matter, how could you tell the military from the civilians? That implies a good source of intelligence. How did you figure it out?" "I told you that I'm an IT professional. Computers and computer programming are what I do, and I was brought into this to create a translation program. Professor Prescott managed to access their computers and found voice files belonging to the aliens. I've been working on that program since the second invasion started, and it's paying off. We can communicate with the civilians and have heard their story. We also have some military prisoners captured on New Copenhagen and recovered some of their computers. All that rolled together gives us high confidence that what we're hearing is true." He considered her without speaking for longer than was comfortable. "All right, I'll accept that for now. I know the government here will want to know about it, as will Admiral Allen. I'm not going to tell you they'll believe what you have to say without a lot of convincing evidence, because that wouldn't be true. Anyone should be skeptical of information handed to them on a silver platter." "Why would a platter's material affect the quality of what is handed to someone?" "It's a saying. If you get something too easily, then there's a hidden price that has to be paid." That sounds cynical, yet true more often than not. "What do the aliens want?" Roe asked. "You said there were colonization ships filled with civilians, so this means they've come to stay. How many are we talking about? How do their goals differ from that of their military? For that matter, why don't they control their military? A lot of what you're saying doesn't make sense." "The full story will have to come from Commodore Romanoff," she reiterated. "I don't mind telling you some of the details so you have a basic understanding, but this is his story to tell, not mine. In the end, he will be the one defending our conclusions, too. As for the number of aliens, I don't have a hard count, but there were 9 enormous colony vessels that had to have had more than 100,000 Tardans aboard. I guess that means at least 1 million. Roe blinked with an apparent surprise. "Just how big are these colony ships?" "Bigger than Hunter. We're lucky that most of the aliens are still asleep, or we wouldn't know what to do with them." "I think that's obvious," he said with a scowl. "They need to be locked up. There's no way we can trust aliens that are in the process of invading the Confederation. I don't care what they've told you. We're in the middle of a war, and they need to be isolated to keep everyone safe." And that's what I expected to hear. It's not even unreasonable. We definitely need to avoid telling him about us. I believe it should be possible to keep our names out of this, at least in the near future. These people don't have contact with New Copenhagen, and even if they did, the knowledge that I was implanted inside you was kept to a relatively small group of people. That should be safe enough for now. The only way that 3 people can keep a secret is if 2 of them are dead. Word will get out, probably a lot faster than we care for. At some point, these people will make an issue of us, particularly if they find out why your military came here. And speaking of that, I'll have to tell him because that's the kind of thing one wouldn't hide in this type of conversation. I don't agree with that assessment, and I have information you don't, she said aloud. Not that I made the decision, mind you. That was far above my pay grade. The Tardans are symbiotic creatures. The aliens you saw are the hosts, and by themselves they're not any more intelligent than animals. The driving force of what they're doing comes from something inside them. She realized she was ignoring her breakfast and took another big bite out of the burrito. It was getting cooler, and she vowed to find breaks in the conversation to finish eating before it became inedible. That's unsettling. What does it have to do with why they're here? The civilians are here for a different reason than the military. They're fleeing the people that created them. It's complicated, but the military wants to find a new kind of host. They've decided humans would make a grand choice, and we're working on figuring out how to do that on New Copenhagen. They were partially successful, but we've eliminated their military there, and they didn't get any of the research out. I don't know if they were doing it elsewhere, but that might hold them back for a while. Ro held up a hand. Hold on a second. Are you telling me they're trying to implant alien creatures inside humans so that they can control them? How is that possible?
I get up at 6 a.m. every day.
My brother gets up later than me. We go out for dinner on Fridays.
That early Bernard, they go out to shop on weekends.
Please come in and sit down.
My parents come in when I call them.
I turn on the TV to watch the news.
Please turn off the fan when you leave.
He turns off his phone at night. He takes off his hat.
I hang out with my friends after class. We hang out at the park on Sundays.
I work out at the gym twice a week.
She gives up easily.
Children often make up funny stories.
We make up after a small fight. I find out new words by reading.
I get along with my sister very well. My friend and her boyfriend break up.
I pick up my brother from school. She looks for a good book at the library.
Verb. Put on.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
She puts on makeup every day.
We run out of milk every morning.
He runs out of time in exams. He runs out of time in exams. Verb. Run into.
I sometimes run into my teacher at the store. I sometimes run into my teacher at the store.
They run into old friends at the park.
They run into old friends at the park.
Verb. Deal with.
I deal with my chores every morning. I deal with my chores. I deal with my chores every morning.
I deal with my chores every morning.
I get up at 6 a.m. every day.
My brother gets up later than me. We go out for dinner on Fridays.
They're really Shenard. They go out to shop on weekends.
Please come in and sit down.
My parents come in when I call them.
I turn on the TV to watch the news.
Please turn off the fan when you leave.
He turns off his phone at night. He takes off his hat.
I hang out with my friends after class. We hang out at the park on Sundays.
I work out at the gym twice a week.
She gives up easily.
Children often make up funny stories. We make up after a small fight.
I find out new words by reading.
I get along with my sister very well. My friend and her boyfriend break up.
I pick up my brother from school. She looks for a good book at the library.
Verb. Put on.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
She puts on makeup every day.
We run out of milk every morning.
He runs out of time in exams. He runs out of time in exams. Verb. Run into.
I sometimes run into my teacher at the store. I sometimes run into my teacher at the store.
They run into old friends at the park.
They run into old friends at the park.
Verb. Deal with.
I deal with my chores every morning. I deal with my chores. I deal with my chores every morning.
I deal with my chores every morning.
I get up at 6 a.m. every day.
My brother gets up later than me. We go out for dinner on Fridays.
They're really shy. They go out to shop on weekends.
Please come in and sit down.
My parents come in when I call them.
I turn on the TV to watch the news.
Please turn off the fan when you leave.
He turns off his phone at night. He takes off his hat.
I hang out with my friends after class. We hang out at the park on Sundays.
I work out at the gym twice a week.
She gives up easily.
Children often make up funny stories. We make up after a small fight.
I find out new words by reading.
I get along with my sister very well. My friend and her boyfriend break up.
I pick up my brother from school. She looks for a good book at the library.
Verb, put on.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
She puts on makeup every day.
We run out of milk every morning.
He runs out of time in exams. He runs out of time in exams. Verb, run into.
I sometimes run into my teacher at the store.
I sometimes run into my teacher at the store.
They run into old friends at the park.
They run into old friends at the park.
Verb, deal with.
I deal with my chores every morning. I deal with my chores. I deal with my chores every morning.
I deal with my chores every morning.
I get up at 6 a.m. every day.
My brother gets up later than me. We go out for dinner on Fridays.
They're really shy. They go out to shop on weekends.
Please come in and sit down.
My parents come in when I call them.
I turn on the TV to watch the news.
Please turn off the fan when you leave.
He turns off his phone at night. He takes off his hat.
I hang out with my friends after class. We hang out at the park on Sundays.
I work out at the gym twice a week.
She gives up easily.
Children often make up funny stories. We make up after a small fight.
I find out new words by reading.
I get along with my sister very well. My friend and her boyfriend break up.
I pick up my brother from school. She looks for a good book at the library.
Verb. Put on.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
She puts on makeup every day.
We run out of milk every morning.
He runs out of time in exams. He runs out of time in exams. Verb. Run into.
I sometimes run into my teacher at the store.
I sometimes run into my teacher at the store.
They run into old friends at the park.
They run into old friends at the park.
Verb. Deal with.
I deal with my chores every morning. I deal with my chores. I deal with my chores every morning.
I deal with my chores every morning.
I get up at 6 a.m. every day.
My brother gets up later than me. We go out for dinner on Fridays.
They're really shy. They go out to shop on weekends.
Please come in and sit down.
My parents come in when I call them.
I turn on the TV to watch the news.
Please turn off the fan when you leave.
He turns off his phone at night. He takes off his hat.
I hang out with my friends after class. We hang out at the park on Sundays.
I work out at the gym twice a week.
She gives up easily.
Children often make up funny stories. We make up after a small fight.
I find out new words by reading.
I get I get along with my sister very well. My friend and her boyfriend break up.
I pick up my brother from school. She looks for a good book at the library.
Verb. Put on.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
She puts on makeup every day.
We run out of milk every morning.
He runs out of time in exams. He runs out of time in exams. Verb. Run into.
I sometimes run into my teacher at the store.
I sometimes run into my teacher at the store.
They run into old friends at the park.
They run into old friends at the park.
Verb. Deal with.
I deal with my chores every morning. I deal with my chores. I deal with my chores every morning.
I deal with my chores every morning.
I get up at 6 a.m. every day.
My brother gets up later than me. We go out for dinner on Fridays.
They're really Shenard. They go out to shop on weekends.
Please come in and sit down.
My parents come in when I call them.
I turn on the TV to watch the news.
Please turn off the fan when you leave.
He turns off his phone at night. He takes off his hat.
I hang out with my friends after class. We hang out at the park on Sundays.
I work out at the gym twice a week.
She gives up easily.
Children often make up funny stories. We make up after a small fight.
I find out new words by reading.
I get along with my sister very well. My friend and her boyfriend break up.
I pick up my brother from school. She looks for a good book at the library.
Verb. Put on.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
She puts on makeup every day.
We run out of milk every morning.
He runs out of time in exams. He runs out of time in exams. Verb, run into.
I sometimes run into my teacher at the store.
I sometimes run into my teacher at the store.
They run into old friends at the park.
They run into old friends at the park.
Verb, deal with.
I deal with my chores every morning. I deal with my chores. I deal with my chores every morning.
I deal with my chores every morning.
I get up at 6 a.m. every day.
My brother gets up later than me.
We go out for dinner on Fridays. They're really nerd. They go out to shop on weekends.
Please come in and sit down.
My parents come in when I call them.
I turn on the TV to watch the news.
Please turn off the fan when you leave.
He turns off his phone at night. He takes off his hat.
I hang out with my friends after class. We hang out at the park on Sundays.
I work out at the gym twice a week.
She gives up easily.
Children often make up funny stories. We make up after a small fight.
I find out new words by reading.
I get along with my sister very well. My friend and her boyfriend break up.
I pick up my brother from school. She looks for a good book at the library.
Verb, put on.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
She puts on makeup every day.
We run out of milk every morning.
He runs out of time in exams. He runs out of time in exams. Verb, run into.
I sometimes run into my teacher at the store.
I sometimes run into my teacher at the store.
They run into old friends at the park.
They run into old friends at the park.
Verb, deal with.
I deal with my chores every morning. I deal with my chores. I deal with my chores every morning.
I deal with my chores every morning.
I get up at 6 a.m. every day.
My brother gets up later than me.
We go out for dinner on Fridays. Leonard, they go out to shop on weekends.
Please come in and sit down.
My parents come in when I call them.
I turn on the TV to watch the news.
Please turn off the fan when you leave.
He turns off his phone at night. He takes off his hat.
I hang out with my friends after class. We hang out at the park on Sundays.
I work out at the gym twice a week.
She gives up easily.
Children often make up funny stories. We make up after a small fight.
I find out new words by reading.
I get I get along with my sister very well. My friend and her boyfriend break up.
I pick up my brother from school. She looks for a good book at the library.
Verb, put on.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
She puts on makeup every day.
We run out of milk every morning.
He runs out of time in exams. He runs out of time in exams. Verb, run into.
I sometimes run into my teacher at the store.
I sometimes run into my teacher at the store.
They run into old friends at the park.
They run into old friends at the park.
Verb, deal with.
I deal with my chores every morning. I deal with my chores. I deal with my chores every morning.
I deal with my chores every morning.
I get up at 6 a.m. every day.
My brother gets up later than me. We go out for dinner on Fridays.
Leonard, they go out to shop on weekends.
Please come in and sit down.
My parents come in when I call them.
I turn on the TV to watch the news.
Please turn off the fan when you leave.
He turns off his phone at night. He takes off his hat.
I hang out with my friends after class. We hang out at the park on Sundays.
I work out at the gym twice a week.
She gives up easily.
Children often make up funny stories. We make up after a small fight.
I find out new words by reading.
I get I get along with my sister very well. My friend and her boyfriend break up.
I pick up my brother from school. She looks for a good book at the library.
Verb. Put on.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
She puts on makeup every day.
We run out of milk every morning.
He runs out of time in exams. He runs out of time in exams. Verb. Run into.
I sometimes run into my teacher at the store.
I sometimes run into my teacher at the store.
They run into old friends at the park.
They run into old friends at the park.
Verb. Deal with.
I deal with my chores every morning. I deal with my chores. I deal with my chores every morning.
I deal with my chores every morning.
I get up at 6 a.m. every day.
My brother gets up later than me. We go out for dinner on Fridays.
They're really Shenard. They go out to shop on weekends.
Please come in and sit down.
My parents come in when I call them.
I turn on the TV to watch the news.
Please turn off the fan when you leave.
He turns off his phone at night. He takes off his hat.
I hang out with my friends after class. We hang out at the park on Sundays.
I work out at the gym twice a week.
She gives up easily.
Children often make up funny stories. We make up after a small fight.
I find out new words by reading.
I get along with my sister very well. My friend and her boyfriend break up.
I pick up my brother from school. She looks for a good book at the library.
Verb. Put on.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
She puts on makeup every day.
We run out of milk every morning.
He runs out of time in exams. He runs out of time in exams. Verb. Run into.
I sometimes run into my teacher at the store.
I sometimes run into my teacher at the store.
They run into old friends at the park.
They run into old friends at the park.
Verb. Deal with.
I deal with my chores every morning. I deal with my chores. I deal with my chores every morning.
I deal with my chores every morning.
I get up at 6 a.m. every day.
My brother gets up later than me.
We go out for dinner on Fridays.
They're really shy. They go out to shop on weekends.
Please come in and sit down.
My parents come in when I call them.
I turn on the TV to watch the news.
Please turn off the fan when you leave.
He turns off his phone at night. He takes off his hat.
I hang out with my friends after class. We hang out at the park on Sundays.
I work out at the gym twice a week.
She gives up easily.
Children often make up funny stories. We make up after a small fight.
I find out new words by reading.
I get along with my sister very well. My friend and her boyfriend break up.
I pick up my brother from school. She looks for a good book at the library.
Verb. Put on.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
She puts on makeup every day.
We run out of milk every morning.
He runs out of time in exams. He runs out of time in exams. Verb. Run into.
I sometimes run into my teacher at the store.
I sometimes run into my teacher at the store.
They run into old friends at the park.
They run into old friends at the park.
Verb. Deal with.
I deal with my chores every morning. I deal with my chores. I deal with my chores every morning.
I deal with my chores every morning.
I get I get up at 6 a.m. every day.
My brother gets up later than me. Ah.
We go out for dinner on Fridays. They're really nerd. They go out to shop on weekends.
Please come in and sit down.
My parents come in when I call them. Oh.
I turn on the TV to watch the news.
Please turn off the fan when you leave.
He turns off his phone at night. He takes off his hat.
I hang out with my friends after class. We hang out at the park on Sundays.
I work out at the gym twice a week.
She gives up easily.
Children often make up funny stories. We make up after a small fight.
I find out new words by reading.
I get I get along with my sister very well. My friend and her boyfriend break up.
I pick up my brother from school. She looks for a good book at the library.
Verb, put on.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
She puts on makeup every day.
We run out of milk every morning.
He runs out of time in exams. He runs out of time in exams. Verb, run into.
I sometimes run into my teacher at the store.
I sometimes run into my teacher at the store.
They run into old friends at the park.
They run into old friends at the park.
Verb, deal with.
I deal with my chores every morning. I deal with my chores. I deal with my chores every morning.
I deal with my chores every morning.
I get up at 6 a.m. every day.
My brother gets up later than me. Ah.
We go out for dinner on Fridays. They're really nerd. They go out to shop on weekends.
Please come in and sit down.
My parents come in when I call them. Oh.
I turn on the TV to watch the news.
Please turn off the fan when you leave.
He turns off his phone at night. He takes off his hat.
I hang out with my friends after class. We hang out at the park on Sundays.
I work out at the gym twice a week.
She gives up easily.
Children often make up funny stories. We make up after a small fight.
I find out new words by reading.
I get along with my sister very well. My friend and her boyfriend break up.
I pick up my brother from school. She looks for a good book at the library.
Verb. Put on.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
She puts on makeup every day.
We run out of milk every morning.
He runs out of time in exams. He runs out of time in exams. Verb. Run into.
I sometimes run into my teacher at the store.
I sometimes run into my teacher at the store.
They run into old friends at the park.
They run into old friends at the park.
Verb. Deal with.
I deal with my chores every morning. I deal with my chores. I deal with my chores every morning.
I deal with my chores every morning.
I get up at 6 a.m. every day.
My brother gets up later than me.
We go out for dinner on Fridays. They go out to shop on weekends.
Please come in and sit down.
My parents come in when I call them.
I turn on the TV to watch the news.
Please turn off the fan when you leave.
He turns off his phone at night. He takes off his hat.
I hang out with my friends after class. We hang out at the park on Sundays.
I work out at the gym twice a week.
She gives up easily.
Children often make up funny stories. We make up after a small fight.
I find out new words by reading.
I get I get along with my sister very well. My friend and her boyfriend break up.
I pick up my brother from school. She looks for a good book at the library.
Verb, put on.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
She puts on makeup every day.
We run out of milk every morning.
He runs out of time in exams. He runs out of time in exams. Verb, run into.
I sometimes run into my teacher at the store.
I sometimes run into my teacher at the store.
They run into old friends at the park.
They run into old friends at the park.
Verb, deal with.
I deal with my chores every morning. I deal with my chores. I deal with my chores every morning.
I deal with my chores every morning.
I get up at 6 a.m. every day.
My brother gets up later than me.
We go out for dinner on Fridays. They go out to shop on weekends.
Please come in and sit down.
My parents come in when I call them.
I turn on the TV to watch the news.
Please turn off the fan when you leave.
He turns off his phone at night. He takes off his hat.
I hang out with my friends after class. We hang out at the park on Sundays.
I work out at the gym twice a week.
She gives up easily.
Children often make up funny stories. We make up after a small fight.
I find out new words by reading.
I get along with my sister very well. My friend and her boyfriend break up.
I pick up my brother from school. She looks for a good book at the library.
Verb, put on.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
I put on my coat when it is cold.
She puts on makeup every day.
We run out of milk every morning.
He runs out of time in exams. He runs out of time in exams. Verb, run into.
I sometimes run into my teacher at the store.
I sometimes run into my teacher at the store.
They run into old friends at the park.
They run into old friends at the park.
Verb. Deal with.
I deal with my chores every morning. I deal with my chores. I deal with my chores every morning.
I deal with my chores every morning.